It seems international terrorism is winning. The opposite is true. A single terror attack may take the lives of dozens of people, but a single inspiring survivor can affect the lives of millions. For that to happen, the narrative must change. Worldwide, we're here to say enough. Let's win terrorism together. We're here to celebrate the victories of the bold, of the resilient, of the inspiring. We're here to dismantle fear. We're here to defy terror together as one movement. Enough with the media empowering terror. Enough with telling the wrong stories. Enough with being victims. We're here to say enough today to create a better tomorrow.
Boker Tov.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to open the 19th International Conference of the World Summit on Counterterrorism. This impressive gathering is a flagship of the International Institute for Counterterrorism of the Loder School of Government at IDC Herzliya. The theme of this year's summit is Understand the Present, Prepare for the Future. During the next 4 full and productive days, more than 1,400 participants from 80 countries will share information and learn from each other, probably also have some fun with each other. These distinguished individuals include ministers, members of parliament, Congress, Knesset, ambassadors, heads of security services, representatives of universities, research institutes, the military, police, senior government, private companies, lay leaders who are interested in the subject of counterterrorism. And amongst the participants are also tens of undergraduate and graduate students of the Loder School of Government. One is standing right here to my left. A good officer in the American Armed Forces, majoring and specializing in the important field of counterterrorism, which has become a very important academic field in this day and age, all led by Professor Boaz Ganor. We'd like to greet a special delegation of police commissioners from Australia who have come with us. Let's have a hand for the Aussies. Let's have a hand for the Aussies. We also have a very special delegation from Portugal here today. Let's have a hand for the Portuguese. And most importantly, we have a delegation from the former Soviet Union. And under the auspices of the United Nations, it's a first for us. And for the first time, we're going to have simultaneous translation into Russian as well. Professor Ganor made sure that I said this. Let's have a hand for all of those people from the former Soviet Union who survived the Soviet Union, who may still survive the Soviet Union. Okay. All of us, of course, are going to have the opportunity to discuss the ways and means of countering terrorism and make the world a safer place to live, especially in this neighborhood. That's what we like to say. Please allow me to thank the sponsors and partners without whom we could not have organized this conference. Keren Daniel, Ronald S. Loder, Stephen and Bonnie Stern, Daphne and Gerald Kramer, Evelyn Taman Dueck, Sir David Garrard, the United Nations Counterterrorism Executive Directorate, CTED, the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, UNOCT, the United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia, Red Alert, the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Embassy of the United States to Israel, the World Jewish Congress, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, International Counterterrorism Academic Community, the Program on Extremism at GW University, Emory Law School, Institute for Security Policy, Kiel University, Abba Eban Institute for International Diplomacy, the Daniel Pearl International Journalism Institute, the Municipality of Herzliya, and CTS Counterterrorism Solutions. You know, about 10 conferences back, when I used to read the list of the sponsors, it was a much, much shorter list, which is probably good news, right, Boaz? It's good news. Boaz likes good news. Is business good, Boaz? Okay, all right. Now, during the days of the conference, Keren Yosef, one of our employees from IDC Herzliya, will be, she's in charge of our graduate programs at the Rafael Recanati International School, and she's going to be sitting here and recruiting for our master's degree program in counterterrorism. So if there's anyone here in the audience who's thinking that they would like to do an MA in counterterrorism, and if there's anyone here who's interested in participating in the executive education course on counterterrorism, which takes place twice a year, feel free to come up to any of us, including me. Karen Yosef, are you here in the audience? Where are you, Karen? Stand up, Karen. I can't see you. Okay, Karen over there. Karen Yosef was a lone soldier in Israel. She's a lieutenant, reserves in the IDF. She's a redhead, and she's standing in the back there, modestly. Anyone who wants to sign up for the MA, Karen Yosef. Okay? I also saw from the corner of my eye my CEO of IDC Herzliya and Vice President, Ayelet Ben Ezer, Dr. Ayelet Ben Ezer, okay? I'd like to also welcome her. I'm Jonathan Davis, Vice President for External Relations at IDC Herzliya. I'm the head of the Rafael Recanati International School, Lieutenant Colonel Reserves in the IDF. And without any further ado, I would like to introduce my boss to you. His name is Professor Uriel Reichman. And because this is a conference on counterterrorism, I think it's important to mention his combat experience. Since he served in the paratrooper brigade and was a lieutenant there and served in a number of wars, the Six-Day War, the War of Attrition, the Yom Kippur War, came back, by the way, from his, in the middle of his PhD at the University of Chicago to participate in the Yom Kippur War here in Israel, which tells you something about Professor Reichman. He received his LLB and LLM degrees with honors at the Faculty of Law at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, his PhD, JSD at the University of Chicago. Professor Reichman initiated and led the team which formulated a proposal for an Israeli constitution. He fought tooth and nail to change the electoral system in Israel, the system of government here. Sure wish he would have succeeded. Maybe you wouldn't be reading the headlines of the Jerusalem Post the way they are right now about our governance if they would have listened to Reichman. And Professor Reichman built the one and only nonprofit private university in Israel, just received his the okay to grant PhDs here. And when you're going to come to our campus in about 24 hours from now when we continue the conference on Tuesday at IDC, and every single piece of grass, every tree, every bench, every building, it's got the fingerprints of Professor Reichman on them. And if someone throws a piece of gum on the floor, Reichman will pick it up, okay? He's everything, basically, to IDC, and he's the ultimate academic entrepreneur of the state of Israel. When I take a look at the state of the nation, actually, sometimes I get depressed. But when I come to work, we have Reichman. Professor Reichman, the floor is yours.
We start with the breaking news out of Paris.
The world is reacting tonight to a terrorist attack and panic tonight on Barcelona's most famous
explosion at Brussels airport.
It seems international terrorism is winning. The opposite is true. A single terror attack may take the lives of dozens of people, but a single inspiring survivor can affect the lives of millions. For that to happen, the narrative must change. Worldwide, we're here to say enough. Let's win terrorism together. We're here to celebrate the victories of the bold, of the resilient, of the inspiring. We're here to dismantle fear. We're here to defy terror together as one movement. Enough with the media empowering terror. Enough with telling the wrong stories. Enough with being victims. We're here to say enough today to create a better tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. It's the first time that I was really declared an outstanding janitor in the history of academia. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Mayor Moshe Fadlon, the mayor of Herzliya, our one and only Professor Boaz Ganor, the founder of ICT and its leader up to the present day, and Mr. Shaptai Shavit, who is the former head of the Mossad and a co-founder of ICT. And let me say a few words in Hebrew. בוקר טוב וברוכים הבאים לוועידה ה-19 של ICT, המכון למדיניות נגד טרור של בית הספר לודר לממשל, דיפלומטיה ואסטרטגיה במרכז הבינתחומי. בשנים האחרונות התחוללה דרמה בזירה הגלובלית, כאשר ארגון דאעש סחף המונים במלחמתו לכינונה של חליפות סונית קיצונית. חליפות שתשתרע על פני המזרח התיכון באירופה. מול דאעש הוצב חזון דומה אבל מנוגד במהותו על ידי המנהיגות הרוחנית של איראן. שני כוחות אלה, בלתי צפויים בעוצמתם ובנחישותם, גרמו להרג המונים וזעזעו את העולם כולו. מולם התייצבה הקואליציה של ארצות הברית, בריטניה, צרפת ומדינות נוספות שנלחמו בהקרבה גדולה והביאו לתבוסת דאעש. והקואליציה הזאת עומדת, ואני מקווה שתמשיך לעמוד, גם מול ההתפשטות האיראנית. הקואליציה שנלחמה בטרור ובפנאטיות הדתית האסלאמית הייתה זו של המדינות המחויבות להשקפת עולם אנושית וליברלית. לוחמים נשלחו למאבק ורבים לא חזרו משדה המערכה. חברי הקואליציה הזו לא באו לכבוש שטחים או להגשים רעיונות של אימפריאליזם, אלא יצאו למסע קשה בארצות רחוקות, מתוך מחויבות להגנה על ערכי היסוד הדמוקרטיים וההומניסטיים המשותפים להם. ואכן, עוצמתן של מדינות אלה הוא בתלכיד הערכי המגדיר אותן. תלכיד אשר לפעמים שולח את האזרחים שלהם לשדות הקטל, והוא גם גורם שמחזק את עוצמתם במאבקים פנימיים כנגד גורמים המאיימים על ליבת ערכיהם. מדינת ישראל נמצאת כיום בשיאה של מערכת בחירות. זו מערכה קשה שמאיימת על אחדות האומה. ההתלהמות והשנאה עלולים להותיר צלקות לשנים רבות. אחרי תום מערכת הבחירות, מדינת ישראל, שסועה היום יותר מבעבר, חוסנה מול אויבים מבחוץ ומבפנים, עלולה להיפגע. שבוע לפני הבחירות, אסור לנו לשכוח ששלטון הוא שירות ושימור יסודות ערכי ההסכמה הלאומית הם חובה. המרכז הבינתחומי הוקם כאוניברסיטה ציונית ברוח ערכי היסוד של הכרזת העצמאות. הכרזנו זאת בתקנון האתי של המרכז לפני שנים רבות. אנחנו המוסד היחיד בעולם, למיטב ידיעתי, שמגדיר את עצמו כמוסד ציוני. היו שביקרו אותנו ואמרו שמוסד אקדמי אסור לו לשאת מסר לאומי, אלא מסר כלל אנושי, והוא לא אמור להיות קשור לנושא לאומי, ואכן גם ביקרו אותנו גורמים פוסט ואנטי ציונים. אנחנו גרסנו שהאקדמיה באה מהחברה והולכת אליה, שהאקדמיה היא חלק מהחברה ונושאת את ערכי היסוד שלה, שלאורם היא מחנכת את מנהיגות העתיד. ולכן בעת הזו אין אנו רשאים להתעלם מהשליחות החינוכית והחברתית שנטלנו על עצמנו, ומוטלת עלינו החובה להגן על הערכים שעמדו ביסוד הקמת הבינתחומי. הכרזת העצמאות היא המסמך השני בחשיבותו בתולדות העם היהודי לאחר 10 הדיברות. מסמך זה כונן את מדינת היהודים לאחר 1,800 שנות גלות. הוא כולל בתמצית את ערכי היסוד של המדינה. הצעות חוק הלאום בגלגוליו השונים כללו כדבר מובן מאליו התייחסות לערכי הכרזת העצמאות. חוק הלאום שאושר לבסוף וכחוק יסוד קיבל תוקף חוקתי אינו כולל התייחסות כלשהי להכרזת העצמאות. הוא מתעלם ממנה ומערכיה לחלוטין, וכתוצאה מכך הגדרת מדינת הלאום של ישראל אינה כוללת את הערכים שהיוו את האמנה החברתית שעליה הסכימו כל המפלגות היהודיות בעת קום המדינה. לאחר הבחירות, רוויות המתח והעימותים, ראוי שנחזור ונלכד את כולנו. נשאיר את חוק הלאום בתוקפו, ונוסיף חוק יסוד בן שורה אחת, הכרזת העצמאות של מדינת ישראל מיום ה' באייר תש"ח מהווה חוק יסוד. זו תהיה הדרך לאחד את השורות, לחזור להסכמה לאומית ולהביא מחדש אחדות של מחויבות ערכית לישראל. מהלך זה, אני מניח, עשוי לזכות לתמיכה ממרבית חברי הכנסת שיבחרו, וייתן עוצמות של מחויבות ושל יחד מול המאבקים הקשים שמצפים לנו מחר. לסיום, אני מבקש להודות לפרופסור בועז גנור ולצוות המסור של ICT, המכון למדיניות נגד טרור בינתחומי בהרצליה, אשר עמלו רבות בארגון הכנס הזה. אני מודה לכל האורחים שהגיעו, ואני מצרף ברכה לגנרל שלנו עמוס גלעד, שנמצא איתנו כאן היום, והוא ראש המכון שמריץ את כנס הרצליה. ולכולכם שהגעתם מקרוב ומרחוק, ואני מאחל לכולנו כנס פורה ומחכים. תודה רבה.
Thank you, Professor Reichman, for your words of wisdom about the Jewish and democratic state in the only democratic state in the Middle East, in case you didn't notice, the state of Israel. Okay, so now it's my pleasure to introduce you to the spy who came out of the cold. His name is Shaptai Shavit. Mr. Shavit was the director of the Mossad, Israel's intelligence services from 1989 to 1996. Mr. Shavit held a variety of positions within the Mossad for over 32 years until becoming the head of the agency in 1989. In the military, he served in Sayeret Matkal, Israel's elite force. He's also received an advanced degree from Harvard University. After retiring from work in the security services, Shavit was the CEO of Maccabi Health Services Group for 5 years. Since 2001, Shavit has been the chairman of the board of directors of the International Institute of Counter-Terrorism, ICT, part and parcel of ICT. Mr. Shavit, the floor is yours.
בוקר טוב. פרופסור אוריאל רייכמן, נשיא ומייסד של IDC, מר משה פדלון, ראש העיר הרצליה, ברונס מישל קוניקס, Executive Director CTED UN, Mr. J. Tabb, Executive Assistant Director National Security Branch FBI US, and ICT CEO, the only one, Professor Boaz Ganor. בוקר טוב לכולם.
Good morning, everybody.
רק מספר תובנות
just a few
אחרי 62 שנה
after 60
של חיים ועשייה
of life
בצל הטרור הערבי.
in the
הספירה שלי מתחילה ב-1860,
my question
כאשר ראשוני החלוצים הציוניים היהודים
the first
הגיעו ארצה והפכו לעובדי אדמה חקלאיים.
and became
הייתה זו חציית קו אדום,
It was a crossing
שתושבי
of a
הארץ
red
הערבים לא
line
רצו להשלים
that
איתה,
the Arab
איתו,
inhabitants would not agree
והם
with,
אחזו בנשק
and they
ככנופיות
took
וניסו לחסל את
arms
הניסיון
and
הציוני
tried
להפוך
to
לחקלאים
liquidate
ועובדי אדמה.
this attempt to become farmers.
היהודים נאלצו להקים
The
כל מיני
Jews
מסגרות
were
כדי
forced
להגן,
to
גם הם
create
בעזרת
all
הנשק,
sorts of systems
על
in order
זכותם
to
לעבד
defend
את האדמה.
with arms their right
זהו
to
בעיניי
work the land.
ראשית
And this,
ההתמודדות
for
עם
me,
הטרור
was the
הפלסטיני
beginning
בארץ
of
ישראל.
coping with terror in the new land of
מלחמת העולם
Israel.
הראשונה,
The First World
שבה
War,
בעלות הברית הכניעו
where the
וחיסלו את
Allies
האימפריה העות'מאנית,
destroyed
חוללה
the
שני
Ottoman
תהליכים
Empire,
מרכזיים
created
בהיסטוריה
two
של המזרח
new
התיכון המודרני.
forces in the modern Middle East.
הסתיימה השליטה
One,
המוסלמית של 1200
the
שנה
Muslim
במזרח
control
התיכון.
of 1200 years on the Middle East.
הופיעו לראשונה ניצנים
Two,
של לאומיות
there were the
ערבית,
first buds of
שתפקידה היה
Arab
להעביר את
nationalism,
המזרח התיכון
which
מנאמנות
wanted to
שבטית
transfer the Middle East
לנאמנות
from a
לאומית
tribal regime to a
תהליך זה
modern
לא
nation
הבשיל
state.
באופן מלא
This
גם
process
לא
did not
עד היום
come
הזה.
to be, even to this very day.
גם כאשר קמו מדינות
Even
לאום
when there were nation states in the Middle East, following the Sykes-Picot agreements from 1916, in many of them, the tribal loyalty continued to control, and this impacted all the historical processes that happened in this part of the world. The Palestinian terror and the Arab terror derived from these tribal regimes in the Middle East. Nation state formed armies in order to defend their interests. The nation state that was formed by terror militias got the title of terrorist supporting states.
היא case study קלאסי. היא case study קלאסי
A classic case study
לבחינת התזה הזאת.
to test this thesis. Anybody who fought against the establishment of the State of Israel were in those days called the
שהזדהותן
Arab
הייתה
gangs,
מחד שבטית או
and they
משפחתית,
identified with their
ומעליה
tribe and
ההזדהות עם
family,
האומה
but
הערבית,
also the identified with
מדינות
the Arab
לאום
nation and not with an Arab
בארץ ישראל
state.
התקיים אז
In the
מאבק על
land of
ההגמוניה
Israel at the
הערבית
time, there was
בין
a
משפחת
struggle
או השבט של
between
החוסייני
the family or
לבין
tribe
השבט
of
או
the
המשפחה של
Husseini
הנששיבי.
and the tribe of the
הראשונים
Nashashibi.
זכו
The
במאבק
first
הזה
ones
בעיקר בגלל
won
העמדה
this
הקיצונית
struggle because
שהציגו
of
לגבי
the
הסכסוך עם
extreme
היהודים.
position that
הכל
they held against
או
the
לא
Jews. All or
הנששיבים
nothing.
היו
The
נכונים לקבל
Nashashibis were ready to accept the UN Declaration of the State of Israel.
מי שלומד את מלחמת
And
השחרור
if you
שלנו,
study our war of independence, you understand that this was a war between an Israeli military in the making and gangs or terror groups where their doctrines were terroristic, to kill civilians,
מטעני חבלה,
sniping,
חסימת תנועה,
mortars,
בלתי מבוקר
shells.
בבנייני ציבור במרכזי הערים. אני מדלג למהפכות
I
הערבים
skip
של
to the
2010.
spring revolutions of 2010 and onward. This was a futile attempt
בני הדור הצעיר,
by the younger generation that were fed up with the totalitarian regime and tried to bring to the Middle East the nation states
עם מדינות הלאום, את הבשורה
and to bring the democratic tidings. If to quote Thomas Friedman from the New York Times, the spring revolutions managed to go up to the height of the minarets of the mosques. In other words, instead of democracy, they brought to the Middle East the Muslim Sharia regime and radical Islam like ISIS and others who represent a religious nihilism involved with suicide as a religious decree.
The revolution against the Shah in Iran in 1979 led to a non-violent coup and the regime of the mullahs, and since they were in regime they have adopted terrorism as a way of combating everyone around them. And at the days of Ataturk, Turkey went under a reform by dividing the state and religion and becoming a Western country. This era ended with Erdogan's taking of the regime, overtaking of the regime, and very confidently he is taking Turkey back to the days of Sharia. And the reasons, there are two of them. Turkey did not accept the destruction of the Muslim regime, and they were not accepted to the EU, so therefore Erdogan thought that bringing Islam back to Turkey at the same time as turning it into a regional Sunni superpower that is competing with Shiite Iran. Against this backdrop, the Muslim terrorism that began as secular and has turned religious is now everywhere, not only in the Middle East. And you must remember, religious conflicts since the dawn of time have been conflicts, the violence of which always reinvents new peaks and new records, and they have no political resolution. And why? Because because first of all, Islam as a religion does not acknowledge an other's right to exist, and also you can maybe win an army, but you cannot win a religious faith and belief. And therefore we find ourselves in Herzliya year after year to try and think of something to do. What else is left that we have not done in order to overcome this problem that is called fundamentalist Islam and terrorism? And I would like to convey the message that we must combat terrorism unrelentingly. But the Palestinian neighbors also need to be talked about. We need to talk peace with them as well at the same time. I hope you enjoy this conference, and perhaps we can make another step forward in finding the key to the solution of this enigma that's called radical Islamic terrorism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shavit, for the very interesting historical analysis and the existing situation around us in this neighborhood. And speaking of this neighborhood, we happen to be in Herzliya, and we have with us the Honorable Moshe Fadlon, the Mayor of Herzliya. The Honorable Moshe Fadlon currently serves as the Mayor of the city of Herzliya, and for over 19 years prior to his election as Mayor, Fadlon served in a variety of respected positions in the municipality of Herzliya. He has developed and nurtured the municipality's relationship with IDC Herzliya and places education at the top of his priority list. IDC Herzliya is so lucky to have a mayor like this, walking arm in arm with us and being part of the IDC family. And just on a personal note, there is something that Mr. Fadlon does in Herzliya which is very inspiring for me and many others on a personal basis. There are a number of fallen soldier families in Herzliya who have lost loved ones in Israel's wars and also succumbed to terrorism. And what Mr. Fadlon does, every corner of Herzliya, where he can name a garden or a bench or a square for one of these fallen soldiers, that's what Mr. Fadlon does. And I think it's very close to the heart also of IDC Herzliya, and we thank you for it. And Mr. Fadlon, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Welcome to Herzliya. Boker Tov, נכבדי פרופסור אוריאל רייכמן,
Reichman, the president and founder of the IDC,
Professor Boaz Ganor,
the Director General of ICT. I will be brief and will just say, distinguished audience, each in his own rank, role, etc. I'm very happy to participate in the 19th conference of ICT, which deals with a subject which is the head of the problems that bother the free will today, terror. Therefore, this conference is very important here in Herzliya, of all the academic minds, in order to enlighten this problem with its traits and characteristics. The reality in which we live is a very complicated one, and beyond the strategic and the security issues that have to do with coping with terror, there are also civilian issues that also require preparation for the future. A civil society which is resilient and united is a society that will know how to cope best with the challenges of tomorrow. The city of Herzliya is happy to be the platform to be part of the policy against terror. And we promote civilian cooperation with the Institute Against Terror in order to prepare the population. But it's natural that Herzliya will not just be theoretical arena, but also will be active if, in fact, we are required to act. I'd like to thank the IDC for the good collaboration, and I thank you, Professor Reichman, and to all the people of the Center for their contribution in many, many fields, not just in terror, in everything that they do. And a lot of thanks and appreciation to Professor Ganor for this conference that contributes so much. It's so important. And I wish you all a fruitful and interesting conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fadlon. It's now my pleasure to introduce you to one of the taller figures in the audience. His name is Professor Boaz Ganor. He's the outgoing dean of the Lauder School for Government and Diplomacy. He does not like it when we read his CV because he feels that it's on a need-to-know basis. So therefore, I will say that he is an ultimate counter-terrorist entrepreneur. And I will also say that, unfortunately, business is good. Professor Ganor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. It's a real pleasure to see this auditorium once again. Fully packed with top experts of counterterrorism from all over the world, which came, or are coming, I would say, year by year to this conference, and we are privileged to have you here with us. Maybe it's not politically correct to say it, but the mayor of Herzliya was mentioning the fact that Herzliya became a city which is known by its counterterrorism activity, and we are proud to contribute to that. So the joke says that many, not all of them, but many or most of the terrorists around the world are praying with their faces to Mecca, and the counter-terrorists are praying with their faces to Herzliya. So thank you, Mayor, for that. Professor Uriel Reichman, the president of our university, one of the 5 founders of the Institute for Counterterrorism, Mr. Shaptai Shavit, the chairman of the board of ICT and one of the founders of the Institute, Baroness Michelle Konings. Thank you for coming again to us. We have so many distinguished friends here with us, which I will fail to mention all of them. I want to mention my good friend and my colleague, General Amos Gilad. Thank you for coming to the conference. We are living in Israel, we are living in this neighborhood, rough neighborhood, under this Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. Well, those are interesting times. Those are interesting times that we are living in, and unfortunately almost every year is an interesting time in this rough neighborhood. We are going to discuss many aspects of those interesting times during the coming 4 days. Just to mention a few of them, the changing of the international relations, the changing from multi-power influence into, from one power influence into multi-power influence. The raising of the Shiite hegemony in the Middle East and around the globe, led by Iran. The ending of the nuclear deal and what will be the ramifications of that. The thrive of Iran to build and to have a nuclear capability, a nuclear bomb. The sanction regime of United States on Iran and the efforts of Iran to destabilize different regimes and different countries in the Middle East. And of course, all of that by using terrorist organizations and militias in different parts of the world. All of that will be discussed during the conference. There are also, from an Israeli point of view, some positive trends which are happening right now. And this is the relations between Israel and some of our Sunni neighboring countries, or should I say moderate Arab countries, that are fearful from the fact that Iran has a greater impact on the region. And from an Israeli perspective, this is an unprecedented opportunity to strengthen our relation with those countries that used to be regarded maybe as enemies of Israel. Shaptai was mentioning the phenomenon of the Islamist, jihadist fundamentalists led by Daesh. Also, transition time. Daesh is changing. The fashion of Daesh is now changing, and we are all puzzled. What would be the outcome of that? Would we see a new Daesh emerge, a new fashion emerge? Would we see old fashion coming in instead of Daesh? And I refer to Al-Qaeda for that matter. Would Daesh establish a new caliphate state in a different part of the world, in a different theater of jihad? Would Daesh become an under-the-radar, non-hybrid terrorist organization that inspire others, and so on and so forth? Europe is facing new challenges of counterterrorism as an outcome of the fact that many of those foreign fighters are returning to Europe, and they're coming with their families, in some cases with kids that have been born under the caliphate state. What do you do with them? What do you do with them now? What do you do with them down the road? And all of that is accompanied with the technological revolution that the world is facing in so many different aspects, cyber aspects, the machine learning, and AI, and so on and so forth. So on one hand, it's good because we see more and more security services, new capabilities in contending and preventing terrorism by using new technology. But many of those technologies are on the shelf, and unfortunately, if not now, in the near future, we would see terrorists using these modern technologies, new technologies as well. All of those subjects will be discussed in the coming 2 days here, and in the other 2 days in the different workshops at the Interdisciplinary Center in Herzliya. So did I say interesting times? Yes, those are very interesting times. And if it's not interesting enough, we are actually now a week before the election in Israel, so we will have the privilege to have few Israel prominent leaders, political leaders, that will take the opportunity to address you and to share their views about counterterrorism in general and Israeli efforts to counterterrorism in particular. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all my staff at ICT, all the dedicated staff of IDC that really did, the impossible, which is conducting this global forum, international conference, with no production company, just with the help of our students and our staff. So thank you, everybody, and the conductor of everything, which is Stevie Weinberg. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Boaz. I'd also like to reiterate the dedicated team of ICT for doing all they do. I also see the hotel is under renovation here. Reminds me of a little wrecked place in Beirut, so we could simulate maybe going into to a certain place here and maybe neutralizing the bad guys. Have a simulation game here. Anyway, so now it's time for Michelle Koenigs, Assistant Secretary General and Executive Director, Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate of the United Nations. And Michelle was appointed Assistant Secretary General, ASG, and Executive Director of the Counter-Terrorism Committee, Executive Directorate, CTED, by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres in 2017. Prior to her position at the United Nations, she was president of Eurojust, the European Union agency tasked with dealing with judicial cooperation in criminal matters, and after having served as its vice president for 5 years. In addition, she was a member for Belgium at Eurojust, of the chair of Eurojust's Counter-Terrorism team. And before joining Eurojust, she was a federal prosecutor and also served for 9 years as an expert in aviation security for the International Civil Aviation Organization, the ICAO. Without any further ado, please take your place at the podium.
Shalom, Boker Tov, et Toda. Thank you very much, Vice President Davis. I'm looking forward to your introductions. You always surprise me. I'm also grateful to IDC, ICT, and especially to Dean Boaz Ganor for inviting me to this, what I call Real Summit, where you meet with the real experts, where you are confronted with a gold mine of experience, expertise, and know-how, and where you get inspired in a minimum of time. I hope that with my speech, keynote speech, I will also be able to at least inspire you a little bit. Understand the present, prepare for the future. Every single day we wonder at the United Nations, what is the threat of terrorism? How are we going to tackle it? Who is going to tackle it? Why and when? When listening to Dean Boaz Ganor, he already mentioned a few of the trends, developments, and exactly a fortnight ago, USG Voronkov, head of OCT, and myself presented the 9th report of the Secretary General on Daesh and ISIL. And we started to say the threat is global, the threat is serious, the threat is certainly not over, especially Daesh and ISIL, in spite of the military defeat that remains a global covert network with a central command, is still having the right funding and is alive and kicking, and is certainly making use of new technologies and ICT. Furthermore, we referred to the foreign terrorist fighters returning, relocating, and transiting, and posing, because of the numbers, because of different categories. We're talking about women, men, boys, and girls, specific challenges in the respective member states. More than 100 states sent their sons and daughters to the conflict zones in the years 2013, 14, and 15. And now some of them are returning, not all with terrorist intent, but some with terrorist intent, deeply involved in the recruitment and incitement, and certainly directing or inspiring other terrorist attacks of those who never left their territory. So that becomes a real complex issue as such. But also the detention in camps, IDP camps, in all kinds of refugee camps in the conflict zones, where we see that children are being separated from their mothers, that mothers are being taken in detention without fair trial and criminal proceedings. We have been alluding to that in our report, saying that it's the member states' responsibility to look at those different situations on a case-by-case basis and to look after different possible measures such as repatriation, protection, assistance, prosecution, rehabilitation, and reintegration. I just alluded to it. Financing of terrorism is something that keeps us awake during night because since all the Security Council resolutions, starting with 1373 till now, the latest 24/62, we see that we didn't manage to get away the financing of terrorism, including for the funding of ISIL and Daesh. And finally, we also see that there is a clear link between organized crime and terrorism, and that only focusing on terrorist group and not focusing on criminal groups and making the distinction in the investigation and prosecution might also hamper good results. At the end of our report, we said, for all this kind of problems, we need a holistic, a comprehensive, an innovative, a creative, and a proactive approach. It's good to know what a threat is, but we need to look into the future and be sure that we don't miss any opportunity to work on the newly identified risks, trends, and developments. Some takeaways, some, I would say, preliminary observations. This threat, this global threat, is certainly asking for a global response. The difference between what we used to do in earlier days and now is that we need for every single case a tailored, a bespoke approach. And that means that there is no such a thing as a one-size-fits-all, because if we strive for a one-size-fits-all, we will end up with a one-size-fits-no-one, and that will not lead us anywhere. Another thing is that we need definitely more partnerships, be it public-private partnerships, with the private sector, with the researchers, the think tanks, with the civil society. We need partnerships, be it at national level, at regional level, and at international level. Now, one thing we used to do, because our legislation, everything is bounded within the limits, the boundaries of a national territory, is to look at the local situation, at the national situation. If we tackle this global scourge at local and national level only, we will not get there. We need to tackle it at local, at national, at regional, and at international level. And of course, and last thing, takeaway is we talk about the weaponization of things, the weaponization of the internet, the weaponization of social media, the weaponization of artificial intelligence, the weaponization of drones. We have never heard about this. Using innocent things like a lorry, like a car, to tackle in an active shooting or in an active moment innocent people. We have had a whole set of these events all over the last decade. So weaponization of things. In other terms, the use of items for different, for bad, for criminal, and even for terrorist purposes. Now, what is the role of the organization I'm heading, CTED, Counter-Terrorism Executive Directorate? Since many years, we do assess the Security Council resolutions implementation, the state of play of the security and counterterrorism measures in the 193 countries. And we verify everything throughout a dialogue. We look after the border management, security management at the borders, legislation, international judicial and law enforcement cooperation. We look at the national counterterrorism strategies, action plans, in what extent the financing of terrorism has been taken on board, the use of ICT for terrorist purposes have been taken on board, in what extent the member states are up and running in countering violent extremism, how they tackle radicalization in its earliest stage, online and offline, how they protect that soft targets, their critical infrastructure, how they deal with all kinds of trafficking, how they perceive their national risk on countering of violent extremism, how they perceive their risk of countering financing of terrorism. The whole set of events is being looked at. And the outcome is included in a report. I know that I'm always struggling with the microphone. I asked Shavit to get me a good microphone. I hope I reach you all. The assessments are, of course, meant to have an overview of the elements of the CT chain, and not only in one country, but in all the countries, and to ensure that once we have exchanged the recommendations with the member states, that they take care of the needed security gaps and take the CT measures in accordance with Security Council resolutions, in accordance with the conventions, the international standards and norms. But we also use these dialogues to come back with good practices, efficient practices. And the second role of CTAD assessment analysis is to indeed verify the latest trends, developments, the lessons learned, the good practices. And there we lies with the research centers, the think tanks, the universities, to see in what extent our recommendations, in what extent our dialogue and trends we perceive during our dialogue can be coupled to good research, because good data, evidence-based research will certainly drive decision-making and policy decision making. And last but not least, we offer expertise wherever and whatever is needed for, like in how to protect critical infrastructure, how to deal with the malicious use of drones, how to deal with the movement from the larger platforms to the smaller and startup platforms, or some of the expertises we have been working on. But let's now focus on a few, because we cannot tackle them all, on a few of those concerns, a few of those challenges we are facing for. And I just alluded to the foreign terrorist fighters. There is a landmark Security Council resolution that saw the daylight in December 2017, 2396, and that is calling for all the member states to take care of different measures. In a nutshell, and without taking too much risk of oversimplification of the area, which is extremely complex, we have been working on 18 guiding principles derived from different aspects of the Security Council resolution. And we have been discussing those with the member states, with all the member states, but also with the larger community, with the civil society, with the researchers, with the private sector, to be sure that what we are now promoting in the member states is going to be implemented systematically, going to be included in their policies, in their strategy. And it goes from, in fact, how to secure the borders in the 193 countries. There are huge differences between different countries. Some have done their homework, have implemented PNR, API, biometrics, databases, and are dealing with the watch lists, do this in total accord with legal frames, with the right cooperation with the private sector, in a total accord with human rights and the rule of law. But some have even not thought about having a minimum of API and a PNR, because they simply are struggling with getting the birth certificates being registered. So indeed, there are huge differences between the developed and the developing countries, and hence, again, as we stand for having a CT chain which is as strong as its weakest link, we have to remediate immediately, identify the loopholes in the system, and help those member states to get in tune with those new techniques that will help them to strengthen their elements in the CT chain. But that is even not enough. We also have to deal with counter-narratives and countering violent extremism. We have to deal with how to get proper prosecution, rehabilitation, and reintegration, as we are more and more talking about the life cycle of a foreign terrorist fighter, never seen before. We have to start identifying the first signs of radicalization of violent extremism in the early stage, online, offline, have to do this with a total multilateral, multidisciplinary approach, and have to make sure that we have a clear view on what is driving radicalization. What is radicalization to start with? What is violent extremism? And hence, there again, we need to identify all those drivers. We need to make sure that we analyze those factors leading to radicalization. And once we have identified and analyzed them, we need to use those disaggregated, quantitative data in order to have policy decision making. There are lots of initiatives that are taken in this context right now, but we are not there. The worst case scenario would be that we base our policy on assumptions. If we are faced with foreign terrorist fighters, females, we don't have to take care of any returning female because they're not a hardcore. We know for some reasons that females are the hardcore of the recruiters and of the insiders, because if they go back to their national original country, they don't have any future. We know that children have been taken care of by suicide returning foreign terrorist fighters. Think about what happened in Indonesia in May last year. We know that men can be hardcore, but not per se be the hardcore. When we say that we are entering in the scene of violent extremist right wing, we tend to say that the radicalization is only happening online. Again, the worst thing we can do is base our decision-making on assumptions. We need evidence-based research, and hence we need to liaise with the research, and that's exactly what UNCTAD is doing. But also in relation to evidence, in all the investigations, prosecutions related to international terrorism, we see that digital evidence is utmost important, hard to get in a minimum of time. So-called battlefield evidence is another hard challenge, and international cooperation is something we pronounce with a lot of easiness, but it's hard to get when it comes to quick results, and that's exactly what we need to have. Protection of soft targets, how to protect, and Mayor has just alluded to it, how to protect our cities, our vulnerable places and cities, being aware that stadiums, theaters, that churches, that sports events have been tackled. Well, there again, we have organized different meetings to reunite all the players and the local authorities and the civil society and the private sector, because the Security Council resolution says explicitly that we need to strive and establish public-private partnerships at national, regional, and international level. The same goes for the protection of critical infrastructure, where we also need strategies and action plan. In other terms, if we look at different of those challenges, respective challenges, we need certainly have good dialogue. We need to have an overview of the good practices. We need to couple those findings based on the dialogue with the member states to research. We need evidence-based research. We need public-private partnership. We need regional partnerships. But we, of course, need multinationalism, multi-faceted, multidisciplinary approaches, and of course create awareness and training at the level of the experts. Foreign terrorist fighters, yes, it keeps us awake during night. If we don't take care of the returning, we don't have risk assessment tools based on evidence-based research, we might be confronted with the effect and the consequences of this in the next 10, 20 years, and have a fueling of radicalization because we didn't take care of this phenomenon in an expert way. The use of the internet, of new technologies. We will have at lunchtime a meeting with GRN We are a true believer of this interaction. GRN is an initiative we took at CTAT in 2015, reuniting more than 100 institutes geographically spread all over the world. We're very proud to have ICT among our members. Well, this lunch will indeed be meant to see what are the new technologies, in what extent are we confronted with the misuse, the malicious use of the internet when it comes to the protection of critical infrastructure and soft targets. What about AI? What about drones? What about all those new techniques being used for terrorist purposes? I will conclude here by saying this is not the end of our story. We have put a lot of efforts in new Security Council resolutions. The two last are stemming from this year. March 2019, one on the financing of terrorism. We have to dig into the dialogue and the counter-terrorism measures, public-private partnership, the use of virtual money, the misuse of NPOs, and a lack of knowledge of the national risk on countering financing of terrorism are among the measures we need to take. And finally, nexus between organized crime and terrorism. Yes, not only to fund terrorism, not only transactional links, but also modus operandi being copied. When I visited one country recently in Africa, when the Minister of Finance told me that they had not any longer economy, but an informal a criminal economy, I started to say we need to do much more. That's exactly what this is about, joining the forces, thinking about what happens today, and being much better in doing what we have to do tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Shaptai, they changed the microphone. I don't mess around with the former head of the Mossad. You know, say something, we take it seriously. Otherwise, who knows what happens. All right. So first of all, I want to thank Michelle. You started your words here in Hebrew, which was very nice, and you said a few words in Hebrew with an Israeli accent. You sounded really good. And I want to end by telling you that we have words in Israel in Hebrew called Eshet Chayil. It means woman of valor. And I think you're a woman of valor in the fight against terrorism. And I think that your presentation here was focused and intense and to the point. And we thank you for it. And it's really in line with the ICT family. Everything you do, Boaz does, so we are one. And thank you once more, Michelle. Let's have a hand for Michelle. Now it's my pleasure to introduce you to the Honorable Member of Knesset, Israel Katz, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Intelligence. And the Honorable Member of Knesset, Israel Katz, serves as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Intelligence. He has served as a member of the Knesset for the Likud Party since 1998. And from 2003 to 2006, he served as the Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. Following this, from 2009 to 2019, for 10 full years, he served as the Minister of Transportation and Road Safety. And like I did last year, I want to thank you for 531, because it cuts 30 minutes between Kochav Yair and IDC Herzliya. The President thanks you also, because then I can get to work earlier. Okay. Secondly, I see that the train between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, they tested it. It didn't fall off the tracks. So compare it to what happened in the late 19th century when it used to take 3 hours to get to Jerusalem. Now it's going to take 30 minutes to get to Jerusalem, and thank you for your efforts on that, which we greatly appreciate. And now you have been serving since February as the foreign minister. And we hope you enjoy the challenge. And we thank you for coming to our ICT conference. We're very grateful for your coming. We know how busy you ministers are these days, because someone told us that there's some democratic process taking place here in a week from now. So we thank you for coming here. And the floor is yours, Minister Katz.
start with the breaking news out of Paris.
The world is reacting tonight to a terrorist attack and panic tonight on Barcelona's most famous pedestrian
at Brussels airport.
It seems international terrorism is winning. The opposite is true. A single terror attack may take the lives of dozens of people, but a single inspiring survivor can affect the lives of millions. For that to happen, the narrative must change. Worldwide, we're here to say enough. Let's win terrorism together. We're here to celebrate the victories of the bold, of the resilient, of the inspiring. We're here to dismantle fear. We're here to defy terror together as one movement. Enough with the media empowering terror. Enough with telling the wrong stories. Enough with being victims. We're here to say enough today to create a better tomorrow.
פרופסור אוריאל רייכמן, נשיא המרכז הבינתחומי, שבתאי שביט, ראש מועצת המנהלים של המכון הבינלאומי ללוט"ר,
of ICT, Moshe Fadlon, Mayor of Herzliya, the host, Professor Boaz Ganor, founder and executive director of ICT, distinguished guests. The institute that you have established and the international conference, that you are holding for the 19th time, are a manifestation of international connections and also a milestone in counter-terrorism. The long list of distinguished people who speak here and participate certainly show how distinguished this conference is. Please accept my greetings. Distinguished guests, I am holding the photographs of Dvir Sorek and Rina Schnerb of blessed memory. He was 19 years old, she was 17 years old. They were both murdered just several weeks ago by Palestinian terrorists. And at the same time, I am holding the photographs of the many who were murdered 90 years ago in Hebron. Many of them had long beards, many of them were young men and also women, young children. These were a tranquil community that in 1929 on a Friday night were massacred by Arabs who were their neighbors for many years before then. I'm holding these pictures here to demonstrate just how brutal terrorism is, and I'm holding them so that we may never err to think that terrorism against us grows because of despair, as many try to convince us, either or in response to some kind of policy. And if we were only to do that rather than the other, it will cease. Well, no, that's not the truth. Arab terrorism against Israel did not begin when we began with the settlement in Judea and Samaria. It has nothing to do with the situation in Gaza or in the Judea and Samaria. It didn't start in 1967, not even in 1948. It is rooted deeply in many of the viewpoints of our Arab neighbors, Palestinians, Iranians, and their proxies like Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations. We have known it from the terror attacks against Dvir and Rina, and we see it. And we see it being cultivated, and we see how martyrs are being seen as holy people. And we see how UNRWA are refusing to acknowledge our right to be here. Our right to be here is a historical, moral right as the Jewish people to have a country of our own, and therefore we must be prepared, and we must counter terrorism with determination and with a wide range of tools we have accessible to us. Recently, we are seeing a fingerprint of Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Quds force, and the Iranian axis in activity from Gaza, including use of equipment and tools we have not seen before. And he's also guiding terrorism through the Islamic Jihad organization subordinate to Iran. And this is drawing us closer to an overall campaign by Israel against the terrorist organizations in Gaza, which will take place under the terms and at the time that we will determine. And during that campaign, the top leadership of these terrorist organizations in Gaza will be taken out. And after then, Israel will have to embark upon the separation plan, to separate between the civil and military activity vis-a-vis Gaza, and to take responsibility away from Israel by building an island in the sea together with the United States, Egypt, the Gulf states, just a few kilometers away from the coast of Gaza, with desalination plants and other plants that will preserve the security interests of the state of Israel in sea and being supervised by the loads being shipped there. And I have done everything I could to make this happen right after Protective Shield, and this did not happen, and we will have to go through this round in order to neutralize this terrorism that is being directed by Iran, but we will have to lead this campaign and to separate between the civil society, the civil people living there, and the military targets like Nasrallah and Hezbollah in the north, and with Syria and everything else. When we look at the map of worldwide terrorism, we cannot make, there's no mistake to be made. We see Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria having hubs of terrorism, and all the way to the Middle East and Africa, the Sub-Sahara. And what is the common denominator to all of these areas? Radical ideologies that promote violence and murder. And what else? One small democratic state, the only one in the region that is at the heart of the storm, the state of Israel. And anywhere we look, we are dealing with a threat of terrorism, a threat that we are determined, as we have proven, to thwart. And our attention has been dedicated to the 100,000 missiles Hezbollah have directed towards us, and the project of accuracy that they are trying to promote, financed by Iran, a true threat, an existential threat to Israel. And we also see at the same time Iran and the IRGC and Quds force, headed by Qasem Soleimani, trying to establish themselves in Syria and Iraq, and to place their terrorist infrastructures just like they did in Lebanon. In Judea and Samaria and Jerusalem, we must continue to thwart terrorism and all its kinds. And in Sinai, we have World Jihad and ISIS, all trying to establish themselves, and we are also taking action there in a coordinated effort with Egypt that also has the same interests as we do. Let's add to that the cyber dimension, which is cross-border, the wide range of non-conventional terrorist threats, and you have a basket that is bigger than the challenge that we should have to face, but we are prepared for it. We are harnessing our partners to apply great pressure on Iran, and we are promoting political moves to weaken it, and it is indeed possible. this year, the UK and Argentina have joined the United States and Canada in acknowledging Hezbollah as a terrorist organization, and we continue to take action in this direction with our allies. Paraguay has also made a similar decision because of a meeting we had with them. In my last meeting with my UK counterpart, we talked about the UK following the US and also acknowledging the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard in Iran, as a terrorist organization. Germany is also playing a key role in conveying messages to Lebanon because of its survival and threats over its survival because of the existence of Hezbollah. We asked Germany to announce Hezbollah as a terrorist organization and to apply sanctions to them, as did the UK. But my counterpart there said that they view Hezbollah's activity in Lebanon the way we do, and they certainly promised considering this, and I certainly hope that a similar decision will be made there as well accordingly. Another important subject is the attempt to abuse legal proceedings to minimize our ability to take military action against terrorist organizations. I spoke about that with my counterpart in Switzerland because former Prime Minister Olmert was due to be arrested when visiting there because of his the part he played in Operation Cast Lead. And this problem has not yet been solved, but Israel will not live with such a threat, that we do not have the right to self-determination. Our joint teams are working on it, and I hope and estimate that they will indeed find an appropriate solution. Even when it comes to UNRWA, the UNRWA, which in the past was seen as a sacred entity, we see some movement. When I sat with the Foreign Minister of Switzerland, Cassis, I asked him to find an alternative for UNRWA because they are perpetuating fugitives. And I told him that he himself expressed himself in the past saying that UNRWA is a problem rather than a solution, which is a very significant thing to say. And so we decided that we will work together to find an alternative for the activities of the organization while finding also a way of talking to the United States on this. And under my auspices, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Israel has been holding some discussions on the subject. UNRWA is a very specific case when it comes to refugees, and it's actually perpetuating the case of the refugees. Israel is the only place where the refugees, which is 5.3 million people, are allowed to come back. And this problem of the refugees being perpetuated, it was one of the main incubators of terrorism against Israel. And now the U.S. administration and other countries, some of them who have also stopped the financial aid to UNRWA in New Zealand and other countries. We now have a historical opportunity to solve this problem by placing an emphasis on the humanitarian aspect and helping the refugees where they are living, but to stop the mandate of UNRWA. And this is a key aspect when we are trying to combat the roots of terrorism. When it comes to Iran, the policy of the State of Israel is clear. Only continuous pressure on Iran and its proxies can stop destruction later on. We must not lift sanctions from Iran and to go back. The Quds Force and Soleimani and the IRGC are all terrorist organizations. We must bring about an international consensus over that. We must broaden the circle of countries who define Hezbollah as a terrorist organization. We must ask UNIFIL to expose its infrastructure in Lebanon, which is against UN resolutions. And Lebanon should also claim responsibility over its land. When we collaborate with the moderate Arab countries. This is something that I find a top priority. When I held a series of meetings in such countries, in the UAE and Abu Dhabi, and with my counterpart in Bahrain, it seems to me that we have a historical opportunity to develop relations with them because of the Iranian threat, because of our shared view of these threats, because of our shared recognition that is trickling down into the idea that Israel can be an asset in counter-terrorism, but also not only in the security areas, but also in the economic areas where we can all work together. Just recently I signed an MOU with USAID, the International Aid Organization of the United States. It is a very unique agreement to work together in third world countries. We signed an agreement to work together in South Africa, in Latin America, even in the Caribbean. And I asked, and we added in our conversation, in our meeting that we had, and they were quite enthusiastic to do that. The US directors were quite happy to be working together in the Gulf countries as well, because they don't need money perhaps, but they do need the information, the knowledge, the collaboration. We'd like to work in countries such as Jordan and the area, and I told him, as I'm telling you, this is an opportunity to really do some groundbreaking collaboration and to see the positive axis in the region. The State of Israel serves as a unique hub, as a unique crossroads between the knowledge accumulated. Our collaboration, international cooperation emphasizes this. Just a few months ago, we had the Counter-Terrorism Under-Secretary Vladimir Soronko here in Israel. It is also an honor to have Ms. Konix here with us, being the head of the CTED, because it is the second year you have been here with us, and we see that as something very important. Our cooperation with CTED and with other entities that are counter-terrorism entities is very important to us. I will not go on to talk about all the collaborations and cooperations in counter-terrorism we have, but I would like to take this opportunity to thank our American colleagues. We cannot overrate how much they do for us and how much their collaboration in counterterrorism means to us as in other areas. Distinguished guests, against terrorism we cannot but fight with all our might. We must have all the intelligence tools with us. We must develop special technologies, set up forces and use them if need be. We need to have an international community that is very much aimed at countering terrorism, and therefore there is so much to collaborate upon. Terrorism is a threat that is not only a threat to individuals, but is actually a threat to our democracy, to our democratic values. It is the heart of Western modern civilization that is being targeted. At the same time, we must not forget the strength of incitement and to making the fire stronger. Many of the recent terrorist attacks have actually been incited and supported by people such as the Mufti Jamil Husseini. And as if nothing has changed in all these years, we still feel now the incitement and everything that we see. There is, seeing the Palestinian terrorists as holy people, as people who need to be incentivized, whose families need to be compensated, who need to be given salaries. Even the Palestinian Authority, who's supposed to be the more moderate partner in our battle against terrorism, and also in insisting to continue with UNRWA and this myth of the right of return, which continues to sort of feed the fire of not acknowledging the State of Israel as a Jewish state. And until a deep change in this mentality come about, and I hope it will, we have no other alternative but to counter them and to collaborate with our allies in the world. And that is why it is so important that you continue to talk as you will in this conference. We had a front against ISIS, which has been defeated which has been, which we have won, but we see some changes. We see the Shiite revolution that Iran is promoting in every way at the expense of Iranian citizens, and they're continuing to push for it. We have Al-Qaeda, we have all of these other terrorist hubs. There is a lot we can do together, we can collaborate on, and the international community must be strong. We cannot justify, we cannot accept any form of terrorism. Solutions should be on the political front, but we should counter terrorism and prevent it. I hope you have a very interesting day and an interesting conference, and keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Katz. It's I just received on my Ynet headline that 18 Iranian pro-militia killed in Syria, if you look at your Ynet. So I'm wondering what's going on around here. Is this another thing because of the conference, Boaz, or? It's on a need-to-know basis. Okay. Look at Ynet, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, now, Mr. J-Tab Jr. currently serves as the Executive Assistant Director of the National Security Branch. In this role, he is responsible for ensuring the FBI successfully executes its national security mission to defend the United States and its interests from national security threats ranging from terrorism to espionage to weapons of mass destruction. Mr. Tab began his FBI service in 1997 and has served as a firearms instructor, special agent bomb technician, and SWAT team member. Beginning in 2004, Mr. Tab served as an operator on the hostage rescue team, providing tactical support for counterterrorism operations, hostage situations, and major criminal threats worldwide. For courageous action along with critical injuries sustained, Mr. Tab received the FBI Medal of Valor and 2 FBI stars. Mr. Tab's awards include the United States Attorney General's Award for Exceptional Service for his leadership during a prominent global counterterrorism investigation, and the Exceptional Service Medal from the Director of National Intelligence for leadership in a sensitive counterterrorism matter. Mr. Tab holds a Bachelor of Science degree from Texas A&M University. Prior to joining the FBI, he served more than 7 years in the United States Marine Corps as an infantry officer, which included participation in combat operations in Southwest Asia. Mr. Tab, the floor is yours.
Good morning and shalom. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Dr. Boaz Ganor and the leadership team and the staff here at the International Institute for Counterterrorism for inviting me to participate in this year's annual conference. It is a privilege, a true privilege, to address you all here today, and I am honored to be here to represent the FBI, both as a speaker and a guest of the ICT. As Colonel Davis said, my name is Jay Tab. I won't bore you with the further details of my CV, but recognize that I've been in government service for 30 years, and I consider myself a career national security professional. I'll highlight the fact that my last job in our headquarters before assuming this role was as the head of our international counterterrorism operations, where I directed all of our activity for CT globally. And this was during the years 2014 to 2016, when ISIS was at its highest threat to the United States. Today, fighting terrorism remains a top priority for the FBI. The terrorism threat faced by the U.S., both by international and domestic actors, continues to persist and continues to evolve. I am here today because none of us can afford complacency in this fight, either with our individual nations or globally. That is why the ICT conference is so vitally important. Each year, hundreds of subject matter experts and stakeholders in the CT field descend upon this place from all over the world, leaders in law enforcement, security and intelligence leaders, private sector leaders, and academians. They come together for several days to engage with one another in one of the greatest displays of international cooperation the world has seen in the ongoing fight against terrorism. Terrorism is a persistent, global, and transnational problem, and although each nation may have its own unique threat landscape to navigate, our continued cooperation and collaboration is imperative to protect our people and our communities. My hope is that this conference and the relationships we form here will move us all a little closer to that ultimate goal. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the formation of the Counter-Terrorism Division within the FBI. The years leading up to its creation in 1999 tragically were marked by globalization of terrorism and a willingness by both domestic and international terrorists to use weapons of mass destruction to inflict large numbers of civilian casualties. On the domestic front, anti-government extremist Timothy McVeigh bombed an Oklahoma City federal building in April of 1995, killing 168 Americans. Internationally, the terrorist threat landscape associated with global jihad accelerated in the 1990s, with the February 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center and the simultaneous truck bomb strikes against U.S. embassies in Tanzania and Kenya in August of 1998. In the past 20 years, we've seen the international terrorism threat evolve from a more sophisticated, externally directed plots, such as the 9/11 attacks sponsored by Al-Qaeda, to individuals inspired by foreign terrorist organizations carrying out unsophisticated attacks, utilizing vehicles in crowded places, small arms, knives, and the like. And we are seeing similar trends with both domestic and international terrorist actors in that these lone actors are self-radicalizing. Strengthen our partnerships across governments and with the private sector, especially social media companies, is more crucial than ever to thwart these attacks. Looking to the current threat environment, counterterrorism arrests in the United States are increasing, and the FBI is on pace to exceed the number of terrorism-related arrests for international and domestic terrorism cases from last year. On the global IT front, the U.S. remains highly vigilant regarding the threats posed by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Even after the organization's territorial defeat and the fall of its physical caliphate, ISIS has not been deterred. In fact, the underdog mentality, or the idea of enduring and expanding in the face of defeat, is built into their current narrative, a narrative that is aimed at Western audiences. We recognize ISIS's commitment to advancing attacks on the aviation industry, as demonstrated in the recent bombing plot, which was successfully disrupted by our Australian counterparts. They have proven they have the capabilities required to target aircraft and airports and are intent on advancing means to overcome security measures in those environments. We also assess the threats arising from unmanned aerial systems, or UAS, are very real. Both ISIS and Al-Qaeda have repeatedly attempted to weaponize UAS, and we believe terrorists overseas will continue to use small UAS to exploit physical protective measures. The disruption of ISIS abroad brings unique challenges for all of us, with the dispersal of thousands of foreign fighters, including over 100 Americans, many of whom hold Western passports and can carry out attacks in their countries of origin. We are seeing plots within the homeland inspired by ISIS Khorasan, the organization's Afghanistan-based affiliate. An example of this includes the 2016 coordinated planned attack in which ISIS operatives in Pakistan, Canada, and the Philippines attempted a suicide bombing operation in New York City. A prime example of today's IT threat in the U.S. can be seen in an incident occurring just 2 weeks ago, again in New York City, when a 19-year-old naturalized U.S. citizen attempted to provide material support to ISIS. He was arrested on August 29th by the FBI after carefully planning to kill innocent civilians using a tactical knife, while filming and live streaming the attack via a body mount cell phone. The subject had shared with an undercover law enforcement agent a screenshot of a document which was his plan for the attack, the knife that he would use, and his swearing bayat to ISIS. Regarding al-Qaeda, its affiliates continue to garner U.S. attention. In Syria, the organization has been encouraging followers to indiscriminately choose targets for acts of violence in hopes of amassing as many Western casualties as possible. Within the Arabian Peninsula, its affiliates remain intent on launching attacks against the homeland and attacks against the West at large, advocating simple and inexpensive lone offender attacks through its magazine Inspire. The online propagandist Anwar al-Awlaki, although deceased, continues to inspire American and other English-speaking extremists to action. All told, al-Qaeda and its affiliates have grown to at least 20,000 members worldwide, the most ever. It is the responsibility of this community to remain vigilant, to continue sharing information across governments, and to keep consistent pressure on ISIS, al-Qaeda, their affiliates, and all to identify and disrupt future attacks. Despite ISIS and al-Qaeda forces, the primary international terrorism threat in the United States comes from homegrown violent extremism, or HVEs. These subjects are born or naturalized in the U.S., primarily radicalized in the U.S., have never been to the conflict zones, have never had significant contact with any foreign terrorist organization, and most have never been trained. Yet they represent an incredible threat to our country. An example of this extremism can be seen in the 2015 shooting in San Bernardino, California, where a married couple, inspired by multiple extremist ideologies and FTOs, gunned down 36 people inside a municipal government building, killing 14 and wounding 22. Fast forward 4 years, and our nation is witnessing a surge in yet another type of terrorism. If you've been tuning into any mainstream U.S. news outlet within the past few months, you're likely aware of the threat the U.S. is facing, not from beyond our borders, but from within, as we grapple with the unique challenges and devastation of racially motivated violent extremism. Across 6 days, in late July and early August, our country experienced 3 deadly attacks committed by domestic violent extremists in California, Texas, and Ohio. These attacks killed 34 people and left dozens more seriously injured. Active shooter attacks are spanning our country, and this year is the United States' most lethal year for violence inflicted by domestic extremists since 1995. When it comes to countering domestic terrorism, the FBI's primary risk is that of a lone actor who is self-radicalized and who has access to weapons. Lone actors are uniquely challenging in that they are insular, hard to detect, and we are seeing increasingly shorter periods between the lone actor's radicalization and mobilization to violence. The use of social media and the fact that it's no longer necessary to meet in person to exchange extremist beliefs and coordinate attacks makes identifying, locating, and disrupting violent extremists more difficult. This condition is aggravated when coupled with the persistent challenge posed by the increasing use of encrypted communication by our subjects. The FBI defines domestic violent extremists as individuals inspired by or associated with primarily U.S.-based movements espousing extremist ideologies of a political, religious, social, racial, or environmental nature. Within the FBI, we place domestic violent extremists into 4 categories. Racially motivated violent extremists, or RMVEs. Extremists in this category include threats deriving from bias related to race, held by an actor against a given group or people. To give an example, in 2015, Dylan Roof, a 21-year-old white supremacist, shot and killed 9 people inside a historically black church in South Carolina. And more recently, last month, a white supremacist targeting Latinos killed 22 people inside a Walmart in Texas. Violence targeted at religious or ethnic minorities may fall into the RMV category, even if the perpetrator is motivated by racial bias. Such was the case last year in 2018 when the active shooter opened fire inside the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, killing 11 people and wounding 6. Since 2000, individuals affiliated with racially motivated violent extremism have been responsible for the most lethal and violent activity in the United States. The other 3 categories for domestic terrorists include anti-government, anti-authority extremists, animal rights and environmental rights extremists, and abortion extremists. In recent years, there have been more arrests and deaths in the United States caused by domestic terrorists than international terrorists, and most of the FBI's open domestic terrorism cases are tied to RMVEs or anti-government, anti-authority ideology. Of lethal attacks committed in the U.S. by domestic violent extremists since 2000, half were carried out by RMVE attacks espousing white supremacy. Within the United States, the threat is often leaderless and decentralized, very informal, somewhat disorganized, and it regularly lacks unifying leadership. Their structure and movements are considerably different from the decades stretching from the 80s to the 2000s, when RMVEs tended to join hierarchical, nationally organized groups. As I mentioned earlier, the current rise in DT, and particularly in racially motivated violent extremism, we are seeing a significant overlap between the radicalization of these individuals and the homegrown violent extremists. With both groups, the process often occurs online and involves a significant amount of self-radicalization. The internet and social media, when used for malevolent purposes, enables individuals with violent ideologies to engage other would-be terrorists in real time and with relative privacy while escaping the need for face-to-face encounters. Domestic violent extremists within the U.S., particularly those espousing white supremacy, can find plenty of material online, including propaganda produced by sympathizers worldwide to justify, in their own minds, their violent cause. Many of the countries represented here today are experiencing similar evolution of the threat posed by racially motivated violent extremists. The FBI assesses that the attack on 2 mosques in March of this year in Christchurch, New Zealand, committed by an Australian extremist, have and will impact US-based RMVEs. The attack serves as a point of motivation or radicalization for would-be attackers, and we've noticed a tendency for our RMVE attackers to study and research the attacks committed by other white supremacists in the recent past, such as the attacks carried out by Anders Breivik in Norway and Dylan Roof in South Carolina. Facing this complex and challenging threat landscape, the FBI is employing a range of resources to counter the terrorism threat. As the lead domestic agency for combating terrorism, the FBI has steadily built and expanded a nationwide network of joint terrorism task forces. Each JTTF, as we call them, leverages the resources, skills, and authorities of federal, state, and local law enforcement and security organizations to identify and combat terrorism threats. There are more than 175 joint terrorism task forces in the U.S. They gather together investigators, analysts, linguists, and technical experts from federal, state, and local law enforcement. And together, they share information, investigate cases, and respond to incidents integrated. When a possible threat is identified, JTTF members explore all possible disruption and mitigation strategies, including federal, state, and local charges. In the U.S., about 50% of our subjects are charged with state or local violations instead of federal crimes. The FBI's efforts to disrupt plots left of boom is substantially strengthened by the partnerships and public trust, as half of the FBI's domestic terrorism investigations were opened based on information from either the public or from our partners, including international partners. This spring, the FBI added racially motivated violent extremism to our list of national threat priorities for the coming fiscal year. The move joins RMVE to homegrown violent extremism and ISIS Global as the FBI's most severe counterterrorism threat issues in the U.S. We've also participated in developing the Indicators of Mobilization to Violence, or IMVE program, which is a case management system that, when combined with qualitative investigative experience, is designed to provide a data-driven perspective to enhance our organization's understanding of terrorism subjects. The IMV takes a retrospective look in comparing investigative observations of radicalization and mobilization behaviors of past subjects to observable actions demonstrated by current subjects, thus helping us prevent an attack before it happens. Just as the FBI is committed to working with our local and state partners in the United States, we're also committed to our international partners as well. When terrorism strikes internationally, such as the shootings and bombings in Sri Lanka and the mass shootings at the two mosques in New Zealand, the FBI responds quickly, deploying experienced personnel and other investigative resources to the country of origin. Our international partnerships must include more than just information sharing. Where possible and where feasible, we need to integrate our counterterrorism efforts. We must pursue joint training, develop joint strategies, and extend our effectiveness by sharing our resources. In closing, I'm very proud to look around this room and see how many countries are invested in the same cause and the same solution. You all represent the masses of intelligence and security professionals, law enforcement officers, and private industry who are committed to bringing the best of our forces together to combat the global threat from terror. The partnerships we forge and fortify here today are going to make the difference when we leave this place and continue the fight against terrorism from our respective countries and organizations. As I've said before, terrorism is a transnational problem, and fighting it demands a strategy and partnerships that transcend borders. The FBI is committed to the fight, and we are grateful for your partnership. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jay. The United States is lucky to have you. The FBI is lucky to have you. I guess that combination of Marines and FBI is a good formula for the fight against terrorism. And Jay, we're proud of all of the FBI stars that you've achieved and for everything you do to fight terrorism. It's now my pleasure to introduce you to the Honorable Member of the Knesset, Avi Dichter. Avi Dichter has been a member of the Knesset since 2006. He is a member of the Likud Party. He is currently chairperson of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, and member of the Knesset. Dichter is a former Minister of Public Security, Minister of Homefront Defense, and former Director of the Shin Bet, the Israeli security agency. Additionally, and not less importantly, Mr. Dichter is the son of Holocaust survivors, and he also took a volunteer position as chairperson of the Foundation for the Benefit of Holocaust Victims in Israel between 2013 and 2015. And this is Israel. It's the story of Israel. Avi Dichter basically is the story of Israel from Shoah to our resurrection here as a Jewish state. And Mr. Dichter served in the Israel Defense Force in the elite commando unit known as Sayeret Matkal. And upon finishing his military service in 1974, he joined the Shin Bet, where he advanced up the ranks from Air Marshal to Director of the Shin Bet. He held this position from 2000 to 2005, a period of significant Palestinian terrorist activity, which included the Al-Aqsa Intifada, the Second Intifada, and believe me, Avi Dichter was in the midst of that Second Intifada, fighting behind every hill and tree and wherever you could be, had a huge impact on the fight against that Second Intifada. And before reaching the top post of Shin Bet, initially as an appointee of Prime Minister Ehud Barak and then Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, he served as director of the Southern District, including Gaza, director of the Security and Protection Division, a position he took on after the assassination of the late Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, and as deputy director of the agency. As Minister of Public Security, Mr. Dichter built Israel's witness protection program and formed a national crime-fighting unit, Lahav 433, modeled after the FBI and well known to many Israeli politicians. During his term as Minister of Public Security, he also introduced and signed cooperation agreements with the United States Department of Homeland Security, with Canada's Ministry of Public Safety, and with countries, European Union, and so on and so forth. One last thing. There are all kinds of politicians in Israel. The politicians come and go. But when Avi Dichter appears on the radio, I listen carefully to what he says, because he speaks words of wisdom. He speaks professionally. He doesn't speak against people. He behaves in a civil manner, in a humane manner, in the way most Israeli politicians don't behave. So I think you're a special guy, Avi. And in fact, I'll tell you, you are one of the veterans that comes every year to this counterterrorism conference, and you look us in the eye this way and not up to down. So, Avi, floor's yours.
We will conduct that as an interview. We will do it in Hebrew, so those who need the earphones, please put them on. אבי, ברוך הבא, וזה כאמור גם כבוד וגם תענוג.
It's a great honor and pleasure to host you again. Just as Jonathan Davis said, every year we are honored with your presence. Because you're afraid, he says. I don't know anybody who says to Boaz Ganor, I'm not coming. If you say to Boaz Ganor, you're not coming, you know that you should run to the end of the world. He's going to get you. But it is a great honor and pleasure to be in an event organized by Boaz and also an interview with Boaz. It's a privilege and an honor, and thank you, Jonathan, for your very warm words. Most of them were true, actually. Okay, this is a good opening to our conversation. I think we know each other about 30 years. And from your senior positions in the Shabak and until you became the head of Shabak. And I asked myself, how am I going to conduct this conversation with you? On the one hand, you're one of the greatest experts in Israel and in the world in combating terror. And on the other hand, today, you're a political person. You're the chair of the Foreign and Security Committee of the Knesset. So I want to ask you professional questions, but I also want to challenge you and ask you a less convenient question and still remain a friend. So I have to find the balance. Let me start by asking you, it's a test case. If you have to reduce or to, in essence, tell us the mantra of Avi Dichter against terrorism in one word, what is the most important sentence to understand what it means to combat terror? The only sentence I know is that the barrel of terror has a bottom. Okay, you got a 10 for that. The next sentence that's connected to that, I say it in Arabic, 1,000 mothers of terrorists will cry, but my mother will not cry. So I meant to the fact that you always said that the barrel of terror has a bottom. So you're putting the highest bar to fight terror, and you say we don't want to deal just with the corners of the problem, but to uproot it. So the real question I want to ask you, in the last 10 years, when this government were in the head of the State of Israel, what did Israel do in order to deal with the basis of that barrel, not on top, the basis of the barrel? Did we advance to actually uproot the phenomenon of terror in Israel and in the world? Our problem is that in the Middle East, math doesn't work as in other places in the world. We had 3 enemy countries, Syria, Jordan, Egypt. We have peace agreements with 2 of them, Jordan and Egypt, and today we have 4 enemy countries. It means that the range of the enemies in terror, because Syria is a state, an enemy state. Lebanon has become an enemy state because of Hezbollah, which is actually the military force, the most strong in Lebanon. Gaza became an enemy entity. It's not a state. With 40,000 terrorists of the Hamas and the Islamic Jihad, and Iran became an enemy state, and none of us know exactly why. Between us and Iran, there's no border. We have 2 buffer countries between us and Iran, Jordan and Iraq, or Syria and Iraq. And nevertheless, all of a sudden you find yourself with a state, and we have to remember, we are not a superpower. We are a state. 9 million people, 22,000 square kilometers. We cannot define ourselves as a superpower, maybe regional superpower, but a world superpower? No. Therefore, when we deal with terror in the past, or Judea and Samaria, you can work with it, and I think we all understand that in Judea and Samaria the bar of terror, although it does hit from time to time and kills, but still you know that you can fight it in other methods. After we did the defensive shield, we lowered the bar of terror. It's not the last terror that we took out of the barrel, but almost. Gaza, it's a completely different reality. Gaza has become, from terrorist organizations, Hamas, Jihadist Islam, has become a terrorist entity with military capabilities. That's completely different. It's not just an independent entity, but it's also a finger in the Iranian hand. Iran is operating subcontractors for terror. Hamas and the Islamic Jihad are only two. Hezbollah in Lebanon and also a little bit in Syria is an addition. The Shiite militia in Syria and in Iraq, and the Houthis that at the moment do not fight against us, but they bother us, because you have to remember that in Yemen the Houthis are sitting close to the Bab el-Manda Straits because our southern gate starts there. So when we deal with issues of terror, you have to ask ourselves today whether Gaza is connected to Lebanon or not, and if it is connected to what's going to happen in Iran, is Gaza connected to what's going to happen in Syria or not? Of course, Gaza is the most painful problem. It's not the strongest. It's not an existential threat, but it is a strategic threat. So, sorry, who are we talking about? A few terrorists that can decide in 36 hours to launch 800 rockets to Israel. It means they have a capability to create a threat, and they can decide if they want to paralyze areas in Israel or not. Gaza, and I say to anybody who knows Gaza, the issue of terror in Gaza is not going to end with a political act. I wish we could. I wish Egypt and Saudi Arabia would really promote some political negotiations with Gaza. The chance for this to happen, I think, is smaller than the chance that Israel is going to win the Mondial in football. So what we're left with is the military option to annihilate the military bases of Hamas and Islamic Jihad in Gaza. It's like a defensive shield, but it's not for 2 weeks, and it's not going to take 2 months. Just as in defensive shield, it took us about 3 years until finally we dried out the swamp in Gaza. That's what's going to happen in Gaza. We have to prepare ourselves security-wise, military-wise, and also politically, international. Also from a political point of view. So what's going to happen the day after? He says, okay, you did it, let's say, and you destroyed the infrastructure. I guess you have to do it with boots on the ground. You have to conquer some of the area. So what's going to happen the day after? In Judea and Samaria as well. In 2002, before the offensive shield, that was the question. They said, what's going to happen afterwards? What do we do later? In Arabic, you know, when you ask what's going to happen later, you know what they answer? Receiving the debt is better than to owe it. And I think that at the time when we embarked upon it, we didn't intend to conquer Judea and Samaria. We created accessibility to every place in Judea and Samaria until today. Today, the IDF forces can get to Jenin refugee camp, to Ramallah, to Hebron, Kalkilia, or any remote village, if you have to stop and arrest terrorists and to thwart an attack, and if the Palestinian Authority doesn't do it. But in Gaza, this capability does not exist for us. Since 1994, since the establishment of the PA. You have to remember that we didn't withdraw from Gaza in 2005. It was much, much earlier. I remember when Yasser Arafat came with his forces. Since then, we withdrew from Gaza. And the question is, why didn't we do defensive shield in Gaza as well at the time? We had to remember that in 2001 and 2, we were in a very difficult economic strait. The economic growth was negative at the time. Inter alia, because of the problems of security, investors didn't come, tourists didn't come. We had a very severe economic problem. But at the end of the day, Judea and Samaria was not reconquered, but we created this accessibility. The Palestinian Authority under Arafat at the time, they got the message, and they remained on the Israeli sword, so to speak. Mahmoud Abbas, who replaced Arafat from 2004 and 7, didn't do anything to combat terror until he lost Gaza, and he realized that unless he does something in Judea and Samaria, he's going to lose that as well. Not to the Hamas, but to Israel. Israel will not allow the Hamas to base itself in Judea and Samaria. So there was a dimension of cooperation in security, thwarting terror. But one indication to this limitation is if you look from 94, the establishment of the Palestinian Authority, in these 25 years, there's not even one case where a Palestinian terrorist attacked, killed Israelis, injured Israeli, or was planning to do it, and the Palestinian Authority stopped him, investigated, indicted him, and judge sent him to prison for a few years. 25 years after the establishment of the PA, not one terrorists went through this. So it shows you that there's no real enforcement, but you wouldn't replace that with lack of cooperation with them. After all, it does give some results. Look, the security cooperation is done by the PA not in order to please Israel, but in order to serve their own interests. They understand that unless they do it, we're going to do it. And when they don't do it, then unfortunately there are many cases like that, and we do it by entering. Sometimes we go even to the Muqatta, to the headquarters in Ramallah, in order to thwart a terror attack. In Gaza, actually, we didn't do it. Defensive shield was more in the Judea and Samaria. We didn't want to recruit all the reserves for 2 months. And so what happened in Gaza happened throughout the years. From 2001, we live in a completely different reality in the Gaza Strip. The PA gave Gaza to the Hamas, I wouldn't say on a silver platter, but they gave it on a platter within 3 days of a revolution in June. And the question is, what's going to happen in Gaza afterwards? You have to remember, Gaza belongs to the Palestinian Authority, according to the Oslo Accord. So they say, why don't you cancel the Oslo? You know, in politics, sometimes you have alternatives. You have to choose between the bad and the worst. And the Oslo failed. If you look 25 years later, it doesn't supply what people expected from it. And I think that the people then had good intentions, but the reality hit us all in the face. The first signs, I was still at the time the head of the southern region of the Shabak, and I remember when Arafat arrived the second time. He came in May, and then he came in July, I think, from Egypt, through the Rafah crossing. And in Rafah, the guy said to me, look, there are 4 black Mercedes cars that, according to the agreement, we cannot check their content. But he said, I have a problem. What's your problem? He said, Arafat is taller than the first time he went. And I said, what do you mean he's taller? What? He was stretched? No, he said, he is sitting on somebody. I have no doubt. I cannot check it. We allowed the caravan to go in, 4 black Mercedes, and in 5 minutes journey, we saw the real picture. The convoy of the president of the Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat, smuggles terrorists, 3 in the trunk, and another 4 in the car, and a very known arch terrorist is one of the arch terrorists that we all know. It happened in a parking lot here in Israel at the time, and that senior terrorist, Jabarin, lies on the back seat, and Arafat sits on him. Just imagine the president of the PA sitting on an arch terrorist.
Well, of course, he was given an ultimatum that within 48 years they should be expelled. For 48 hours they should be expelled, but he was not. Well, aside from your vast knowledge, you represent the government and the government's policy, and I think that this government, whether formally or informally, has really seen it as an objective to see the Palestinians as the bad guys rather than the good guys. And yet when I hear of your descriptions of Yasser Arafat, and I know this activity of Yasser Arafat a little bit, and I think that when you compare Abu Mazen to Yasser Arafat, then we know where we would have preferred to have a Palestinian counterpart. I think that Abu Mazen, relatively to Yasser Arafat, is good news. And of course, you can also look at all the failures of the PA and Abbas Attar, who hasn't stopped for a minute, but there's still another half glass, maybe a quarter glass that is full, especially compared to the PA of the late 1990s when you headed the Israel Security Agency, the Shabak. So maybe we should say a little bit about that as well. Look, Boaz, you know better than many people the Palestinian arena, and you know well that Mahmoud Abbas is a version, a slightly different version, but much like Yasser Arafat. He's no different. He institutionalized things that Yasser Arafat did informally, but the damage is the same damage. Show me one country in the world or one entity in the world that by law, not just as a gesture, but by law, established that to be a civil servant in the PA there are 2 ways. The first is to have a tender for a certain position, and you become a candidate, and you have a certain chance. Well, if you're not too connected, then it's just like the World Championship in football. That's your chances of winning. But another way of being a civil servant of the PA, that was established by the PA, by Mahmoud Abbas, by legislation, and it says as follows: if you're a terrorist and you have carried out a terror attack against Israel, you killed, you injured Israelis, or you tried and it didn't work out, and you've been arrested by the Israeli authorities and sentenced for several years, at that point you become a PA employee. And what is the most striking fact of being a civil servant, of being employed by the government? You get a salary, and if you're sentenced to up to 5 years, you get 1,500 shekel. If you get more than 30 years in jail, you get 12,000 shekel. And there are also all sorts of additions. If you're in East Jerusalem, Arab or Palestinian, then you get 300 more shekel. These are PA laws. And what we've done in order to counter this legislation is that we have determined in Israeli law that Israel must deduct from the money taken or passed to the PA, the taxes under Geneva law will take out the money, will deduct the money, and it's 1.3 billion shekels a year. And the deduction that has already been approved is over $500 million, and the rest will be approved soon. And this law was passed. Elazar Stern and I were the ones who wrote this law, and it was passed by a majority of 75 MKs. So it's not a Likud law. It wasn't only passed by Likud MKs, 87 MKs. And just to get a majority of 87 members of Knesset for any certain bill, that is really something. The only ones who objected were the joint party, the joint list of Arabs and Meretz. Okay, so the state of Israel does not give all the tax money because of this terrorist, but yet we are allowing Qatar with suitcases full of money to go and pay Hamas. So where's the logic in that? Well, this is a Middle Eastern logic. What can I say? I think each and every one of us understands. The Egyptians are saying, give him a slap across the face and then put his hat back on his head. So, at the end of the day, we have to understand that in our reality, when it comes to the Gaza Strip, there are alternatives. There are no good alternatives, but there are alternatives that are less bad, more bad. You know, at the time when the money went through Hamas' hands into the hands of the needy, that was a very bad system. So the upgrade of this system, and it's not Israeli money, it's Qatar money, but instead of it going from Qatar straight to Hamas, it goes through entities that can supervise better, more tightly, more reliably. To say that it's the kind of supervision that is 100%, well, no. But when you do it through organizations like UNRWA, those who know, who are really needy, who are real humanitarian cases, so you're saying instead of 100% of the money going to Hamas or 80%, only 10% will go to Hamas. Is it good? No. Can we do better? Yes. But is it reasonable in order to grapple with what's happening in Gaza, which is under humanitarian crisis for many years? In fact, Gaza has never actually kind of bounced back from the time of the 2000s, and both the Judea and Samaria and the Gaza economies are very connected to the Israeli government. And as someone from the Clinton administration said in the past, its economy is stupid. If the PA and Gaza, until now, 25 years after the establishment of the PA, they're still using the shekel as their currency, and they don't use dollars, and they don't use Jordanian dinar, and they don't use Egyptian lira or euro. They use shekels. They also understand the economic links between them and Israel. And when I hear about people saying that they should be connected to the Egyptian economy, well, there are experts here who will say we don't know whether to call it an economy or a tragedy. So Jordan maybe is not either a country that they should be connected to, whereas Israel, within 10 years, it went up from 880 billion shekel GDP to 3.3 trillion. So maybe that's a better economy. It doesn't matter which political party is in leadership and who prime minister is. The problem with Gaza is that the discussion whether we should open its gates or not to people working here. I mean, in the current reality in Gaza, you can't take the risk. If you take the risk of humanitarian cases or commerce or medical treatment, if a woman goes to medical treatment and Hamas uses her to carry out a suicide attack, I mean, in Israel, and when they tell her, when you go past areas, you're supposed to blow yourself up in the hospital. But if you start beeping when they check you, so blow yourself up in the checkpoint. And she says, but I'm going in with other Palestinians, they'll get killed. And they said, doesn't matter, you can kill them as well, as long as you also kill Israelis. And she says, well, I have something in my arm, I have a bit of platinum in my arm, so it's going to beep. So they take her to a clinic, they take out the platinum part in her hand and send her there, and in order for her not to beep. And thank God we had the information, so we stopped her anyway. So if we look at the overall picture, there are many ways to sort of help us stay above water in terms of humanitarian ways, but we can't do that when Hamas is in the Gaza regime, is actually in control of Gaza. And when you look at the parallels between Lebanon and Gaza, I mean, if you want to see what Gaza will be like in 10 years' time, look at Lebanon. What's the difference? Hezbollah and Lebanon realized that they cannot have a military coup underway, because if Hezbollah were to make a military coup. By the end of your conference, they can be finished. They didn't do that because they realized that their facade vis-a-vis the world, that the Lebanon leadership and a Christian prime minister, and also the Sunnis and the Shiites, they all have position holders, and they can even get arms through the Lebanese army, whereas the Hezbollah are really the ones who are dictating things. That's why they didn't understand why Hamas did this big mistake of taking control of Gaza. But they did, and what did Shimon Peres of blessed memory used to say? You can make an omelette from eggs, but you can't make an egg from omelets. We can't go back. We'd like to thank you, Avi, that on this very complex day when there is a lot of work in the Knesset to be done, you came here. I mean, we could be sitting here with you for 2 days and hear so many things you have to say, so many aspects. We didn't even cover the tip of the iceberg, but I think you have given us a taste of how we must counter terrorism in this area, and we'd like to thank you. Thank you. And I see Amos Gilad before me, and I want to take this opportunity to tell you that as far as I'm concerned, this man, Amos Gilad, has been a comrade, even though we have disputes and disagreements. He was in the army intelligence, and we have disagreements, but I just want to tell you, it's amazing to be sitting in a place that really heads the discussion on terrorism. And Boaz Ganor, I've known you for many years. Your intelligence and your knowledge allows us to disagree with us, and sometimes he's right. That's the problem. I won't stop you. You can carry on. No, but it's amazing to be sitting here, to have Boaz Ganor on your right-hand side, and before you, Amos Gilad. And this is a conference that is well worth participating in, even if there are also votes on very important laws in the Knesset at the same time as we're going to have tonight. Thank you very much.
I'd like to call on Miri Eisen to lead a talk here with Major General Amos Gilad and the Honorable Joel D. Rayburn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to be opening this session. It's going to take place, most of it in English, as we have an addition I'll talk about in a moment, but at the beginning I will warn the English speakers. Amos will be speaking in honor of Colonel Moreno in a moment in Hebrew, so there will be a little bit at the beginning. This session we are going to be talking about challenges as we look into the future, and for this session we're going to be broadening out from the specific Israeli arena, and we've brought on board foremost Israeli person to be able to talk about it, and a U.S. one. So the speakers in this session are going to be what you can see here as they're seated already: Major General Amos Gilad, spoken before about Avi Dichter. He served as the Director of Policy and Political Military Affairs at the Ministry of Defense, but really during his 30 years of service at the IDF, Amos has been, among other positions, the head of the Military Intelligence Research Division, the IDF spokesperson, the coordinator of government activities in the territories, and the military secretary of Prime Minister and Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin. Today, Amos is a lecturer and researcher at the Lauder School of Government Diplomacy and Strategy at IDC. In addition, today we have from the United States joining us the Honorable Joel Rayburn, who today is serving as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Levant Affairs, and for the session itself I'm going to focus on the fact as Special Envoy for Syria. He previously served in the administration as a senior director for Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon at the National Security Council. And the two of them are going to be talking a bit as we go on about the threats of where we are right now. I'm going to ask Amos to please, Mr. Gilad, to come up here, please, and give a few words about Colonel Moreno in honor of the session itself. And after that, we'll start discussing the issues. Amos, please.
Yes, ma'am. בוקר טוב, זה כבוד גדול לדבר על סגן אלוף מורנו ז"ל, שהוא מופת לגבורה, לאומץ לב, למסירות למדינה. הדברים האלה הפכו למיתוס והם ידועים. אני רוצה להקדיש את הדברים שלי לצד הלא ידוע. עד היום התמונה שלו אסורה בפרסום. כשממשלה או ראש ממשלה או שר הביטחון או הרמטכ"ל מקבלים החלטה, כמובן רגישה בנושא ביטחון, הם צריכים לדעת במה מדובר, מה תמונת האויב. על בסיס תמונת המודיעין הם עושים הערכת מצב ומחליטים אם לעשות או לא לעשות. אני לא מגזים בכלל אם אומר שסגן אלוף מורנו שייך לקבוצה מאוד מצומצמת, או אם אני אשתמש בפסוק הידוע, מעולם לא היו חייבים כל כך מעטים, כל כך הרבה, כל כך מעט, קבוצה מצומצמת של אנשים שאפשרה לממשלה להבין מה קורה כל הזמן, 24/7, כדי לקבל את ההחלטות הנכונות. זה מחייב אומץ לב, לצערי אי אפשר להיכנס לפרטים, יש פה כמה מאנשים חשובים ביותר בקהילת המודיעין שמבינים מה אני מדבר, אבל אני כן רוצה לשתף אתכם שאילולי אנשים כל כך אמיצים כמו סגן אלוף מורנו ז"ל,
brave people like Lieutenant Colonel Moreno of blessed memory, our country would be like a blind man in a chimney, and the decisions would be accordingly. So I'm talking about big security decisions made, big security successes that were rooted in the ability to intimately understand what is happening beyond enemy lines. And Moreno is really the prototype, the model, the role model that very few are like, that made it all happen. And not only that, he was of course exemplary in terms of his dedication and in terms of his courage, and that's why he really is a national hero. I've been asked to speak about him here, and I see that as a great privilege, and I really mean it. I'm not just trying to be polite. He is the kind of people who I absolutely adore, admire, honor, appreciate. If it weren't for people like him, we would certainly have made errors that would have brought us great turmoil. So I stand here saluting him on behalf of us all, and thank you for the privilege, for the ICT's privilege given to me to say, just a little bit of what I can say, because if I can talk to him about him for 25 hours, I'd be able to do that effortlessly, because he made such a unique contribution in those areas that will never be known, just like his picture that to date can still not be published. So thank you.
Thank you so much to Amos Gilad for speaking about Colonel Moreno, really somebody who is, for all of us, such an important figure. We're going to open up this session right now. I'll remind you all it's September 9th, and I'm going to talk about a few buzzwords before I ask the question. Are we talking this morning about drones? That was in the last 24 hours. Rockets? That's been pretty much in the last hour. Perhaps tunnels, weapon convoys. Are we talking about Syria, Hezbollah, Iran, about the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Shiite militias, strongmen, Kurds? Are we going to zoom out? Do we need to talk about Russia in the arena, Turkey in the arena? And I put that all out there as the opening session to be able to talk about it from both the U.S. and Israel perspective and policy, and I hope to do so with these two gentlemen right now. So, Mr. Rayburn, I'm going to address you in Israeli fashion as Joel. We just met, but we're in Israel. We do things informally. And what I'd like to hear from you at the beginning is to try to describe the U.S. policy towards the Syrian arena from your position as the special envoy for Syria in the United States right now. Please.
Thank you very much. I want to start by thanking Dr. Ganor and the IDC for the invitation. Boaz probably doesn't remember, but I met him when he used to come to West Point when I was on the faculty there as a major. In the months and couple of years right after 9/11, when on the U.S. side, we were casting about for expertise to help us understand, define the problem of terrorism that we were dealing with, something that we hadn't expected. And Boaz's advice was invaluable, and it still is. So thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. In my role as the U.S. Special Envoy for Syria, I'd like to describe today the way the team inside the U.S. government that works on Syria defines at least the major part of the problem that we're dealing with in Syria. President Trump earlier this year gave us some very clear marching orders within the U.S. government that we were to pursue three interlocking, I'll say, goals in Syria for U.S. interests. The first was to complete the campaign against Daesh, having seen the end of the territorial caliphate, then, in other words, for us to undertake the activities necessary to make sure that Daesh can't return. And having been through a similar movie several times in Iraq next door, where we have a military victory over a militant group that's trying to hold territory, then when we take the territory, we know that if we don't do what comes next and actually solve the underlying factors that led to the rise of that militant group, then we're probably going to be back doing the same thing over and over again. So the president wanted us to avoid that outcome in Syria. Second, the president instructed us to seek the complete withdrawal from Syria of all Iranian-commanded forces, including but not limited to Lebanese Hezbollah. And this is something, of course, that's become more and more important over the last couple of years, seemingly with every passing week. And third, the president directed us to seek a political resolution to the Syrian conflict in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2254. So inside the U.S. government, we think that both the Daesh problem and the Iranian regime military problem in Syria are symptoms of the overall conflict. They're not the cause of the conflict. So if we are, the thrust of our strategy is that if we are to solve problems number one, Daesh, number two, the Iranian regime in Syria, that we sustainably, so that we don't keep dealing with them generation after generation, then we have to, three, get the resolution to the underlying conflict. And that's why we work so hard in the peace process, the political process, in concert with the UN. What I would note is that, let me track a little bit of the development of the way we see the situation in Syria. In spring 2017, it became apparent to us that the IRGC Quds Force and Qasem Soleimani had shifted the main effort for themselves in Syria from participation in the Syrian civil war on the side of Bashar al-Assad to the establishment of their strategic ground line of communications connecting Iran to southwestern Syria and the Bekaa Valley, and establishing Iranian regime power projection platforms within Syria that could be used to threaten Syria's neighbors, first and foremost, Israel. A little closer? Okay, sorry. In other words, that having reached, having gone as far as the Iranians felt was in their interest in retaking territory on behalf of Bashar al-Assad, they decided to take territory on behalf of themselves and to establish a new threat to Syria's regional neighbors using missile outposts, armed drones, and establishing bases for IRGC Quds Force militant proxies. And we've seen that happen this has intensified over the last 2.5 years. This amounts to an unprecedented Iranian regime invasion, military invasion of the Arab world. And we think it's the single most destabilizing factor in the conflicts that span the northern Middle East right now. And it is the factor that creates the most risk that the Syrian conflict could explode into a regional or an international conflict. And for those of us in the U.S. government who work on Syria, this has something of a feel of the summer of 1914 to it. That the Iranians, in a way that I think those of us who study them believe is more reckless than we ever thought they could be, Qasem Soleimani in particular, are playing with fire in a situation where the world's superpowers are on the scene. Israel is on the scene. Turkey is on the scene. So they continue week after week. It's rare that a week goes by without an incident that couldn't escalate into a regional or even international conflict. And this is deliberate provocation by the Iranian regime through Qasem Soleimani. We now have a situation, so I'll wrap up, where it appears that it is Assad regime policy to enable this expansion for whatever reasons the Assad regime has, to enable this expansion of IRGC power projection into Syria to be used against Syria's neighbors. And the Russians also risk the perception that they are extending air defense cover to this extension of IRGC power projection into Syria. It appears to some of us that the Iranian regime has decided to try to create a North Korea versus Seoul type of existential threat to its regional adversaries. In other words, to establish multiple missile threats and armed UAV threats, as well as additional ground threats that move the red lines throughout the region and can existentially blackmail the Iranian regime's rival adversary capitals. So that's Israel, that's Saudi Arabia, that's the UAE in particular. And this is the problem as we would define it right now.
I think that was one of the most interesting, very clear descriptions of a threat. In a moment, I'm going to ask you afterwards also about the response and the policy, because I'm not sure that in that stage I'm going to see the U.S. response in that sense to that aspect. Because here I want to hand over Israel and that area that we call Syria, let alone Syria, Lebanon. In Israel, we tend to call the threat the northern threat, as opposed to just the Iranian threat. And I'd love almost for you to expand as you see this threat. I'm sure that there are lots of things that you agree with Mr. Rayburn, but I'm also interested in the places where you think that perhaps there are differences between the U.S. view of the threat and that Iranian central aspect of it, and between the way we see it in Israel.
Thank you. Let's begin by thanking the United States. I've served decades in the Army and the Ministry of Defense, and I do have deep appreciation to the friendship, unique friendship between the United States of America and Israel. I'm considering U.S.-Israel friendship as a major pillar in our national security, and I would like to salute you. However, like the British judges used to say, I would like to share with you some concerns I do have in my mind. The Iranian threat is the worst one. Iran used to be our best friend, Iran. Is determined to destroy Israel. It sounds like political propaganda, but it's true. And they are implementing their vision. And they do have, I think, brilliant plan. The first pillar is Lebanon, so-called Lebanon, sovereign country, member of the United Nations, that has become Hezbollah. The whole area between Beirut and our border has become Hezbollah. Hezbollah means it's a dependent entity at the expense of sovereign Lebanon. For example, if Hezbollah attacks Israel, and by this attack Lebanon will be exposed to retaliation, the only one that takes decision is Nasrallah or General Qasem Soleimani. And Lebanon does have president, and he's the supreme commander of the armed forces of Lebanon. He will hear of the Hezbollah attack on Israel from the TV. And they do have ambitious plan to build in Lebanon some layers of capabilities against Israel. Rockets, 150,000 rockets aimed to all parts of Israel, against the population, not against the IDF. Second layer, missiles. The missiles are accurate, unlike rockets, and armed UAVs, drones, and so on and so on. That's the first part. The second part is Syria, another weak state that the Iranians are using it in order to build second front against Israel, to build like siege on Israel. It's one belt without one road to Israel, if I use a Chinese policy, siege on Israel. And they are going to do the same in Iraq, very weak state, and to use the huge area of western Iraq against Israel, and Iran itself with the missiles, and at the top of it, the nuclear program. Now, with all due respect to our friends in Washington, I'm very worried today. Why? Because I don't understand, in Middle East, words are not enough. If President Trump, with all due respect, is ready to meet President Rouhani, I think he is the best or the worst cheater in the world.
he can sell you everything and you believe him. And he has described Iran under dramatic change. We change. They are threatening us with rockets, with missiles, with terror, with nuclear. And he is ready to meet with him. To do what? To have agreement. Which agreement he can achieve, United States, with Iran? The only agreement they can achieve is very similar to the agreement that all of us hate. Namely, delay the timetable of nuclear program, not to give it up. It will not include, I can assure you, missiles, rockets, ballistic capabilities, drones, and the continuous effort to build Iran around us. So I must share with you, this is my opportunity, to share with you our deep concern. And if it happens, I'm worried about the example of North Korea, because North Korea means he will not give up his vicious regime and the nuclear included, and it might repeat itself. It does, the last sentence, it does have the potential of undermining the whole structure of United States supremacy in the Middle East, because the Arabs will not trust the United States. And for Israel, even our Prime Minister said, I'm not going to consult or share with the President my opinion about with whom he needs to meet. If President Obama did it, he would share with us his opinion. I'm very worried about it, and in this ICT, I need to share with you my deep concern.
So I think that that's a fascinating way to open up, in that sense, a discussion here, to present it. And I don't want to put you on the spot, Joel, because at the end you are in an official position. And right now Amos has the distinct advantage that he can say what perhaps in the past would have been more difficult when he was in an official position. But look at what just came up. If it was official,
I would say the opposite.
It's okay. That's part of the fun of being outside the official positions. Because think about it for a moment. You presented here 3 main goals: anti-Daesh, the withdrawal of the Iranians in that sense, and a political resolution. You at least did not mention the nuclear issue. And Amos stands up and says, Iran, 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 and puts those 3 different levels of the different arenas. And I'm going to hand it back and say, yes, special envoy to Syria, to try and address Syria. Obviously, Iran is in the room. How do you bring those things together when you're talking about U.S. policy?
Thank you. I'll speak my mind, even
hey,
as an official.
Even better. To your mouth.
Different aspects of the Iran problem. The U.S. team is pretty clear-eyed about the nature of the Iranian threat. And so our guidebook on this is the 12 points that Secretary Pompeo laid out in 2018 about the conditions the Iranian regime would have to meet in order to come to an agreement that the U.S. would find acceptable. So the nuclear issue is a very prominent one on that list. It's not the only one. State sponsorship of terrorism, missile proliferation, and the thing that came straight to our team, myself and Ambassador James Jeffrey, who's with me on the Syria team, was the aspect that I mentioned, that the U.S. seeks the complete withdrawal of all Iranian regime commanded forces from all of Syria. So
I'm going to jump in for a moment because I wanted to keep on talking. This is with you. The position that you're in right now as special envoy to Syria is essentially there is no U.S. ambassador to Syria, right? So you're not there. So tell us how you go about things like that when the United States is not there. I mean, at the end, there are other countries that are there. Russia is there. Iran is there. How do you enact these kind of things when you are not there?
Okay, so Secretary Pompeo's 12 points signal to the Iranian regime that if at the end of the day it wants to get out from under maximum pressure, that one of the things it's going to have to do is get out of Syria. So our Syria policy and our Iran policy, our strategies for both are inextricably linked. We also see them coming together, for example, and right now the U.S. team has the goal of driving Iranian oil exports to zero. One of the most important channels for Iranian oil exports right now, as we've famously seen in the last couple of weeks, is Iranian regime oil exports to the Assad regime, which enables the Assad regime to keep the killing machine going and also generates cash, as we've been told, that Qasem Soleimani can then use to keep Hezbollah going, keep Hamas going, keep Islamic Jihad going, and so on. So it's a pernicious circle. So that's the way in which these are just some of the main ways in which our Syria strategy and our Iran policy are connected. The things we're not on the ground in a lot of Syria. We're in some of Syria, and so by being in the Daesh campaign in northeast Syria, for example, we deny some strategic resources, we deny some terrain, just as a matter of course, not as a matter of a military mission, but the fact that we're there, we deny the Assad regime and the Iranian regime access to that territory, which they would dearly love to have. So the rest of our tools are from the outside in, mostly. This is political pressure, isolate the Assad regime, particularly on the question of its enabling of the Iranian regime's power projection, and secondly, economic pressure against the Assad regime and its allies to show them, again, it's a quasi maximum pressure campaign against the Assad regime for it to alter its behavior, such as prosecuting the war against its own people and enabling the Iranian regime to project power.
So you've gone around in that sense, and as I'm listening to him, Amos, I'm thinking to myself, with great appreciation of the United States of America and of that very special relationship that we have, Amos, we're not the 51st state. We're Israel. When we look, you focused very strongly on Iran as the threat. Can you share with us perhaps some of the potential, perhaps that there is, of looking at it and also seeing something not optimistic, I would never say that kind of word here, but potential for new alliances in the Middle East because of the threats that you're talking about right now, things that could change within the Middle East?
Before that, I would like to begin again with deep appreciation to U.S. That's why I'm so concerned. Because previously, we used to divide our jobs. The United States has dealt with late Soviet Union or Russia today, and today we are like alone. We need coordination with the Russians in order to be able, allegedly, to attack the Iranian infrastructure. United States has declared war very successfully. It ended against Daesh. We are the only ones who are attacking Iranian forces and Hezbollah in Lebanon, in Syria, and allegedly in other parts of the Middle East. I need to be very cautious because everything is allegedly. So maybe what I'm saying is not true. Let's assume it's true. We are the only ones. With all due respect to Israel, some of us think that we are global superpower. I would like to share with you a secret. We are not. We are regional power. Regional power. And the IDF has very impressive capabilities. However, it's only Israel. And the United States is not translating the 12 principles of Pompeo. That's why I'm so concerned about the potential meeting between Rouhani and President of the United States. Where? In New York. I'm recommending you to be concerned as well. And the way I see it, today they have tried, the Iranians, to launch rockets or whatever against Israel. They have tried it before. You don't hear about it because it fails all the time. However, I feel we are alone. Now, Iran embodies strategic threat to the whole Middle East. They are attacking Saudi Arabia. Unfortunately, the Arabs are not doing their best to attack back. However, they are frightened to death from Iran. And we are lucky, after long efforts, to have unique security, defense, and other areas of cooperation with the Arab countries. It's a dream. That's not the topic, so that's why I'm not going to talk about it. For Israel, it's strategic asset. However, it's very difficult to me, to be very polite, to imagine the Arabs attacking Iran in spite of the fact that for Iran, Saudi Arabia, under this regime, must disappear. So it means, and I hope I'm wrong about the whole analysis, we are more and more alone. And that's not recommended to our national health, because in the horizon, what I can foresee, that our conflict with the Iranians will be bigger and deeper. And if Iran feels, that's the last sentence, if Iran feels that there is no real threat to Iran, because President Trump has said, I'm not going to use a military option, in spite of the fact that the might of the U.S. Air Force or the armed forces of the United States is unbelievable. It means they feel immune. And they will continue. They will continue to invest huge resources in spite of the fact that they are suffering from economic difficulties in Iran. So we are dealing with ideological, religious enemy, and I feel we are more and more alone in spite of the fact that there is no substitute to our unique cooperation, intel operation and so on with the United States, our main friend and major pillar in our national security.
Joel, I'd love to hear in a sense how you respond when you talk about that aspect, both of the U.S.-Israel and the differences that we look at this. Because I think for each one of us here, Amos, you've been a leader, certainly in Israel, and I would go so far as to say for the last 25, if not 30 years, highlighting the Iranian threat. And I think that the United States has gone through very big differences in the way that they view the Iranian threat, because I want us to end at a zoom out for a moment. The United States is a world power. There's this other country called Russia. There's this relationship with you and Turkey. We're a regional power. So I'd like you to do a little bit of a zoom out and try and address it in a sense, as both Amos spoke about it together, how we feel alone, and how the United States steps in on this issue.
Well, I want to assure you that there is virtually no daylight in the way that the United States sees the problem and the way that we know that our Israeli allies see the problem.
And acts on it?
So you can see, first of all, President Trump has shown in some major ways that he will take the decision to use U.S. military force to protect U.S. interests and those of our allies when he deems it appropriate to respond to the threat. That, for example, he's done consistently against Daesh and other terrorist threats, and he's the first U.S. president to use military forces against the Assad regime, for example. So he is willing to use military force when he deems it appropriate. And I believe that the U.S. administration and our Israeli allies share strategic goals in Syria, and this is one of the reasons why I'm here. I didn't just come to of course I came at the invitation of Boaz, but I'm here, and our teams are continually here to coordinate very closely with our Israeli counterparts. It's why we meet in a trilateral format and so on. And we have we've made it very clear, and we'll continue to do so at every opportunity, that we share Israel's assessment of the threat against Israel as well as against U.S. interests, and that we support fully Israel's right to defend itself against that threat. And we're not going to do anything to slow down Israel's freedom to act against the threat to protect itself. And this is a message that we make clear to everyone in this arena, including to our Russian friends. And when we sit down at across from the table with our Russian friends to talk about Syria or elsewhere in the region, one of the very first things that's discussed is to clarify again that both we and Russia must agree that Israel's right to defend itself has to be protected.
Amos, I'm going to let you say at the end here also, in a sense of what makes you scared and what makes you hopeful? You're known as the prophet of doom, so the scared part perhaps is more well known.
Because of the time, what is optimistic in Middle East is experienced pessimistic. Look, with the Russians, for example, there is one of the conditions is to remove Assad. Assad, by the way, it's very important to this conference, was born in 9/11. Yes? I'm not sure you know about it. He's cutting cake every 9/11. This is mega psycho terrorist. The feasibility he will step down without being killed. In Syria, the Alawites step down. Either they get killed, somebody kills them, they are killed, or they are poisoned, or they have invented something creative in the world. General Canaan has committed suicide with 3 bullets. Only in Syria, by the way. So if there is any illusion that Assad will step down, he will not. The Russians will not allow it. And he will continue, he will build army, armed forces, and the presence of Syria under the auspice of Russia. I don't have time to elaborate it. I am optimistic that this problem will continue. I'm not optimistic we won't be alone. Thank you.
How's
And I would
that
like
for
again
that?
to thank you, my dear friend, about the whole cooperation. There is no alternative. It's not contradictory to what I've said, because our cooperation with the United States, I'm talking about security, intel, and so on, is wide and qualitative, unprecedented. Thank you.
I want to thank both of our panelists today for giving us the opportunity to hear a bit both of the U.S. policy, of the Israeli position, to see both the differences and where we come together. I'm going to repeat in that sense both what Amos said. I think that the Israeli-U.S. relationship is one of the things that strengthens the fact that this conference is dedicated to 9/11 and that date. So today from September 9th, we're going to end this session here in pessimistic optimism and hope that as we go on during the next few days, we'll be able to learn more about these issues. Thank you, gentlemen, both very, very much. And I hand it back on and over to our masters.
Thank you, Miri, for a great job. Love hearing Amos Gilad on pessimism and optimism. It's great stuff. Now we have two keynote speakers between us and lunch. And those two keynote speakers are Major General Yair Golan and Lieutenant General retired Vincent Stewart. I'm going to begin by introducing Major General Reserves Yair Golan, who is a candidate for the Knesset for the Democratic camp. And General Golan most recently served as IDF Deputy Chief of Staff, and in an IDF career spanning nearly 37 years. His assignments have included Commander of the Northern Command, Head of the IDF Operations Directorate, Commander of the Judea and Samaria Division, Commander of the Home Front Command. He received his Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science at Tel Aviv University, a Master of Public Administration from Harvard University, and if you ever want to get a PhD, we offer PhDs at IDC Herzliya, so when you finish your political career, you're welcome to come to us and do a PhD. Without any further ado, the floor is yours.
תראו איזה צהריים מעודד זה. לא רק שאני יודע מה הקריירה הבאה שלי, אני יודע אפילו מה הקריירה אחריה. אז באמת תודה רבה.
Thank you very much. Because the time is short, I'll discuss three main things. The first one is a basic approach towards national security. Second one will be the Palestinian arena. And the third is the northern Iranian front. I'm tying them both together. So let's start. When someone deals with national security matters on the level of decision makers, there is a central question. Is the approach going to be optimistic, action-oriented, or passive and pessimistic? In real life, there's never 100% optimism or 100% anxiety. But you ask yourself, where are you situated? Where is your country situated in each and every moment when they deal with the challenges of national security? The years that started the Oslo process and ended, each one can put it wherever you want it. I think they ended with the end of the disengagement in 2005. There were years that with all the huge challenges, there was an optimistic approach on the Israeli side. We thought that we are going to shape our own destiny for the benefit of future generations. We're waiting for nobody. We're taking an initiative. We're not waiting for anyone. We're going to take risks, and the risks were huge indeed. In those years, what happened is actually, on the one hand, a great change, a very big change in our basic situation, and I'll discuss it later on. But each process, Oslo and the disengagement, they ended with some disappointment, particularly vis-a-vis the expectations that were created amongst the public. And this disappointment that ended in 2005 pushed Israel and the Israeli view to a very pessimistic spot. Those who felt, the one to feel this more than anybody else is our current Prime Minister. And when the basic approach is pessimistic, passive, and it is anchored by fears, so he found a really good ear with the public, because Israel is not a superpower in this region, as Amos Gilad just stated. It is not a very strong state, as Amos Gilad stated 2 minutes ago, but it is actually a state that is on the verge of annihilation at every given moment. And this sentiment was reinforced again and again and again and pushed Israel to a place where, vis-a-vis its main issues, it is practicing a policy which is more passive, more controlled. There are some positive aspects and some very negative ones as well. So first and foremost, we have to understand where exactly are we situated, and this is what I'm trying to bring to the political arena. I am all for a more optimistic approach, being more sure of ourselves, daring to take more risks, but we have to draw conclusions from what happened in recent years when we were optimistic in other periods of time. So this is a basic approach to life. From here onwards, I would like to analyze the two arenas that I mentioned earlier as main fronts. As for the Palestinian arena, so to speak, our estimation of what had happened between Oslo and the end of the disengagement, our estimation was wrong. And I'm referring to what the Israeli at large believes. There is a tendency to say that Oslo was a disaster. There is an Israeli intellectual that put out a booklet that is titled The Oslo Catastrophe. And the disengagement, what did the disengagement do? It brought about all the attacks of the missiles and rockets and actually disrupted life in the southern area of Israel, completely disrupted it. These two statements are, as far as I see it, very far from reality. And what do I mean by that? We tend to forget the reality that happened here prior to Oslo. But if you really miss those days, I can share some personal experiences with you. We can share them together. Are we really looking forward to those demonstrations that happened in Nablus, or to chase terrorists around the Kasbah of Hebron? It was wonderful, wasn't it? Is this what we are longing for, what we are wishing for our children and grandchildren? I doubt that. We forget how much the friction within the Palestinian cities, the daily friction, was very demanding and highly problematic. The reality that Oslo brought about is a reality of separating life on a very broad spectrum, not perhaps complete separation, but quite broad separation. The disengagement, and here we have a very short memory as well, although we're only 14 years after it happened. And I remind you that the attacks of missiles on the south of Israel started in 2001, and they were very extensive. So the mere fact that we were situated in Gaza did not prevent the missiles coming towards the southern areas. And I remind you of another thing, that the terrorist attacks against the IDF soldiers, against the Jewish public in wherever around Gaza was huge in dimension. Between 2000 to 2005, we lost 175 Israelis in terrorist attacks in Gaza or coming out of Gaza. Since 2005, the end of the disengagement, until these days, 121 Israelis were killed, and this includes all the main operations like Kastled, like the other main operations in Gaza. The rate, and I don't think this is the only index to measure security, but it dropped by 2/3. We have to take this into account when we miss those long gone days. However, what comes next? And I'll say the following. The state of Israel is now facing a decision that's going to decide its life, actually. Are we headed towards annexation, or towards separation. Don't think about it as to what's going to happen next month or in the upcoming year. I don't know if we can achieve what I'm going to describe in close proximity of time, but we have to decide where are we headed, what do we want to see happening. If you are talking about separating from the Palestinians, then what we need to do in the field has to be directed there. And if we're talking about annexation, that could happen also tomorrow morning. So what we're doing out there in the field has to be directed there. I'm asking myself, what will better ensure the security of Israel? And I have no doubts there. Separating from the Palestinians is vital. Because the idea of including 2.5 million Palestinians, I think it's the end of the Zionist enterprise. And of course, not to mention those who think that Gaza should be annexed again. We have 4.5 million Palestinians amongst us. Even in the lighter version of 2.5 million Palestinians, the reality that will be created in Israel in the demographic terms is 38% Palestinians, 62% Jews, and I think this is the end of the Zionist enterprise. I would like to to this topic from two different directions. Different people, quite wise people, are raising all sorts of ideas of a confederation or a federation. I think ideas like that are possible amongst the populations to cooperate on some level. I do not think that this is the situation between us and the Palestinians in Judea and Samaria. And so federal or confederation ideas would fail. This is one direction. It usually comes from the left wing or the far left. Another idea that I keep hearing about and is quite prevalent amongst the religious Zionists, the right hand of the map, is an idea that says a very simple thing. The situation currently is wonderful. What are you complaining about? There's full autonomy for 95% of the residents, of the inhabitants. They live in places where we hardly intervene. They have their own government. They manage their internal affairs by themselves. So where is the problem? So I'll tell you what the problem is. The current situation where 38% is by Palestinians and 62% is by us. It's just the same percentage as the population I mentioned earlier. And a situation where the daily routine of the Palestinians, the moment they go from one area to another, is ultimately going through friction with Israeli IDF. This is not a stable situation. I don't think that we can let go of it tomorrow morning, but it is not a situation that can create stability for the long term. It will continue fueling the Palestinian violent sentiment, the wish to shake off the Israeli rule, and it doesn't really entail any hope for a quiet future. And so, every Israeli government should ask itself, how does it stabilize the situation for the long term? And for the long term, I think we need to separate. And I'm aware that no separation will be complete. I would like to mention several parameters that are relevant as of tomorrow morning. One, isolating the Judean Samaria area with some external forces. We did not do it in Gaza. We received many weapons that came from Egypt to the Gaza Strip. In Judea and Samaria, we have to be present at the Jordan River, as long as we feel that lack of control there will create the flourishing of terrorist organizations there. Number two, freedom of operation in Judea and Samaria. Today, we actually find out 70% of the terrorist operations that are planned prior to their happening. Of course, we cannot let it go. But the extent of our operational freedom has to fit the level of violence or potential violence which is in the Palestinian territory. Right now, we cannot let go of it. These are two aspects that are security aspects, but there are others. One is infrastructure. Our infrastructure and the Palestinians are incorporated. Geography is incorporated. And the conditions that have been formed thus far entail very close cooperation. This refers to water, electricity, sewage. So cooperation has to be of the highest level. 2, commerce. Commerce and trade right now are under quite significant limitations within Judea and Samaria going towards Israel, and of course Judea and Samaria and Gaza Strip. I think that in this respect the state of Israel can take a risk. I think it's minuscule, almost negligible, and encourage trade in order to contribute to the Palestinian economy. And 3, separating lives. We have reached with quite a lot of work to separation. While we had done a lot of infrastructure investment, we separated their lives from ours. This decreases friction and contributes to security, but we can do much more. When I was commander of Judea and Samaria, we started creating the infrastructure in order to prevent friction there, inside Judea and Samaria. I don't know if people here remember it, but we started building a wall around Bet Aryeh, Ariel, Gush Etzion, and Immanuel. You can see the remains if you go and visit there. Why did we stop doing that? We stopped doing that because politically wise, it was a very clear statement. These are our future borders. And I think we're going to pay a price later on. We need physical borders. Moreover, we need borders in our consciousness so that we can limit the right, messianic right that is taking us to dangerous areas in Israel. Borders start here and here before it is out there physically in the field. And these borders today in Israel are required more than any other time in the past. And from here going on to Gaza. In Gaza, we find ourselves in a situation where we see lack of a policy. Some would say, how can you say there's no policy? It's very clear what we do in regard to Gaza. No. If you're a slave to the events, if you need to react, then I refer to it as a lack of policy. I think that policy regarding Gaza has to be based on the stick and the carrot, or a carrot, starting with a carrot. First of all, trying to identify our shared interest, the shared values that can stabilize the situation. And I think that the level of violence that Hamas is maintaining does not intend only to maintain a struggle against Israel on a certain level, but it is also a protest that says we can no longer continue living like this. I think that Israel has to take this minuscule risk. I would say it's negligible, almost non-existent. We simply need to change our mind or manner of thought and contribute more and develop Palestinian economy way more. Examples, very simple. The Erez checkpoint was built in a manner that we can transfer thousands of Palestinian workers to Israel. It is standing there empty. Instead of thousands, only several hundreds go through this checkpoint. I spoke with the farmers in the Gaza area on the Israeli side, the southern side. They all say the same thing. We rather have Palestinian workers assisting us. Do you know why? Rather than people from Thailand, workers from Thailand, you need to feed, you need to find them housing 24 hours. You need to take care of them. You need to take care of them during the weekends as well. Each and every Palestinian worker comes and goes back. The cost goes down and the benefit, of course, and the revenues go up. For both sides, why not do it? What's the level of risk in bringing into Israel thousands of Palestinians every day married, 30 years and over, with children? What's the problem? I'm telling you, the risk here is almost zero. There's no reason for us not to do it. If the sentiment, the more peaceful sentiment in Gaza grows stronger, we could bring in external investments. Right now, many countries do not go into Gaza because the situation is unstable. But if we stabilize the situation ourselves, we can create some sort of a wave that will grow, that will continue stabilizing the situation, that is based on economic initiatives. So tell me at this point, well, you're not familiar with the Arabs, it's not going to work, they'll continue with the terrorist activity, perhaps, but what did they lose here? What sort of risk did they take? Going back to the situation that we have today is always possible. The issue of a future operation, military operation in Gaza. I think that in the past 3 operations in Gaza, Israel actually kept repeating the same policy, the same methodology, the same security execution, which actually failed us. What was our assumption? That measurably harming the Hamas military forces and some broad civilian damage will convince Hamas to do what? To stop fighting. Did it work? No, it didn't. It did not. And so Cast-led continued for 22 days, and there's no other option but recognizing the fact that if you really wish to repress the will of fighting of Hamas in future, we will have to handle it in a way more vigorous manner. As long as the military branch is not damaged, they're going to continue willing to fight. As for the civilian suffering, well, they're used to it. They're familiar with our capabilities. They understand the implications. We cannot surprise them. Another military operation, very much like the previous ones, as far as the Palestinians, as far as Hamas, this is familiar. Nothing's going to change. And from here, I go to the northern front. I'm not going to go into a broad analysis because time does not allow that, but I'd like to say a word about the combat in between wars, some sort of a patent. I'd like to put it in context, in the proper perception context, that is. There are 4 constant efforts for national security. One is intelligence, then it is protection and civilian protection. The third one is fighting. When we need to fight, we do it. And the fourth one is prevention and influence. Prevention and influence. This is the category of prevention and influence. The purpose here is to limit the freedom of operation of your opponent and to increase our freedom of operation. This is prevention and influence. The toolbox is varied. There are, of course, some military aspects, but also diplomatic and economic. Their entire idea is to increase our capacity and decrease our opponents. Doing it like that successfully while preventing deterioration towards a war. Because the moment you go into real fighting, this effort, as an effort, had failed. We need to do our utmost that this fight or this battle in between wars does not escalate into a full war, because this has its prices. And when I look at the level of threat, when I look at the level of Israeli deterrence, Israeli deterrence, I think we need to stop this approach, this pessimistic approach that says we're going to be annihilated. It's around the corner. methodologically, we're threatening ourselves, we are frightening ourselves. And look at the Israeli media. Look at how many times it states that 100,000, 120, 150,000, I also saw, rockets and missiles are being aligned and directed towards Israel. Does the public understand how false this statement is?
Did anyone think before the Six-Day War, Yom Kippur War, to say the following, that the Egyptian army or Syrian army or Jordanian army has such and such a number of mortar shells, and they are aimed at Israel, and therefore they should beware? The lion's share of rockets and missiles are not aimed here to this hotel on Derech Hayam in Herzliya. Most of it has very limited distance, and we are intimidating ourselves. We are creating an atmosphere of fear, and it is needless. And the truth to be told is simple. If the rockets and missiles today are a severe threat, then alongside them being a severe threat, we must say the following. First of all, Israel's ability to attack is very developed. B, Israel's ability to defend itself is the best in the world. And C, the Israeli home front, and don't listen to those who don't say the same. The home front is the most prepared as ever. It's more prepared than anywhere else in the world, and therefore we have always lived under the threat, under such threat. At the time, they were also existential. These days, these threats are not existential. It only has one problematic component, and that is, and we must fight it with all our might, and that is accuracy. Because accuracy is capable of really paralyzing essential infrastructure in Israel, particularly if it is a sudden surprise attack. And therefore, because of accuracy, we must continue with this war between wars. And remember all the time, that even if we manage the situation well, we can still be on the threshold of war or engage in actual war, and that's what Israel knows and can do. And if I were to sum up what I have said, I will say as the following. Our approach to national security should be that of being able to do things ourselves, but we shouldn't be arrogant. Israel must initiate, particularly in the Palestinian arena. Israel must continue to develop its sources of strength when it comes to both attack and defense, in intelligence and elsewhere, in order to consolidate, strengthen and stabilize. It is balanced strategy, and we know how to do it, and I'm certain that we need to. Thank you very much.
I want to thank General Golan. You noticed he was not reading from anything. No teleprompters like some of the politicians, no papers, just pure expression of his philosophy and thoughts, intellectual thoughts. And perfect, by the way, for our Counter-Terrorism conference, this delivery. Perfect. Let's have a hand for General Golan. The next speaker is Lieutenant General retired Vincent Stewart, former Deputy Commander of the United States Cyber Command and former Director, Defense Intelligence Agency of the United States. Lieutenant General Vincent Stewart retired from the United States Marine Corps after more than 38 years of active commissioned service to the nation. That's a long time to be in the Marine Corps. Wow. On his final tour of duty, he served as the Deputy Commander, United States Cyber Command. Prior to that assignment, he served as the 20th Director of Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. In his other general officer assignments, he served as the Commander, Marine Corps Forces Cyberspace Command, and as the Director of Intelligence for the United States Marine Corps. A career intelligence officer with over 30 years' experience in national defense, cybersecurity, information technology, development, and customer support. He served around the globe in leadership positions for both the Marine Corps and the National Security Agency, specializing in signals intelligence and cyber operations. Among his awards and decorations are the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, the Navy and Marine Corps Distinguished Service Medal, the Defense Superior Service Medal, the Legion of Merit, the Bronze Star, and the National Intelligence Distinguished Service Medal. You have done a tremendous amount for your country, and I think you could be proud. We're proud of you. So you're the last speaker between lunch and us, which we can only leave to a Marine, in my opinion. In Israel, you would be called Golani, but the president and me, we're paratroopers. But you're Golani, and Golani are good guys, so the podium is yours.
My mother would probably enjoy that introduction. My mother-in-law would say, that's a good start. Let's see how he finishes. I want to thank Professor Ganor is not in the room right now, but the IDC, the ICT, all the sponsors who've invited me to speak here today. I realize that I'm in between lunch, so I'm going to take my wife's advice. My wife said, when I asked her what to do with the speech, she said it should be like a woman's dress, long enough to cover the subject, short enough to maintain some interest. So we're going to try to do that. I'm also going to shamelessly plug one of my partners in this space, the Middle East Media Research Institute, who for the last 18, 19 years have been exposing hateful rhetoric from those who would oppose us in the media. And so I'm proud to be able to support their efforts in exposing and unmasking the Salafi jihadist movements and disseminating that information for policymakers. This conference brings together the best and the brightest mind, a collection of individuals who spend all of our time thinking about terrorism. I can't imagine we're a really great group at a cocktail party as we talk about terrorism and the horrible things that terrorists do. Nevertheless, we're lucky individuals who are tasked with planning for the worst, thinking through every possible scenario of attack, intuiting the moves of our adversaries at every turn, and creating unprecedented mechanisms to deny the possibility of disaster to strike any sector of our countries. This battle is uphill. Our enemies are creative and adaptive and seem to be consistently one step ahead of us. As they innovate, we have a tendency to fight the last war, to instill better security systems at our airports after 9/11, to ramp up our cybersecurity fail-safes only after a system has been breached. We spend billions of dollars and take years to respond to past threats, while our adversaries invent new ways to attack our blind spots. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we have a blind spot. I want you to think about on 10 September 2001, how we envisioned a hijacking by an airplane. We envisioned terrorists taking an airplane, landing somewhere. We begin the negotiations. We take a hostage, they release a hostage, we do something in return for the negotiation. But the negotiation may end in a settlement where the hostages are released, or we storm the airplane and take it by force. I don't know that there was a whole lot of folks on September 10th, even the morning of September 11th, who thought about an airplane flying into a structure and being used as in that way. And we may be in the same place today. Our wave, we have a giant blind spot, and it's called cyberspace. Our way of life, everything we do is connected. There's not a system today on the modern battlefield that is not connected. Our command and control systems, our intelligence systems, all connected. Our industrial control systems, which facilitate transportation, manufacturing, and delivery of electricity, water, oil, gas, energy, all of which support our national security and economic activity, are all connected. With the impulse to rush onto the network, industries are trading in inefficiency for vulnerability. And those industries that aren't updating as rapidly, such as our healthcare system, are secured by outdated infrastructure. The catch-22 should not be lost on us. Whether we update our critical infrastructure systems or not, we seem to be prisoners to the potentiality of cyber attacks besting us. The World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report in 2018 said cyber attacks and cyber warfare will be the top cause of disruption in the next 5 years, second to natural disaster and extreme weather. They did not cite nuclear weapons. They did not cite a military invasion. They cited an invisible attack that could bring about catastrophic cascading effects across every single interconnected sector, and it will happen in seconds, without anyone firing a single shot or launching a single missile. It captures Sun Tzu's maxim to fight and conquer in all battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. Also in 2018, the U.S. Director of National Intelligence warned in his official report to the Worldwide Threat Assessment of the United States intel community that, and I quote, "The potential for surprise in the cyber realm will increase in the next year and beyond as billions more digital devices are connected with relatively little built-in security, and both nation states and malign actors become more emboldened and better equipped in the increasingly widespread cyber toolkits. We're seeing more and more reports of cyber attacks on oil, gas, and other energy-related industries. In fact, we know that there are nation-state hackers who have already made it into the control systems of U.S. electrical utilities. And it's not just criminal hackers that have had time to advance this disturbing skill set. Al-Qaeda, too, has expressed interest in our critical infrastructure for over a decade. Al-Qaeda laptops were found with programming information and software sites for SCADA systems and other systems for power and water company sites. There have been indications that Al-Qaeda members conducted reconnaissance of railroad crossing locations, natural gas depositories, bridges over rivers that carried a fiber for the internet. Al-Qaeda prisoners have articulated their intentions to use software and programming tools to break into our power, water, transportation, and communications grid. Shouldn't we listen to them carefully? Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea are the usual suspects. But when we brainstorm the potential for cyber terrorism, what if we're underestimating Al-Qaeda or ISIS? The DNI warned again, and I quote, "The potential for surprise exists. And as a Marine, I know that the element of surprise is something you don't want to have in your adversary's wheelhouse." So I'm going to push you to think outside the box. It is incumbent upon this room to add nuance to our critical thinking, to think about cyber terrorism instigated by an unlikely culprit, and we should not leave any room for surprise. As I mentioned before, after all, at 8:46 a.m. on September 11th, everyone was surprised that anyone would fly airplanes into buildings. What if Iran, Russia, China, and North Korea decide never to risk their own political capital on a cyber attack? After all, we know their address. Instead, let's consider the what-ifs. The what-ifs of Salafi jihadist group like Al-Qaeda or ISIS bringing down our critical infrastructure. Maybe ISIS or Al-Qaeda pay experienced hackers or pay for technology that they themselves can use. ISIS and Al-Qaeda have no qualms about using any capability to bring down their designated great Satan, and no price is too great to acquire it. Perhaps, despite warnings and explicit operative testimony, we've managed to underestimate the cyber capabilities of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. The fall of ISIS's physical caliphate and Al-Qaeda's post-11 Western hiatus has given the group time and resources to develop a robust network and an advanced cyber capability of which we are wholly unaware. What if they initiate a phishing attempt targeting individuals in either private sector or the government who have valid user credential to access our grids? All it takes is one successful attempt to get into the system. They slowly, with the patience of an inconsolable enemy, work their way into our networks and wait for the right moment to internally shut down our infrastructure or plant malware that shuts down the system coming from the inside. It will be the least monitored and the most disruptive. If they were successful, because everything is connected, an attack on one segment of our infrastructure could cause every sector to fall like dominoes. Our water system, our power grid, our air traffic control, our phone lines, our internet, our emergency response systems, our hospitals, our military response system, everything is dark. And what if the attack isn't just cyber in nature? What if there's a coordinated cyber attack that shuts down our 911 system or the power grid coupled with a physical attack? How are the first responders alerted? How will our hospitals treat the injured without power or water? Now, you may think my imagination is getting the best of me and that I'm exaggerating the possible damage. So I'm going to ask you to think about the following failures that occurred naturally, without nefarious intentions. In 2003, the state of Ohio had a blackout. 10 people died, and it took 2 days to return electricity to the area that was impacted. What caused this? A tree branch fell, coupled with software issues and some human error, and that was all it took. On September 8th, 2011, equipment problems and human error caused a large transmission line in Arizona to trip out of service. The grid was supposed to withstand this loss of any one power line. However, on this day, electric current shifted to a nearby line and overloaded them. That overtaxed transformer at 2 small substations was shut down defensively to prevent equipment damage and disruption spread. San Diego was blacked out 11 minutes later. Traffic snarled. Flights were canceled. Raw sewage flowed into the ocean. Now imagine that someone with intention and capability could do this action. Could they coordinate attacks that hit simultaneously around the country? The U.S. Department of Energy in 2017 said widespread disruption of electrical service because of transmission failure initiated by a cyber attack at various points of entry could undermine U.S. lifeline networks, critical defense infrastructure, and much of the economy. It could also endanger the health and safety of millions of citizens. We aren't prepared for that. And let's assume for a confident moment that we could get back online and reset our systems. What comes next? We now have within U.S. Cyber Command a concept called persistent engagement, where we will not allow an adversary to move in this space without some cost. But how do we get exact cost? As I said before, if the attack were carried out by Iran or Russia, we know their address. But what is ISIS's address? How do we strike back against Al-Qaeda with at least 22 known places of operation around the world? To demonstrate we'll not tolerate this, where do we strike? What if we find that the IP address of the computer that carried out the attack and that they're located in France or Britain or the United States? How do we appropriately respond while respecting the sovereignty of our allies, the due process of our citizens, and the essential precedents for avoiding civilian casualties? These questions need to be addressed, and it would be foolish to assume our systems are protected enough to assume our adversaries, who are articulated daily their intentions of bringing us down, are just spouting rhetoric and cannot actually deliver on their promises of destruction. Now, in my hypothetical yet plausible scenario, the target is the United States. But this type of attack could bring about catastrophe to any modernized Western country. In our interconnected world, the reverberations from an attack on the United States will be felt around the globe. If our financial sector collapses, the world economy crashes. If our air traffic controls cease to function, flights around the world need to be rerouted, causing chaos in the skies. And if someone figures out how to attack the U.S. through cyber means, you can bet that they can and will bring down your critical infrastructure also. This is why these thought exercises in a room like this are critical. We are the red team and the blue team, experts who can determine the future of national security. So I implore you, have these discussions over the next few days. Don't fight the last war. Discuss things that seem out of the realm of possibility. I assure you, it is infinitely better to be over-prepared than caught off guard, as Pearl Harbor and 9/11 acutely demonstrated. I am humbled to be in this room speaking to this audience. I encourage you to push the envelope. I encourage you to continue to support these efforts. And I know that if we put our minds together, we can make this place in this world a much safer and secure space. Thank you all very much.
I want to thank you for a great presentation, a very sobering one, the kind of the mother-in-law, actually, and not the mother, who would tell us. And we're humbled to have someone like you who spent 38 years in the Marines, Chief of Intelligence of the Marines, all this cyber knowledge, and you come and you share it, okay, with people from over 80 countries here, and this broadcast to hundreds of thousands of others through the internet. So a sobering talk like yours makes a very, very important impact at a conference like this. So you can tell your wife that you did good. Okay, let's have a hand for the general here. Now, guess what? It's lunchtime. You guys have been a very, very patient group. They used to say that in Damascus, sometimes Assad used to keep people in his office for 7 hours without going to the bathroom, without eating and stuff like that. That wasn't the intention here. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here around 2 o'clock. המיקרופונים האלה הם... של מי זה? אוקיי.
There was one with the glass, it was right here, and then also this that was underneath. I'll go grab another one, chick chuck. 30 seconds and back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Very pleased to inform you that Ayelet Shaked has just arrived. Ayelet Shaked is the chairperson of the Yamina Party and served as Israel's Minister of Justice through the years 2015-2019. She addressed an array of critical issues and led a number of key legislative reforms, presenting them to the Knesset and its relevant committees. Minister Shaked also chaired the Judicial Selection Committee and the Ministerial Committee for Legislation. During her tenure, Minister Shaked also served as a member of the Security Cabinet. In 2010, Ms. Shaked, together with Naftali Bennett, founded the Israel Sheli, My Israel movement, which under Ayelet's leadership pressed for a more Zionist agenda in the country and a proactive approach to challenging inaccurate and spurious information about Israel on the internet. Shortly after, Ayelet, together with Naftali, took the helm of Beit Yehudi, Jewish Home, which was born of the Mafdal National Religious Party, gaining second place in the party primaries. Ayelet was both the first woman and the first secular nominee elected to the party list. In 2015, she was elected top of the party's list to the Knesset. Ayelet, that's not written on her CV, is married to an F-16 combat pilot, and Ayelet did not begin to be a politician through politics. She came from the private world and has a master's degree, Ayelet, in electrical engineering. Electrical engineering. Okay, so she's not like most politicians. And, okay, and the other thing about Ayelet is that right now in Israel, she is the only woman who heads any political party in Israel. Okay? Maybe that's a good thing. Okay? All right. Without any further ado, Ayelet, the floor is yours.
The discussion will be held in Hebrew, so those who doesn't have earphones, please bring them.
ברוכה הבאה, איילת.
צהריים טובים.
זה לא דבר של מה בכך.
It is quite a thing, a week before elections in these days, for you to be coming here. So on behalf of people who have come here from 60 different countries, I would like to thank you for doing that. I would like to ask you some questions because you're actually wearing two hats. One is the professional hat as the outgoing Minister of Justice, perhaps maybe the incoming Minister of Justice. I don't know what your aspirations are politically these days. You really are a true professional who has engaged in grappling with terrorism from many different angles, particularly in the interface with the world of legislation, the world of law, issues that are very interesting to the people sitting here today who are grappling with terrorism from within, domestic terrorism, and all sorts of legal dilemmas, such as these foreign fighters who are coming back to Europe and are being put on trial, and their families who were born under the Islamic Caliphate, and so on. So I would like to direct some of these questions to your professional side, but of course we cannot ignore the fact that we're a week before election, so we're going to ask some political questions too. But let's begin with the professional ones. Retrospectively speaking, what would you mark as achievements of yours as a Minister of Justice in the State of Israel in this area when it comes to countering terrorism legally, with legal tools, and the dilemmas that you had to face? Well, I'd like to talk about terrorism, but also BDS, because I believe BDS to be a kind of terrorism against the State of Israel. So when it comes to BDS, which is of course to me, by the way, modern anti-Semitism, it's not politically correct these days to be anti-Semitic, but it's super in to be anti-Israel. So I certainly look at BDS as a form of terrorism, perhaps a more diplomatic kind of terrorism, but certainly is a form of that. The State of Israel and the policy of the State of Israel and its position has many achievements on every instance of court in the world in which we had to discuss BDS activity. They always lost and our side always won. It's not always directly the State of Israel who was there, but BDS almost had nothing but failure on the legal front. We always have much stronger legal arguments, whether it is all sorts of laws that are local. We're always managing to fight them in discrimination and so on. When it comes to ICC, look, ICC to me is not really a court. I think it is a political entity. It is easy for them to target Israel for political reasons, and I think that the main aim the ICC was established for was really in order to bring to trial criminals who engaged in international criminal activity rather than to intervene in a political conflict. And therefore, when Israel is put on trial there, it shouldn't even be happening because it's all political. But the State of Israel, again, uses very solid arguments there too when it comes to universal authority and other arguments. And if the ICC were to really follow law rather than politics, then the State of Israel would really have no case against it. So this whole move against the ICC is also very important. Yes, we see this phenomenon, which seems like something is, absurd, that Hamas goes to ICC and, sues Israel even though they are the terrorists. But again, I want to go back to this generic question of how we grapple with terrorism. We call it the democratic dilemma fighting terrorism, because this is a kind of inner tension that's always there. It always exists. It must. Between the effectiveness of the war against terrorism and remaining liberal and democratic. And it's actually the legal system that's responsible for it. The security systems have to provide security for every citizen in the State of Israel, whereas the legal system must strike the right balance. And you headed this system, so perhaps you can share with us. Okay, so I'll give you some examples. Let's talk about demolishing houses. I know that around the world, when houses are demolished, it sounds like a very drastic step. It's considered very drastic. In the State of Israel, according to our emergency regulations from the time of the mandate, a terrorist's house may be demolished if he or she has murdered, and we have learned following investigations that this is a very important deterrence tool. Some terrorists activities have been stopped because the terrorists knew that their houses would be demolished afterwards. So if we wanted to be really effective, we would have had to demolish the house within 24 hours. But because we're a democratic country with a very serious justice system that's independent, there is a procedure that takes almost 2 months, during which the family has the opportunity to, say their side and to appeal to court, and then the Supreme Court, or the Supreme Court sitting as the High Court of Justice, looks at their side, and only then you can demolish a house. So if you were to ask us or the defense system, they would have preferred to demolish the day after the terror attack. But because we have to give the Palestinians access to the High Court of Justice and allow them to actually appeal the decision to demolish the house, these proceedings last 2 months and sometimes longer. And then there is a tension. When I was the Minister of Justice, when I entered office, I wanted the process to be shorter. But 2 months really is the shortest time frame because of all the proceedings. So if we're talking about legal dilemmas, I don't know if you heard on the way over that just now the High Court of Justice, just a few minutes ago, decided that the High Court of Justice overturned a previous decision, and this new one says that the bodies of terrorists don't have to be given back. They may be kept as bargaining chips. So what would you like to say with respect to Hadar Goldin and Oron Shaul, which we all hope for their return? Well, the previous verdict was wrong, so I'm very happy that the High Court of Justice overturned it. We are grappling with a very complex reality. Unlike Europe, where we can really, wave the banner of human rights, here in Israel there's a conflict between human rights and the value of preserving life and protecting ourselves. And the fact that Hamas is holding the bodies of our soldiers and 2 of our citizens and refuses any negotiation, any serious negotiation, leaves us or leads us to take similar action. We have bodies of terrorists, Hamas terrorists, and we will not give them back under any circumstance unless they give them ours back. That's just the minimum required. And if the international community were to really act in accordance with international law, then the international community should have really exerted great pressure on Hamas to have them return our citizens and the bodies of our soldiers to us. The Goldin family has been to the UN and to various international institutions, and they are accepted very warmly with much love. And it's very clear that Hamas is really working against any international law, and yet no one from the international community actually comes forward and exerts pressure on Hamas. Now, the entire civilization, all the citizens in Gaza are being punished by this, because we said very clearly that there will not be humanitarian project or any help there in Gaza unless they return the bodies to us. They cannot go against the law this way and want to be rehabilitated. We will not rehabilitate them until we get the bodies back and the citizens back. And it's the Gaza families that are being punished for it. I want to ask you a more political question now. You are heading a right-wing party. It's called the Yamina. It is more to the right than even Likud, and you are, in fact, representing a view that many support in Israel. And because of the audience here in the room and also for the rest of Israel, I'd like you to explain a little bit about the vision of Yamina in terms of what the Israeli-Palestinian campaign will look like if and when not only Yamina, but maybe Yamina, if Yamina will not only be part of the coalition, but maybe will actually head it. You're talking about the vision of the conflict. I'm talking about annexing the settlements. I'm talking or the territories. I'm talking about continued security coordination. Well, if you're asking me about long-term vision, the long-term vision is to apply Israeli law to Sea Area and Sea Area alone. In Sea Area, there are about 450,000 Israelis, between 100,000 and 200,000 Palestinians. These Palestinians, of course, if will get citizenship if we do apply the law. We cannot, it's not the end of democracy if just 200,000 more Palestinians will become Israeli citizens. The rest will go about their lives. Maybe we can have the same kind of, they can have the same kind of federation with Gaza and Jordan. But I don't think, you know, in 2012 when we went into politics, we presented this plan and then we were a minority in the Knesset. But these days, even the Prime Minister is talking about applying this law to the Jewish settlements at least as a first step. I don't think that these days there is any other realistic solution. We must understand that in Judea and Samaria there are almost 500,000 Jews living. They're not going to be evicted. We have a right to this land. And therefore, more and more people these days, even in Likud, even the Prime Minister himself, are talking about this solution of sovereignty. As for the security cooperation with the PA, I think it serves both sides at this point. I think it's working quite well. I have a strong objection to what Abu Mazen pays the terrorists in jail. The more Jews you killed, the more money you get from the PA, and that's just inconceivable. Imagine we would have paid our murderers. I mean, no country in the world accepts that. But when a Palestinian goes out and carries out a terrorist attack, he or she knows that if they come out alive, they will get a big salary in jail, and their family will also get a benefit. And that's something that really should be stopped. I want to take this vision and perhaps position it vis-a-vis a process that's about to be underway. It's currently on hold. It's not taking place because the elections have not happened yet, but it will after elections. And I'm talking about the deal of the century. That's President Trump's deal. We don't know all the details yet, but here and there, some of the details have been leaked. It sounds like it's going to be the establishment of a Palestinian state. It will perhaps be on the same territories that we do not want to continue occupying. There will be a connection between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. How do you, as the Yamina party, how can you live and accept these scenarios? Well, we don't know all the details yet. I've also heard sort of leaking from here and there, but it's very difficult for me to really tell you my opinion if I don't know the details. If this deal does include the establishment of a Palestinian state, including moving neighborhoods from East Jerusalem to the PA, that certainly will not be something we can accept. You must understand that if neighborhoods in East Jerusalem will be transferred to the PA, then they will start shooting missiles at us from there. Maybe it sounds funny today, but take quotes of right-wing politicians from 2005. I posted it on my Facebook page one day. Before the disengagement, Eli Shai's quote there, as well as other politicians who said that it won't take long before missiles will be launched at Ashdod and Ashkelon, and people laughed at them then. And I remember that Pini Bader, the mayor of Omer, said that tunnels will be dug, and they laughed at him, and then it became a reality. So I certainly don't think we should be going through the same kind of experiment in central Israel. Well, we're a week away from elections. In maybe 10 days' time, there'll be someone who will be putting together the next coalition. How do you think it should be? Well, I certainly hope that we will be able to have a right-wing coalition. If the public in Israel will go out and vote, and will vote for the parties that pass the threshold, I believe a right-wing coalition will be established, and Prime Minister Netanyahu will be the one to put it together then too. And if there won't be a right-wing coalition, if, let's say, the president were to tell another big party that is not Likud to put together the coalition, like Kahol Lavan? Well, that is something impossible, because the president will will tell the person to put together the coalition if they have the most votes. So that will be Netanyahu. And I believe that Netanyahu will contact Gantz and Amir Peretz if they'll only have 61 votes. And will Yamina will also be in this coalition? Well, I don't want to rule out such parties, but I would rather have a right-wing government, because it's easier to work that way. Thank you very much, Ayelet. Thank you.
It's now my pleasure to introduce Will van Gemert. I'm pronouncing the name Gemert instead of Gemert because my assistant, Ria, happens to be Dutch and told me to do so. And everywhere where there's a G, she wrote an H because I'm very old and I didn't want to make any mistakes. So here we go. Will van Gemert started his career with the Amsterdam Police in 1988 and served in a variety of positions. Head of the National Investigation Team of the Dutch National Police Agency, KLPD, responsible for the reorganization of the KLPD into an agency consisting of 12 operational services and 4 support services. Mr. van Gemert joined the Dutch National Intelligence Service in 2004 when he was appointed Director of National Security at the General Intelligence and Security Service, AIVD. On January 12, 2012, he was appointed Director of Cybersecurity. In this function, he was, amongst other topics, responsible for the new National Cybersecurity Center, NCSC. On May 1st, 2014, Mr. van Gemert took up the position of Deputy Director of Europol and Head of the Operations Department. He manages a department of experts, specialists, and analysts dealing with serious and organized crime, as well as terrorism and cybercrime. Mr. van Gemert, the podium is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I would have appreciated if I would have the same help as you, but pronouncing the Israeli names. I have some difficulties with this, but I will try to manage anyway. Well, probably that would be the solution. But on that cooperation, I will come in a few minutes. Well, shalom. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here and to present the role of Europol towards you. I would like to thank Professor Ganor for asking us to be here. And it's also a special reason because we have now for 1 year a working arrangement with the Israeli police. We have a liaison at Europol working with us, and that already showed how we could improve our cooperation. For the next 15 minutes, I would like to bring you the European view on terrorism. One of our flagship products is about the annual threat assessment from terrorism. And if you allow me, I will give you some inside views. But before doing so, I think I have to explain a little bit what Europol is, for those who are not familiar with this. We are the European Law Enforcement Agency. We support 2 million law enforcement officers in the European Union. Without any coercive powers, we assist them by setting up operations, by giving them expertise, by having a message systems that applies throughout the whole world. We have a lot of data on organized crime in our databases. But we also, and I want to emphasize this, have more than 260 liaison officers of 45 countries in our building. There's no other place in the world in which you have that kind of expertise and representation from not only 28 member states, but also from countries like Israel, Turkey, the United States, Norway, and I can go on with this. And if you want to summarize what we are doing, there are 5 C's that I would like to mention towards you. First of all, we collect information on organized crime and terrorism. Then we try to make the connection between ongoing investigations from one country to the other, because some, as you know, cross-border crime will operate in every country, more or less. It's also for us to make coalitions within law enforcement, to start up an investigation, to work with each other, but also coalitions with the private industry to make sure that we understand each other and get their knowledge in crime, in financial and fraud towards our officers. We coordinate a lot of actions, global actions, on the European scale, on the different fields. And finally, we try to create new ways of investigations. We are being innovative. One of the things in the terrorist fields that we are operating is a facial recognition system that already proved to be very successful, because you know a name doesn't say anything in our modern world. But that's about Europol, that's our role, and I'll come towards those C's back at the end of my presentation. As said, what I would like to do is at least to give you a view on the European situation. This report was issued just in end of June. It's an annual report and gives the overview of what's happened in Europe in the last year. It comes from contributions from the member states. There's also a global part in there, but it's focused more or less on the amount of activities in the European Union. You see the amount of terrorist attacks, including not only jihadist terrorism, but also left and right-wing terrorism. And one of the conclusions is, if you look at the number of attacks, it's decreased. But it's also clear that that's not the only picture, the amount, but also the way that this form of terrorism is developing. The report is online, so I see somebody taking a picture, but you can find it on our website, so it's an open source for the moment. Looking a little bit closer into 2019 on the amount of completed jihadist attacks. Well, you see that there is a lower number in total in completed attacks, but also a strong increase in the failed attacks. 24 jihadist attacks in the EU, 7 of them completed, one failed and 16 failed. So as I said, the lower number doesn't say everything, because you have to realize that the situation, even in Europe, has become more complex. The amount of disrupted jihadist terrorist plots increased substantially. So you could say we are successful as intelligence and law enforcement, or is the picture changing from the background of the terrorist attacks? One alarming thing is also that in those disrupted plots, we had 3 CBRN-related attacks, and people trying to prepare a chemical or biological bomb, more or less, or at least an attack in this field. One other thing I would like to mention is that we also saw that the distinction between online and offline terrorism seems to be more blurred even and increasing. While the number of foreign fighters that went towards the conflict zone and the returnees was not expected that high as expected, still we have to realize that there are a lot of Europeans in the conflict zone staying, not only the foreign fighters but also their families and children that have been probably also heavily traumatized by this. And to be honest, the European Union doesn't have a real solution how to deal with this. Bring them back, leave them over there, or try to de-radicalize them. It's also clear that the focus of jihadist attacks has been shifted towards the situation in the European Union itself. Looking at the completed attacks, all of them were done by people that were living already in the European Union. So there were no attacks from foreign fighters returning. Also, the amount of victims luckily went down from 62 towards 13. 53 people were injured. And there was a strong focus, but that's not new, on towards the symbol of power, being military, being police, and also focusing on civilians. In the same way also as it goes for weapons, I think the use of firearms, but also the use of other ways of attacking people with very simple arms like knives or cars were detected in this field. Looking at one of the forms of terrorism, right-wing terrorism, because I would like to emphasize a little bit on this. Before doing so, I will look at the terrorist arrests, because that's the other part in there. There you see the overview of the development within the European Union. As all years, all previous years, the amount of jihadist terrorism represented the largest proportion of total arrests. More than 500 were arrested in this field. But what we also see is a strong increase in the amount of arrests related to left-wing and right-wing terrorism. And there is still a strong concern that because of the arrest, because of the people that are in our prisons, there will be also some radicalization happening in the prisons that could have their effect in the future. Now, looking forward towards the more or less left-wing and right-wing terrorism. As in most previous years, the number of left-wing activities and right-wing attacks remained relatively low and was limited towards a low number and also a few countries in there. However, the number of arrests, as I already mentioned, increased very strongly. Actually, it doubled in the last year. And in the last years, I think there was a strong attention in the European Union for jihadist terrorism, but we also realized that there is a strong increase on the right wing, especially activities in the field, and we have to step up for the next future. Based on information gathered at Europol and our assessment, and we just issued another report on right-wing terrorism, we believe that individuals in the European Union, but also groups, either acting alone or in group, are willing and prepared to commit attacks in the future from a right-wing background. So we have to put more attention in this field in the upcoming years. Having said this, probably focusing a little bit on this issue. First of all, I have to say that jihadist terrorism remains our priority, but the growing concern from law enforcement is also fueled by what happened in the world outside of Europe. We have seen attacks in Christchurch. We have seen in the aftermath of this also some recent attacks in 2019 in Europe in March and April, but also the mass shooting that was already mentioned by the director of the FBI this morning. And the issue is that the distinction between right-wing violent extremism and right-wing terrorism is very difficult to make. The picture is totally different. We see another scene, especially the music scene, is a scene that's being used by right-wing extremists also to gather money. As a law enforcement, probably we have to make sure that we have a better understanding on this. Because they tried right-wing terrorism and groups continue to show an interest in getting firearms and production of explosive. The use of social media has made it also that traditional organizations don't count so much anymore. The online activity is increasing strongly. And finally, there is also a strong perceived international link that we haven't seen before in this field. So there are some reasons for Europol to put extra attention in this field. There is at the end also some concern, because if you look at the EU list of terrorism, there is no single right-wing groups on there. So a discussion at least is needed to see if this would be necessary. And as Europol, we realized that we have to have a stronger emphasis on this field. So we have an analytical project that's called Dolphin, in which we ask member states to help us to get a better understanding of the actual picture. And what's also needed at the end is that there is a real cross-border response of investigative activities on this field. And I mentioned already the fact that the music industry, the concerts are a very important moment to make sure that also law enforcement is visible and has attention for what's happening over there. So in concluding the main trends from TSZ, well, terrorist threat is not diminished, it's getting even more complex. The travelers and the expected travelers from the conflict zone have not come back, so at least in a very low amount. But still, they are there in the detention zones, and we have to see how this will develop. Already mentioned this morning, we have a lot of attention for IS, but Al-Qaeda is still there, and their influence is growing at the expense of IS. Right-wing terrorism, the arrests are relatively low, but increasing and doubled. and the activities, and especially what happened in 2019 makes it necessary to put extra attention towards this. And the use of alternative online platforms after action from police is there. There are a lot of, especially in the telegraph part and in the direct contact activities from IS and Al-Qaeda. A little bit in depth, something that's mentioned in our report, but I just wanted to highlight over here. When the slide also comes up. Yeah, sorry, now I have to go back. Three elements I want to mention that are also touched on in our assessment, but as a discussion point over here. There has been a lot of talking about the convergence of cyber and terrorism. So people are wondering why is there attention within IS for cyber, and are we facing a potential attack in this field? Well, our view is that we have seen interest, and there is a big knowledge of ISIS on social media and on encryption, but a very low knowledge for the moment towards, let's say, other forms, either or going beyond the defacements that we have seen a few, but all bought with commercial products. So we don't see for the moment a real activity in this field. Well, we are a law enforcement agency, not an intelligence operation, but this is a field in which there could be developments in the near future. The role of women. There was an extensive report also from our side. We have been looking into how it's presented within IS and Al-Qaeda, and we see a shift. Since 2017, there is a more active role of women requested from the terrorist organization, not only to be an UMA, but also be active in the field of committing attacks. And the way that this develops and the influence it has on children, I think that's something I would like to ask for attention for. And finally, on the non-violent terrorist content, we are, as Europol, taking down more than 100,000 messages that have violent content, but there is no opportunity to take down the non-violent terrorist content. And I mean the songs and the poems that are on there, and in our view, on the long term, could have a stronger effect even than the violent content in there. Finally, the future CT cooperation, our view on this. Well, there has been a strong change after the attacks in Paris. There is a stronger EU framework. We have all kinds of directives coming up, the latest one on content online, that help us to fight terrorism. As Europol, we have been building on trust building, so making sure that we understand each other in the CT community. And the ECTC is now a center of exchange, our center for CT operations even before any active action has taken place. We invested in big data because nowadays terrorist investigation is all about big data analytical work, and we try to come up with new solutions like the facial recognition or a system to learn from social media. We have to work with each other, pulling our capabilities in the tools and be in the operation field. That's what we're trying to do. And this means a continued engagement, not only from, let's say, the law enforcement, but especially also on conferences on this. And to conclude, I mentioned the 5 Cs. I think they're also here. So we are here today, I think, by all of you, to collect knowledge, and I think that's very important. We have to connect persons to each other, but also expertise in this field. We have to coordinate our research because we have to identify in conferences on this to research way forward. And we have to form coalitions between law enforcement, between academia, but also probably with the private industry. Social media is a very important one. And finally, we have to create new views for the future because, as it mentioned in the naming of this conference, it's about looking towards the future. Terrorists will not disappear. We have to be ready. And by working here together with you and with law enforcement, hopefully we are ready to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Will, for sharing your report and your assessments with us. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jans Koch, the head of Task Force Counter-Terrorism, Federal Ministry of the Interior Building and Community, Germany. And Prior to this appointment, from 2013 to 2016, he served as the deputy head of the Task Force Counter-Terrorism Senior Desk Officer, and from 2007 to 2013, he served with various posts at the German Federal Ministry of the Interior, Building and Community, such as Directorate General for Public Constitutional and Administrative Law and Operational Oversight regarding the Federal Police and organization and legal issues affecting the Federal Police. All yours. And thank you for telling me how to pronounce your name, because his name was supposed to be, and his name starts with a J, but it's Ya. Okay, so I'm teaching you something about European pronunciations here. Especially after lunch, it's important to point those things out. You can't be sleepy about it.
Thank you very much for that. I already learned a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by thanking the hosts and, of course, Professor Ganor and the ICT and Alslia in particular for organizing this conference and inviting me to take part. From my point of view, meetings like this are a vital forum for an open and trusting exchange on information, knowledge, and best practices as the basis for a successful fight against international terrorism. So in my keynote today, I will provide you an overview, and it fits quite well to the keynote we just heard, about the current threat possessed by international terrorism from the German view of it, and an insight into the future as we currently see it in the field of international terrorism. If I may, I would like to begin by looking back. On the 19th of December in 2016, at around 8 o'clock in the evening, the Islamist terrorist Anis Amri drove a semi-trailer truck through the Christmas market at the Kaiser Wilhelm Gedächtniskirche on the Breitscheidplatz Square in Berlin. He dragged market stalls, tables, and people with him, and over a distance from at least 70 meters. 12 people died that day, and more than 60 people suffered from injuries that were in some cases severe. A short time after the attack, the Islamic State group claimed responsibility for the attack with a statement that the attacker had acted as a soldier of the Islamic State. The attack at the Breitscheidplatz market had terrible and tragic impact on the lives of many people. But why emphasize that? Because all of us here are well aware that this is what our job is all about. It is about life, about protecting individual lives and life in our societies. This is our mission. Germany is an open, tolerant country, and its capital, Berlin, is especially so. As a Berliner, I can vouch for that. Last year, more than 30 million people visited Berlin from all over the world. And it may be painful to think about, but it also reflected in the origins of the victims of the Breitscheidplatz attack. Those killed and injured included Germans, but also people from other countries, from Poland, Spain, the UK, Italy, Finland, Lebanon, Hungary, and an Israeli woman was also killed that day. Her husband was seriously injured and was left fighting for his life for several weeks in a Berlin hospital. He lost his lifetime partner, and their children lost their mother. In our work, we focus on the perpetrators, the mastermind behind their actions, and their networks. But we must also make sure that we are always aware of the suffering of the victims of terrorist attacks. I'm here to speak for the federal government of Germany, and in particular for the Federal Minister of the Interior, Mr. Seehofer. He personally is in close contact with all of the victims and relatives of victims who want this. Countries that are affected by terrorism must come to grips with attacks of this type. After all, creating uncertainty and fear in societies is exactly what terrorists aim for. Israel is a good example how to face that. In my visits to the country, I've been struck time and again by a special, direct openness coupled with a generally positive attitude in spite of the ongoing threat this country faces. The attack on the Breitscheidplatz was perhaps not the turning point for Germany, but it has certainly found its way into the public consciousness. The immediate consequences of these events have changed the Christian holiday of Christmas for all of us, not just for me and my family. My children, twin boys, played night shift in the command and control center after that. And we in the security community in Germany are still trying to come to terms with the attack today. It was followed by an intensive phase of reappraising the way we work. On the 1st of March 2018, the German Bundestag decided to set up a committee of inquiry tasked with investigating the attack in Berlin and the surrounding circumstances and putting together a complete picture of the action taken by the authorities involved. We have looked very closely at our information channels and criteria for risk assessment, and we have tightened the letter. We have also initiated changes to the law. Right up to today, we are still discussing powers for our security authorities that have long been standard to Israel, the United States, and many other countries. Forgive me, my next remark will be somewhat flippant. An Israeli colleague once said to me, "That's a problem I'd like to have, Jens. You have so much opportunity for reappraisal after every attack. If we would do so, we'll be at it forever. I prefer to concentrate on saving lives." Not to be causing any form of misunderstanding, I'm deeply convinced that a diligent reappraisal is crucial. We already drew important conclusions out of it. Regarding our security situation, we can and we should also continue with it. Since the year 2000, the German security authorities have prevented a total of 20 Islamist terror attacks. The figure includes the preparation of an Islamist-motivated CBRN attack, that was one inside your figures, using a biological bomb made of resinous seeds. As part of a search in June last year, substances and items were found in an apartment in Cologne that would be used to produce an explosive device to release the toxin resin. I would like to mention one more thing, which State Secretary Engelke already mentioned at this event last year. It is something which I also consider to be of fundamental importance to our work. Phenomena are interdependent. Public perception in Germany and elsewhere is that the current focus is on right-wing extremism. There's a good reason for that. But I would also emphasize that the threat posed by Islamist terrorism has not gone away. We have to make sure that we strike the right balance. An Islamist-motivated attack, in turn, provokes reactions from right-wing extremists in Germany. So we need to have long-term instruments and structures in place for both types of threat. In any event, we do not see any evidence of a reduced threat from Islamist terrorism or global jihad, as it is called right here. Although there were no Islamist attacks in 2018 in Germany, the threat in Germany remains severe and has stabilized on a high level. Reliable figures show that for 2018 there was a slight increase in the number of Islamist individuals on the previous year, bringing the figure above 26,000. The share of violent extremists is around about 2,000. In Germany alone, some 1,200 investigations are underway, with more than 1,400 suspects. Terrorist groups regard Germany as their enemy, and Germany is a declared target of organizations such as the Islamic State Group and Al-Qaeda. Terrorism, and in particular Islamist terrorism, is a global challenge. We have learned this the painful way. Particularly in regard to IS. Organizations like this have a great capacity to resist and adapt to changing conditions. Even a major military setback have not prevented these organizations from planning or inspiring attacks in our countries. To face this threat, our liberal democracies governed by the rule of law must work together. In Europe, we live in an area of freedom, security, and justice under the shadow of a shared threat. The Tunisian who carried out the attack in Berlin on the Breitscheidplatz traveled through several European countries, both before and after the attack, and was ultimately called in Italy by the local security authorities. In other cases, there were connections to Germany, as was it with the Paris attacks on the 13th of November 2015 at the Stade de France and the Bataclan. European cooperation is therefore a central priority for us. The Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union is crystal clear on this point. Article 6 sets out the right to liberty and security. Internationally, I see the situation in Syria and in Iraq as a current and future challenge. We currently have indications that more than 1,050 Islamists from Germany have left the country to travel to Syria and or Iraq and fight there or otherwise support the Islamic State group. We have information that about 200 of those people have died there. About 1/3 of the total is now back in Germany. A number of them have already been convicted. Returning foreign fighters, it was already mentioned, pose a particular threat. Such individuals played a key role in organizing and carrying out the devastating Paris attacks in 2015, for example. One thing, however, is clear. All German nationals, which means also those suspected of having fought for IS, have, in principle, the right to return to Germany. This is not the same as actively bringing such persons back, however. Minister Seehofer already spoke last spring in favor of an international criminal justice system in the region. In the case of their return to Germany, these people have to face German criminal justice. But the criminal justice system alone is not enough. In Germany, therefore, we have a comprehensive approach to fighting terrorism in place. Wherever possible, we try to initiate de-radicalization measures. In Germany, we have structures in place that have evolved over years. They extend as far down as to the local level. We have good experience in involving civil society organizations in this approach. They provide extra credibility. This comprehensive approach is central given the very mixed composition of the group of returnees, which includes women and children. The Federal Ministry of Interior plays a key role in this regard. It provides funding to the federal states through the Advice Center on Radicalization. This finances posts for returned coordinators. These coordinators are responsible on the ground for coordinating the different bodies involved. These range from the police to the Youth Welfare Office. Their role is also to ensure the flow of information. I'm very pleased that Milena Ullmann is taking part in a panel on the topic of de-radicalization during this conference. She will explain the German structures in more detail. This is a topic that will accompany us going forward. I would like to address one more topic, the influence from Iran, which is the second area of particular concern for me. From the European perspective, at least, the JCPOA had a stabilizing effect. I am nonetheless aware that others may see differently. In any case, the situation is currently no better. Iran is present on the international stage, although its plans to date remain in part unclear. Iran, with Hezbollah, can regard themselves the victors of the war in Syria. We are aware of activities in Europe and in Germany and are keeping a close eye on them together with our partners. This is yet another dimension of the ongoing threat. We too had attacks, attempted attacks, and preparations for attacks that we were able to foil in Europe. From a security perspective, the situation has not improved in the slightest. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot end today without taking the opportunity as a representative of the federal German government to thank our Israeli host once again for our productive cooperation over the decades. It is precisely the trusting exchange of information with our Israeli partners which plays an indispensable part in ensuring Germany's internal security. To my knowledge, we also do contribute to Israel's protection. I will, of course, make the most of my time in your wonderful country to further strengthen these contacts. And today's conference will help to enhance and deepen such trusting relationships at a bilateral and a multilateral level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jens. Typical German punctuality, finished exactly on the gong. Exactly on the gong. You're spoiling us. So basically, we want to thank you very much, Jens, for this great presentation and for your care about what's going on in the field, and also for the collaboration with Israel and for the strong relations between Germany and Israel in the fight against terrorism, which I think is critical for all of us. So thank you very much. This is exactly what these conferences are all about. And it's now my pleasure to introduce Professor Asaf Mogadem. He's the Director of Academic Affairs at the International Institute for Counter-Terrorism and has recently been appointed Dean of the Lauder School of Government, Diplomacy and Strategy. Is that true, Boaz? He's been appointed Dean? Oh, wow. I knew him when he was a kid. I knew him when he was very young, actually. Okay. He also serves as a non-resident fellow at the Combating Terrorism Center at West Point, where he previously served in a variety of positions, including Director of Terrorism Studies and Assistant Professor at the Department of Social Sciences. Professor Mogadem has held the position at START, Harvard, and Columbia University. Professor Mogadem's research examines the dynamics among perpetrators of terrorism and insurgency. His forthcoming book, Dangerous Liaisons, Global Jihad and the Evolution of Terrorist Cooperation, Columbia University Press, examines empirical and theoretical aspects of cooperative behavior between terrorist entities. Professor Mogadem serves the editorial boards of Studies in Conflict and Terrorism and Democracy and Security and Perspectives on Terrorism, and his articles have appeared in International Security Studies in Conflict of Terrorism, Terrorism and Political Violence, Perspectives on Terrorism, CTC, Sentinel, Boston Globe, and a million other publications. He is one of the most published guys around. Professor Mogadem holds a PhD in International Relations and a Master of Arts in Law and Diplomacy, both from the Fletcher School at Tufts University and a BA in Political Science from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Asaf, where are you? You're here. Welcome, and let's congratulate. Let's all congratulate Asaf on his appointment as the Dean of the Lauder School of Diplomacy and Strategy. Big shoes to fill, but I'm 100% sure that Boaz will help him fill those shoes. And a great appointment by Professor Reichman, another great person in the school, in the Lauder School, one of the best appointments I've seen, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Wow, JD. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan, thank you really so kindly for this introduction. It feels great being back at the ICT, at the IDC, and at the ICT conference after a 2-year absence. And I'm really, really honored to have been appointed as the next Dean of the Lauder School of Government, Diplomacy, and Strategy. And I'd like to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank Professor Ariel Reichman, the founder and president of the IDC, for really entrusting me with the honor of leading this unique and vibrant school. I would also like to thank my dear friend, Professor Boaz Ganor. Many of you know Boaz as the head of the ICT, the director of the ICT, and for his also countless contributions to the study of counterterrorism and the practice of counterterrorism. But in addition to that, he has, of course, he's contributed an important body of work on terrorism. But in addition to that, he has really run for about 15 years. He has made enormous contributions to the effective administration of the Lauder School. He did so first as deputy dean of the school, and then in the last 5 years as the dean of the school. He extended an enormous amount of efforts to improve the school's curriculum, to develop cutting-edge educational programs, to represent the Lauder School in Israel and abroad, and to enrich our student body. And so his entrepreneurial spirit, his ability to connect to people, and his creativity, among many other qualities, are really inspiring. And I'm hoping that as I transition into the new role, into this role as dean, I'll count myself lucky if I can pick up, just a small amount of this positive energy that you exude. So thank you very much for all you've done. The IDC is special in a lot of ways, and one of the ways in which the IDC truly stands out is in the close relations between its faculty and its students. And this close relationship really manifests itself in a number of ways. One of them is in the way in which we really perceive our students, which is really as full partners in this academic enterprise. Another way in which our close partnership with the students manifests itself is in the many programs that are developed at IDC, which are specifically designed to encourage joint research collaborations between students and faculty. And the reason that I say this is that it's connected to the substance of my address today, because the research that I would like to share with you today is based on a 2-year project which I've been undertaking in full partnership with a former student of mine, Michelle Vues from Switzerland, who was here, who is now a scientific assistant at the Swiss Military Academy. And so over the last 2 years or so, Michelle and I have investigated the evolving nature of conflicts in which the conflict actors are relying on proxies in order to achieve their strategic and political objectives. So I'm happy to say that our joint research is forthcoming in the journal International Security in the spring. And in the remaining time that I have, I'd like to share with you the main research questions that we address in this topic, the main findings, and some of the implications of these findings for international security. So the history of armed conflict features many examples in which the main conflict parties have relied on proxies or surrogates to advance their goals. In recent years, this practice seems to really have become much more endemic. And if you look around in conflicts such as in Iraq, in Syria, in Yemen, or the Ukraine, we can see this happening in front of our eyes. Now, scholars and strategists have examined the causes, the nature, and the consequences of proxy sponsorship. But interestingly, the vast majority of these studies have a very particular understanding of the relationship between the sponsors and the proxies. In this conventional wisdom, it is almost always states who are the sponsors and non-states who are seen as the proxies. Think, for example, Iran, of course, being a state sponsor of Hezbollah, a non-state actor, as the proxy. So while this state-centric approach, in which the role of sponsorship is almost exclusively ascribed to states, may have been true during the Cold War, and it certainly still applies in many cases today, Michelle and I believe that contemporary relationships between sponsors and proxies do not necessarily and always follow this established pattern. So in our research, we argue that in recent years, non-state actors have adopted the capacity to act as sponsors in their own right, much like states have previously acted exclusively as such sponsors. This applies to groups as varied as Al-Qaeda, Hezbollah, or the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, all of whom have basically served as non-state sponsors of non-state proxies. Now, this trend is not entirely new, but it is acknowledged in only a very, very small number of studies. And more importantly, the causes, the nature, and the consequences of this trend have not been properly addressed. So in our research, Michelle and I, we tried to begin filling this gap by asking, first of all, why and how do non-state actors sponsor proxies? And secondly, what are the implications of this non-state sponsorship for international security? So to answer these questions, we've compared 3 case studies. We have looked at AQAP, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula's engagement of Sunni Bedouin tribes in Yemen. Secondly, we have looked at the YPG, the Kurdish People's Protection Units in Syria, and its sponsorship of proxy groups. And third, we've looked at Hezbollah, right? Now again, Hezbollah is typically seen as a proxy of Iran, which of course it is. But we've looked at Hezbollah also as a sponsor in its own right? And we have looked at Hezbollah sponsorship of the Lebanese Resistance Brigades, which is a militia in Lebanon. Now our study suggests that non-state sponsors utilize proxies differently and for different reasons than state sponsors have utilized theirs. The existing literature suggests that state sponsors, right, the conventional type of sponsor, that state sponsors have traditionally regarded their proxies as a predominantly military tool to achieve their goals. States who sponsor proxies view proxies as a cost-effective way to achieve strategic goals while minimizing the risks of the state sponsor becoming embroiled in a major international confrontation. So what about non-state sponsors then? Well, in contrast to state sponsors, we argue that non-state sponsors rely on proxies not necessarily as military tools, but rather as political instruments. Non-state actors use proxies as political ancillaries rather than as military surrogates. As such, proxies can help advance the political objectives, and these political objectives oftentimes revolve around enhancing the sponsor's quest for legitimacy in theater. This does not mean that to non-state sponsors, proxies are militarily irrelevant, but it means that the types of military skills that are important to non-state sponsors basically revolve around secondary security and safety operations. So in practice, we argue that non-state sponsors will often seek out proxies who represent, for example, broader segments of the local population, and they will primarily utilize these proxies to enhance the political influence. In our article, we find very strong support for our argument in the case of Al-Qaeda in Yemen, which has essentially used local Bedouin tribes as proxies, precisely because these tribes have been able to enhance AQAP's legitimacy vis-a-vis the local population. We also find strong support in how the YPG, which is a Kurdish group based in Syria, has used Arab, Turkmen, and Christian proxies in a bid to enhance its political influence among those communities. But perhaps most importantly and most interestingly, we find that our argument also applies in cases when a non-state sponsor is already very politically powerful. Right? So if you look, for example, at Hezbollah, Hezbollah is a country which has an estimated annual budget of about $1 billion. And of course, politically, it is a major political force in Lebanon. It is very well entrenched in the country. So in our study, we examined Hezbollah's sponsorship of the Lebanese resistance brigades, and we find that in accordance with our theoretical expectations, these brigades are of very little military use to Hezbollah. However, they are of great political use for Hezbollah because the resistance brigades, this proxy, is composed of Lebanese of all stripes, Sunnis, Shiites, Druze, Arabs, Muslims and non-Muslims alike. And so the reason why Hezbollah has sponsored this organization is so that it can pretend that Hezbollah is not simply a Shiite organization, but that it's an organization that allegedly represents Lebanese of all stripes. So what are the implications? What are then the implications of this trend of non-state sponsorship for international relations, for international security? We believe that as the role of non-state actors in general in the international arena, in international relations in general, steadily increases, so will the role of non-state sponsorship. We've seen this in cases of Al-Qaeda. We've seen this in cases of the Islamic State. both of whom have sponsored numerous other smaller, lesser organizations. Michelle and I believe that most of these sponsor-proxy relations, in which the sponsor is a non-state actor as opposed to a state, will be that these relations will be less asymmetric. They will actually be more even, right? There will no longer be a huge power gap between the sponsor and the proxies as we used to know them from the age of state sponsors. Traditionally, sponsor-proxy relationships, such as those between Iran and Hezbollah, have featured two actors who have differed in capacity tremendously. Right? Iran is has far greater capacity than Hezbollah. But such power gaps, we believe, will be less pronounced between most non-state sponsors and their proxies. And the reason is that the proxies of non-state sponsors, they offer unique advantages that help reduce this capacity gap between sponsors and proxies further. Precisely because these proxies of non-state sponsors have so much political power on the ground when compared to their sponsors, they have an outsized importance. Add to that the fact that many non-state sponsors are not yet militarily or politically secure in their position. And so these dynamics will raise the overall profile of proxies. Let me just say that, so the resulting relationships, we believe, of non-state sponsors and their proxies are going to be a lot more transactional, probably far less ideological, and much more uneven, but also subject to manipulation. And so in all of this, there's both bad news and good news. The bad news is that such relationships between non-state sponsors and their proxies will become more common, and future armed conflict, as a result, will become more complex. But the good news is that these new types of sponsor-proxy relationships will oftentimes be very transactional, they'll be very pragmatic, they'll be shifting in accordance to changing interests of the proxies, and therefore, this makes these types of relationships much more susceptible to external manipulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Asaf. I've got great news for all of you. And the great news is this. We get a 1.5-hour break just now, and Naftali Bennett comes at 3:45, which is probably some of the best news we've heard all day here at the conference. So enjoy yourselves.
We start with the breaking news out of Paris.
explosion at Brussels airport.
It seems international terrorism is winning. The opposite is true. A single terror attack may take the lives of dozens of people, but a single inspiring survivor can affect the lives of millions. For that to happen, the narrative must change. Worldwide, we are here to say enough. Let's win terrorism together. We are here to celebrate the victories of the bold, of the resilient, of the inspiring. We are here to dismantle fear. We are here to defy terror together as one movement. Enough with the media empowering terror. Enough with telling the wrong stories. Enough with being victims. We are here to say enough today to create a better tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Reichman has just accompanied the Honorable Naftali Bennett of the Yamina Party and former Minister of Education of Israel and member of our IDC Herzliya family into the auditorium. Naftali Bennett is co-chair of the new Yamin Hayamin HaChadasha Party. Your good colleague and friend Ayelet was here just an hour ago. So you guys are getting a lot of coverage here in the afternoon. Okay? From 2015 to 2019, he was the Minister of Education and the Minister of Diaspora Affairs and previously held the post of Minister of Economy. Throughout his time in government, Mr. Bennett was a member of Israel's Inner Security Cabinet. After serving in the IDF Elite Combat Unit, Sayeret Matkal, Mr. Bennett entered the high-tech market. In 1999, he co-founded the encryption and security software company Kyota, selling the company in 2005 for $145 million. He also served as CEO of Soluto, sold in 2013 for more than $100 million. He lives in Ra'anana with his wife Gilat and 4 young children. Like Ayelet, he didn't come from the world of politics. He came into politics in order to make a difference. And Professor Reichman and Bennett became very, very good friends and blood brothers for the very simple reason that, blood brothers, believe me, trust me, with the Malag it's blood brothers, okay? And it's Minister of Education Bennett who declared IDC Herzliya the first private and non-profit university in Israel and approved doctorates for us. And in my personal opinion, you have to be the graduate of a combat unit, a capitalist, a man who believes in free enterprise, and just a good Zionist, okay, to join the family of IDC. Minister Bennett, the floor is yours.
ברוך הבא, נפתלי, אנחנו באמת מאוד מעריכים את העובדה שהתפנית אלינו היום לכנס הבינלאומי ה-19 של המכון למדיניות נגד טרור. זה לא טריוויאלי שבוע לפני הבחירות להגיע אלינו.
אז זו הזדמנות לשכנע.
בדיוק, זו הזדמנות לשכנע, למרות שיש פה הרבה מאוד כאלה שאין להם זכות הצבעה, הם מגיעים מחוץ לארץ, אבל ניחא, אני חושב שזה גם משודר חי, אז יש לך את האפשרות להשפיע. תראה, אני חושב שאני אחטא לך אם אני אומר יש לך שילוב מאוד מאוד מיוחד בין מי שעמד בראש מערכת החינוך במדינת ישראל כשר חינוך, ואדם שיש לו הרבה ידע והרבה ניסיון טקטי, אופרטיבי ואסטרטגי בעולמות הביטחון. כאן אני לא חטאתי לך. עכשיו מה שאני אגיד זה יהיה קצת חטא, משום שאין ספק שאתה איש הביטחון המבריק ביותר מבין שרי החינוך, ושר החינוך המבריק ביותר מבין אנשי הביטחון שאני מכיר. אבל האמת היא שגם אם אני לא עושה את ההשוואה הזאת, יש לך הרבה מאוד נכסים, בוודאי בעולמות החינוך וגם בעולם הביטחוני. אנחנו מטבע הדברים נתמקד יותר בהיכרות שלך עם עולמות התוכן של הביטחון.
אתה מוכן להתלוות אליי לחוגי בית?
אני יקר מדי בשביל הדברים האלה. אבל אני רוצה באמת להתמקד בעולמות התוכן של הביטחון, ונפתח בשאלה מאוד מאוד כללית, אולי איזושהי סקירה אסטרטגית שלך של המצב הביטחוני של מדינת ישראל, חוזקות, חולשות, מול הגזרות השונות שבהן מדינת ישראל נדרשת אליהן במזרח התיכון. שיניתי לך קצת את ה...
צריך אני מנסה לתמצת את זה. קודם כל אני אגיד welcome to all our friends from all around the world. IDC is a remarkable institute and now university. And I'm happy to have that you all come from all over the world to share your thoughts and views on fighting terror, which is certainly a huge challenge for Israel. And in a sense, we're the avant-garde in forming new dimensions and thoughts about that. ברמה הכי תמציתית, הייתי אומר שהאויב בונה על התשה מתמשכת וניסיון לשבור את הרוח של אזרחי מדינת ישראל. אנחנו פחות עוסקים בצבאות קונבנציונליים כפי שאתם יודעים. חלק ניכר מהאויב נמצא 1,000 קילומטר מזרחית מכאן בטהרן, והוא שולח זרועות פרוקסים מה שנקרא. והאסטרטגיה של ישראל בתוך העולם הכל כך כאוטי היא אסטרטגיה של פשוט להתחזק כל הזמן, להתעצם כל הזמן, ואז באמת לפעול בצורה מאוד מאוד גמישה. אני אתן אנלוגיה. הנה סיפור אמיתי, אתה דיברת על הטקטי, אופרטיבי ואסטרטגי, אתה יכול מטקטי ללמוד תובנות גם לאסטרטגי. תראו סיפור אמיתי. מלחמת לבנון השנייה, בתחילת המלחמה, גויסנו והתכוננו להיכנס, לקבל משימה ולהיכנס ללבנון. קיבלנו משימה, הכוח שלי, הייתי מפקד כוח, הכוח שלי למד את הצירי ניווט, את המשימה, ואחרי שעתיים שינו לנו. אז עוד פעם התנפלנו על המפות החדשות ועל הצירים החדשים למדנו, ואז עוד פעם שינו. אז הבנתי ואמרתי, יש לי רעיון, אני מפסיק ללמוד משימות, בוא נלך להתאמן, בוא נלך להיות יותר חזקים ויותר טובים. למה? כי אל מול אי ודאות אתה לא יכול לתכנן כל תרחיש, אבל דבר אחד בטוח, אם אתה יותר חזק אל מול אי ודאות, אז אתה תתמודד בצורה יותר טובה לכשהמשימה תגיע. זה לקח טקטי. במקום לבזבז את הזמן על התכוננות למשימות, הלכנו להתאמן ולהתחזק ככוח צבאי. הלקח הזה תקף גם לגבי מדינת ישראל. הרי קצב השינוי, אני זוכר בקבינט, אני מוותיקי הקבינט כיום, כרגע לא, אבל בתקופה מאוד ארוכה, אני זוכר כשהאייסיס רק התחילו, ואז התחזקו, והייתה תחושה בעולם שהאייסיס זה מה שישטוף את העולם ויגיע גם לאירופה, ואז היום אייסיס זה has been, והסיפור הוא איראן, ואז איראן הולכת לשטוף את סוריה, אז אנחנו הולכים להמשך כאוס. מה שאני יודע, שמדינת ישראל עם כלכלה מאוד חזקה, ועם ערבות הדדית טובה, עם כוח צבאי חזק, אנחנו נדע להתמודד באי ודאות שתקום ותהיה.
אתה כרגע לא נושא באחריות, כי אתה לא יושב בממשלה, אבל אתה היית רוב הזמן של הממשלות האחרונות בתפקידי מפתח וישבת בקבינט. לא הסתרת גם את הביקורת שלך מחלק מהמהלכים הצבאיים של מדינת ישראל. אני זוכר בצוק איתן, שירדת לשטח ובדקת ובאת עם תובנות אחרות לממשלה. אני לא חושב שהסתייע בידך יותר מדי להשפיע על הממשלה בכיוונים האלה. אבל...
למה? רגע, בצוק איתן התוכנית שנולדה מתוך הסיור שלי בשטח, אני זה שהנחתי ב-30 ליוני 2014 את התוכנית, כתוכנית מנע. זו הייתה אמורה להיות תוכנית הפתעה להשמדת 32 מנהרות. בסוף ביצענו את התוכנית, לא כהפתעה, זו הייתה שגיאה, אבל ביצענו, והמנהרות הושמדו ופעולת הטרור הנוראה שהייתה אמורה להיות נמנעה.
אז אני אנסה לאתגר אותך, ואני מרכיב את הממשלה החדשה, ואני מנה אותך לשר הביטחון בממשלה החדשה. אני לא יודע מה השאיפות הפוליטיות שלך, אבל אין לי ספק שאתה ראוי לתפקיד הזה. בכל מקרה, כשר ביטחון, מה היו היעדים שתציב למדינה, לממשלה, או אפילו כחבר בכיר בקבינט, מה אתה חושב צריכים להיות היעדים מבחינת הביטחון הישראלי? רק אל תגיד לי שבתוך 24 שעות אתה מחסל את הנייה.
ככה. דבר ראשון, הייתי מתחיל, קובע יעד לייצר משהו חדש שלא עשינו עד היום. לייצר מאזן הרתעה ומנופים על איראן עצמה. אנחנו, אם תדמו את איראן לתמנון ששולח את זרועותיו לעטוף אותנו, אנחנו מרבים להתעמת עם זרועות התמנון, לפגוע בהם, לפעמים הם מדממים, לפעמים הם פוגעים בנו, אבל הראש יושב שם בטהרן, שוכב על כיסא נוח, נהנה מהחיים, והוא שולח זרועות, שבדרך כלל אגב זה לא זרועות שלו עצמו, בדרך כלל הוא מאוד, מאוד אמיץ על הדם של אחרים, דם של לבנונים, דם של עזתים. בסוריה גם הם התקפלו נורא מהר אחרי שהם חטפו, נתנו לסורים להילחם נגדנו. הייתי מתחיל להתעסק בראש התמנון. מה זה להתעסק? אני לא עכשיו מציע להרים גיחת הפצצה לטהרן, אני כן מציע להתחיל בתהליך סדור, לייצר מנופים כדי שיבין כל אזרח בטהרן ויבינו ראשי השלטון בטהרן, שכשהם פוגעים בתל אביב, גם דברים רעים באיראן יקרו.
אני מפסיק אותך לרגע ואני אתן לך להמשיך מאותה נקודה, כי אני מזהה כאן שינוי מהתפיסה המקובלת היום על הקברניטים הישראלים, לפחות באופן מילולי, כי הדוברים הישראלים הבכירים אומרים, אם תעיזו, הרי שנחזיר את לבנון לתקופת האבן, ואתה בעצם מזיז את הכוונת ואומר, לבנון, לבנון, אבל ראש הנחש יושב בטהרן.
לא, אגב, התפיסה שאתה תיארת, אני הולדתי את התפיסה, היא תפיסה מלפני, מיד אחרי צוק איתן, אחרי, הייתי אומר, מעמדי בקבינט עלה, וכשהוגשו לנו התוכניות מול לבנון, אני מאוד התנגדתי והתחלתי לקדם תפיסה, דוקטרינה שנקראת לבנון שווה חיזבאללה. היום זה כבר אומץ, אבל זה לא מספיק. הלבנון שווה חיזבאללה משמע שלבנון תישא באחריות מדינתית לפעולות שבתוכה, ואנחנו לא נסכים לבדל בין חיזבאללה הרעה לבין לבנון התמימה. אפשר להעריך בזה, בסופו של דבר זה נותן לנו נקודת אחיזה אל מול מצב בלי נקודת אחיזה. זה כמו אתה מנסה לריב עם מים, אז אתה מקפיא את המים, זה קרח, יש לך נקודת אחיזה. אז ברגע שאתה הולך על קו מדינתי, יש לך נקודת אחיזה. אבל זה לא במקום. הצעד הבא, כדי שבסופו של דבר, התמנון הזה שכל פעם שולח זרועות, הוא צריך גם להתחיל להיחלש. עכשיו צריך לומר שאנחנו בהחלט, הפעילות המדינית לסנקציות על איראן, זה מאוד מחליש. ההתנהלות שלהם כרגע היא התנהלות נואשת. אני חושב שהם, they're biding time, לראות מה יהיה, הם קונים זמן כדי לראות מה יהיה בבחירות בארצות הברית. הם מתפללים שטראמפ לא ייבחר, ואז הם מקווים לצינור חמצן. אם טראמפ ייבחר, אני חושב שנראה דברים מאוד מעניינים קורים באיראן. בשורה התחתונה, אין מנוס, אלא לייצר מערכה מדינית, כלכלית, מודיעינית, סיכולית, וגם יכולת קינטית מול טהרן. כי תחשבו על זה, זה דבר, תחשבו בשכונה שלכם, יש איזה בריון שכונתי, המאפיונר השכונתי, ואתם גרים, מנסים לחיות את חייכם, והם שולחים, הוא שולח שליח אחד להכות בכם, אתם הולכים מכות, אתה נשרט, הוא מת. אחר כך שולחים עוד אחד, אתה נשרט, נפגע, הוא נפגע. כל הזמן אנחנו הולכים מכות עם שליחים, אבל השליח חסין. אז אני מציב סימן שאלה גדול על נקודת מוצא, על האקסיומה הזאת. לא מקבל את האקסיומה הזאת. למה בעצם? למה הם חסינים? הם 1,000 קילומטר מאיתנו, כל היום רק מחפשים to cause trouble אצלנו, ולמה הם חסינים? ויש המון המון דרכים מעבר לשלוח גיחות. המון דברים אפשר היום להכאיב למי שמנסה להכאיב לנו. אני רוצה להבהיר, we have no business עם העם הפרסי, זה עם נהדר, עם עתיק שעשה, היה לנו יחסים טובים היסטוריים עם העם הפרסי. יש לנו בעיה מאוד חמורה עם שלטון האייתולות. אנחנו צריכים שהם יתחילו להיות accountable, לשאת באחריות לבלגן שהם יוצרים פה באזור. זה מהלך שעוד לא קרה, אם תרצו, זה השלב הבא בדוקטרינה שאני אנסה לקדם אם אני אהיה בקבינט.
אתה יודע, הילדים שלי שואלים אותי לפעמים, למה אתה לא הולך לפוליטיקה? אומרת, תשמעו, הכי טוב זה להכיר את השר, לדעת להגיד לו מה לייעץ ולא לשאת באחריות. אז אחת הסיבות המרכזיות זה באמת האחריות הכבדה של הכתפיים, ואני רוצה להמחיש לקהל שלנו דוגמה לאחריות ואולי להביא אותך להתלבטות בשאלה. בואו נסתכל רגע על חיזבאללה לצורך העניין. וכשאנחנו מסתכלים מה קרה ממלחמת לבנון השנייה ועד היום, אנחנו רואים תהליך מאוד קונסיסטנטי של התחמשות עד הגעה לארסנל של 120-150 אלף רקטות וטילים, עם יכולת של לחימה קרקעית והתנסות בסוריה. צמח לנו כאן אויב, כמעט הייתי אומר חסר תקדים, אבל בהחלט אויב, לא רוצה להגיד ראוי, הוא ממש לא ראוי האויב הזה, אבל אויב משמעותי. ורבים באים ואומרים, ועכשיו אנחנו רואים את המאמצים הגדולים שהוא עושה כדי לדייק את נשק הטילים הזה ולהפוך את זה לסוג אחר לגמרי של נשק שהאיום על ישראל יהיה מבחינתו מכפיל כוח ואולי משלש את כוחו. ורבים באים ואומרים, רגע, איך לא עצרנו את זה קודם? היה לנו כאן זמן מ-2006 עד היום, כמעט 15 שנה, שהוא עוד היה חלש, הוא עוד היה קטן, אולי היינו צריכים להתערב. בעצם מדובר פה על מלחמה יזומה, על פעילות אופנסיבית יזומה, כדי לנטרל את היכולות האלה כשהם עוד קטנים. אז נכון שהיום יש חצי מפלצת מולנו, אבל אם נחכה, יכול מאוד להיות שמה שיהיה זה יהיה עוד מפלצת הרבה יותר גדולה, וזה דבר שצריך להיות על שולחנו של קברניט, לשאול את השאלה, האם ומתי נכון לקיים מלחמת מנע כזאת?
זאת שאלה נהדרת, כי היסטורית מדינת ישראל לא קיימה פעולות מנע אל מול התעצמות אויב, אלא רק אל מול הפעלת כוח של אויב. כלומר, לא אמרנו לעצמנו בשנת 65 או 63 או 71, אנחנו יוצאים למלחמה כי המצרים או הסורים פותחים עוד שתי אוגדות. זה היה כביכול זכותם, ובעצם התפיסה של מדינת ישראל הייתה תפיסת הרתעה. אבל אל מול האויבים הנוכחיים היו חריגות לדבר הזה בעניין נשק גרעיני. נשק גרעיני כן פעלנו בצורת מנע אל מול בניין כוח ולא רק חיכינו לשימוש כוח, שימוש בכוח. מה שאתה תיארת חצי מפלצת, אני אגיד את זה בצורה הכי ברורה, אם לא נפעיל כוח אל מול הדילוג הבא, שזה 120,000 רקטות או 140,000 רקטות טיפשות, ואז להוסיף עוד נניח 20,000 רקטות חכמות שפוגעות ברדיוס כזה, ה-20,000 רקטות שיודעות לפגוע בדיוק, זה אקוויוולנטי בפגיעה ובסיכון לישראל לפצצת אטום. וכפי שאנחנו לא נאפשר לאויב להשיג פצצת אטום, 20,000 טילים שיודעים לפגוע בדיוק. אני לא רוצה לפרט את כל המקומות האסטרטגיים, רק דמיינו, זה משהו שאנחנו לא יכולים לחיות איתו. אבל גם אנחנו למדנו עוד משהו, גם אני תרמתי בהחלט לשינוי הזה שהתחיל סביב 2013-2014, שלראשונה בהיסטוריה אנחנו מונעים התעצמות איראנית בסוריה מעבר לגדר עוד לפני שיורים עלינו. אנחנו לא אומרים אל תירו עלינו. אנחנו אומרים אתם לא שמים שם אפילו משגר. וכל פעם שמגיע משגר יורדים עליו. ועוד אחד יורדים עליו כדי שאפילו לא תהיה להם מסה קריטית ראשונית. עכשיו את הגישה הזאת נצטרך לאמץ גם בעזה, אלא מה? שבעזה הם כבר הגיעו למסה קריטית. אז נצטרך איזושהי פעולה, אני אגיד פה בצורה מאוד חריפה, מדיניות ממשלות ישראל ב-20 השנים האחרונות מול עזה הם כישלון מוחלט. כישלון מוחלט בניהול המדיני, ביטחוני של המערכה מול חמאס. ברמה העובדתית, אני יכול לקבל ששנה, שנתיים, אזור מסוים יחיה תחת רקטות. אני לא מקבל כגזירת גורל שבמשך 20 שנה תושבי אשקלון וסדרות ונחל עוז ונתיב העשרה אומרים להם ככה זה וזה בשכם.
מה נפתלי בנט שר הביטחון יעשה מול רצועת עזה אם וכאשר?
אז התפיסה הנוכחית שהיא תפיסה שאין הבדל אגב בין נתניהו לגנץ, אותה תפיסה היא תפיסת ספיגה, צריך לעבור לתפיסה דו-שלבית. השלב השני הוא היותר מעניין, אבל השלב הראשון זה לאפס להם את היכולות. כלומר, שם יש, הייתי אומר, רבע מפלצת, להמשיך את הרבע הזה אנחנו צריכים לקזז. הנחתי תוכנית מאוד 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 יצירתית איך לעשות את זה עם מימדים שהם לא רק צבאיים, הם אזרחיים, כל מיני הפתעות נורא מעניינות, אבל זה רק ההתחלה, זה החלק הקל. עושים אירוע, לוקח כמה ימים, שבועות, אבל אז צריך להכיל את שיטת מכסחת הדשא שאנחנו עושים בסוריה היום על עזה. קרי, רק מתחילים לחפור מנהרה, לא נותנים להם. רק מתחילים לבנות מפעל רקטת, לא נותנים להם. מפציצים, זאת אומרת, כל הזמן משטיחים. עכשיו, אין פה, ובמקביל אגב, שחרור אזרחי גדול. זאת אומרת, אני דווקא, במידה מסוימת, ישראל עושה בדיוק הפוך. היא יצרה לאורך השנים לחץ אזרחי מיותר, אל מול ספיגה ביטחונית. אני אומר בדיוק הפוך. אנחנו על הצד הביטחוני יהיה מהלך אחד לא פשוט, אחר כך תחזוקה, אם זה 10 שנים, אם 100 שנה, אני לא יודע, יחד עם ההבנה שצריכים לחיות שם כמעט 2 מיליון אזרחים, אני לא בעד לחסום להם, אפשר לתת להם הרבה מאוד, יש גם תזה הידועה שאם יש להם מחיר הפסד זה ירגיע, אני לא יודע אם זה נכון, אין לזה הוכחה אמפירית שכשטוב כלכלית יש פחות טרור, אוסמה בן לאדן היה מסודר כלכלית אבל עשה את 9/11, זאת אומרת, אבל בלי קשר אני בעד שכל אדם יחיה בצורה טובה, אז הקו שלי, אני תומך מאוד ברעיון היצירתי של ידידי השר קץ, אי מלאכותי, you name it, כל היוזמות האלה אני בעד, אבל אחרי שאנחנו עושים למעשה פירוז חד צדדי, ואז תחזוקה קבועה של הדבר הזה. נגיד גם עוד מילה אחרונה, אני יודע שאנחנו חורגים בזמן, אבל בתחום רוח צה"ל, אנחנו פה באנומליה, אנחנו מדינה סופר סופר מערבית מצד אחד, אני חייתי מעל 10 שנים בעולם ההייטק, שזה פסגת העולם המערבי היום, מצד שני אנחנו כן חברה שחייבת להיות מסוגלת להבין שהיא צריכה להקריב גם קורבנות בשביל לחיות פה. זה נורא נורא קשה, יותר קל היה, יותר קל להיות בלגיה או צרפת, שאין איזה מלחמה קיומית שם, או לחלופין, אתה באיזה אפגניסטן, יודע שכל היום אתה נלחם, אבל המעבר הוא מאוד קשה, מאוד קשה. אני הרגשתי את זה על בשרי, מלחמת לבנון השנייה, זה היה ליטרלי יום אחרי שעזבתי את החברה שלי, פתאום נהייתי מיליונר, ואני חושב שעכשיו זה הזמן להיות עם בקריבים עם איזה קוקטייל כזה ומטריה נחמדה כזאת, ופתאום אני מוצא את עצמי תקוע באיזה חור בעומק לבנון מול חיזבאללה, אני אומר, מה הולך פה? זה לא יכול להיות, זה לא אותם חיים, זה נגזר על מדינת ישראל, ופה אני רוצה לומר תודה לפרופסור אורי רייכמן, לבינתחומי, שאתם בעיניי מבטאים מצד אחד את המצוינות ואת פריצת הדרך וההבנה שצריך פה כל הזמן עולם סטארט-אפ ויזמות. מצד שני, אתם לא שוכחים, גם באופן הקבלה שלכם סטודנטים, להיות ציונים, לאהוב את המדינה. ומילה אחרונה, אני לא אגיד מילה פוליטית.
המילה האחרונה היא שלי, אבל לא חשוב.
מילה באמת אחרונה, אנחנו בתקופת בחירות, אני לא אדבר על זה, אני רק אגיד, הכיתוב הוא נוראי. מה שקורה בחוץ באמת נוראי. אני מציע לכולם שננחיל לעצמנו שלימין אין מונופול על פטריוטיות ועל אהבת הארץ, כפי שלשמאל אין מונופול על רצון לשלום ועל זכויות אדם. אלה אנשים טובים ויש מחר. תודה רבה.
נפתלי, אני רוצה להגיד לך שאתה הוכחת באופן אישי בשירות הצבאי שלך, ביחידה מיוחדת לאנשים שלא מכירים, במגלן ובסיירת מטכ"ל ובמקומות אחרים, אומץ אישי ברמה הגבוהה ביותר. הוכחת אומץ כלכלי בעיסוקים הכלכליים המוצלחים שלך. הוכחת אומץ ציבורי בפעילות שלך כשר חינוך, ואנחנו במרכז הבינתחומי יכולים להעיד על כך, לקחת סיכונים, עמדת על שלך, על העמדה הצודקת שלך, שגם צלחה בסופו של דבר. אפילו המשפט הזה שסיימת איתו עכשיו, לבוא ולהגיד, המשפט המאחד הזה, לבוא ולהגיד שלא רק לימין יש מונופול על הציונות, גם לזה צריך אומץ, ואני מודה לך על האומץ.
מה שנקרא hardball question, נכון? לא, בסדר. תודה רבה.
תודה רבה.
I have another very important announcement to make, and that is that we shall continue with our deliberations at 5 o'clock, just in time for those Brits to have tea. Right, Sir David? All right. Where are the crumpets? Okay. So you guys are free to have some coffee, tea. We'll meet back here at 5 o'clock.
We start with the breaking news out of Paris.
And the world is reacting tonight.
It seems international terrorism is winning. The opposite is true. A single terror attack may take the lives of dozens of people, but a single inspiring survivor can affect the lives of millions. For that to happen, the narrative must change. Worldwide, we're here to say enough. Let's win terrorism together. We're here to celebrate the victories of the bold, of the resilient, of the inspiring. We're here to dismantle fear. We're here to defy terror together as one movement. Enough with the media empowering terror. Enough with telling the wrong stories. Enough with being victims. We're here to say enough today to create a better tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to begin 3 interesting keynote addresses. The topic is terrorism and technology. We're going to begin with Mr. Brian Fishman, Head of Counterterrorism Policy, Facebook. Brian Fishman manages counterterrorism policy at Facebook and is the author of the Master Plan, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Jihadi Strategy for Final Victory, Yale University Press, 2016. Fishman previously served as Director of Research at the United States Military Academy, Combating Terrorism Center, and began studying the progenitors of ISIS in 2005. In 2008, Fishman first taught an academic course on the Islamic State of Iraq's turn towards governance, and he predicted the resurrection of the Islamic State of Iraq prior to the Syrian civil war. While teaching at West Point, Fishman co-edited with Asaf Moghadam, our own Asaf Moghadam. It's cool, I like that. Fault Lines in Global Jihad, Organizational, Strategic, and Ideological Fissures, Rutledge, 2013. In addition to his role at Facebook, Fishman is a counterterrorism research fellow with the International Studies Program at the New America, an affiliate with Stanford University Center for International Studies and Cooperation, a visiting scholar with UC Berkeley Center for Right-Wing Studies. UC Berkeley has a Center for Right-Wing Studies? Okay. Do you wear a flak jacket when you walk in there? Okay. And a fellow with the Combating Terrorism Center at West Point. He has taught courses on terrorism and counter-insurgency at the United States Military Academy, Georgetown University, and Columbia. Fishman is a graduate of the University of California, LA, and Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. The floor is yours.
Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thanks to everybody that has been involved in the organization of this event. It's my second time here. My first time here when I actually overlapped with Asaf Moghadam, my old colleague and office mate, and it's really a pleasure to finally be here in the same place with you. I have 2 goals for this talk. The first is to give you a basic overview of how Facebook approaches counterterrorism on our platform. And the second is to step back from that a little bit and provide hopefully some useful observations about the trends that I see in terms of how terrorist material is manifesting online and how the fight against that material is evolving. And then hopefully draw some interesting conclusions. We shall see. So first off, Facebook's approach to this. I've been at Facebook for about 3 years. And what's interesting about my role there is that we have a sort of singular focus within Facebook on driving both policy, but also our engineering priorities and our operational efforts around terrorism. This consolidation of that kind of role and focus is really unique within the social media world. There are 7 of us within my team spread out globally. At Facebook overall, there are more than 350 people whose primary job, whose primary responsibility is dealing with terrorist organizations and hate groups, etc. These folks are spread out, reviewing content. They are former law enforcement and intelligence professionals. They are lawyers. They're folks that oftentimes work at Facebook because they care about this issue. It's not that they are working on this issue because they work at Facebook. And I think that's a really important distinction. And that trend is something that is relatively recent, that you've had an influx of effectively counterterrorism professionals into social media companies, and we've really embraced that effort at Facebook to increase our expertise. At Facebook, we have 5 sort of basic lines of effort when it comes to counterterrorism. The first is enforcing our community standards. Those are the rules. At other companies, those are referred to as terms of service. The second is engaging with law enforcement. This is responding to legal law enforcement requests for information. It means when we identify an imminent threat, which happens occasionally, that we provide that information as necessary. The third is we support various counter-speech efforts. These are campaigns conducted to push back on hate and extremism. The fourth is that we work to protect our employees. This can mean things as simple as improving systems for reviewers so that if they're looking at violent content, we can sort of fuzz that out or make it a little bit blurrier so that they're not sort of shocked by that sort of material. And the last is working with industry more broadly and supporting those sorts of efforts, particularly through an organization that I'll talk a little bit more about later, called the Global Internet Forum to Counterterrorism, which we formed several years ago with Microsoft, YouTube, and Twitter. So let me sort of step back and get to the issue that most folks think about when they think about terrorism on Facebook or on social media, and that is our community standards, our terms of service. The basic approach at Facebook is that terrorists are not allowed. By policy, there may be no praise, support, or representation of a terrorist organization, a terrorist actor, a terrorist event, etc. What does that actually mean in practice? Well, it means that our policy is focused on the actors themselves, even if they aren't doing something to support a terrorist campaign on our platform. So if you are a terrorist actor, terrorist entity, you may not use Facebook for any purpose, not to talk about your kids or the weather or post pictures of a cat or a dog or these sorts of things. You may not be on the platform. Now, obviously, and some of you may be sort of thinking this, that's a lot easier said than done, and of course that's true. It's very difficult to, at scale, identify every terrorist in the world. Our policy applies to every terrorist in the world. Enforcing that at scale is a different and harder challenge. How do we identify what counts as a terrorist entity? This question always comes up. And the short answer is that we designate terrorist actors ourselves. This is pretty unique. But the reason we do this is because although there are a variety of lists of terrorist organizations in the world that are maintained by academics, they're maintained by governments, we find that academics and governments act too slowly. They don't actually maintain comprehensive lists in real time, and the expectation on us by our users and by the community globally is that we are able to respond to these things in near real time. That's an extraordinary challenge. It means that our internal list of designated terrorist entities is far larger than any single list that is created by any single government. And you can imagine why this might be. So for example, Maoists in Northeast India kill a lot of people. This is not a political problem here in Israel. It's not a political problem in the United States. These entities are not designated in either place. They are a problem for us because we have a lot of users in Northeast India, and we care about them and want to do what we can to protect them. I think that understanding is really, really important when you think about Facebook and social media companies in general, is that our scope truly is global, that we are trying to have a policy that applies as globally as possible and provides protection to people around the world against organizations that would do harm to civilians for political purposes. It's really challenging. It's really challenging, but we are getting better at it. In addition to the designations that we make ourselves, we also abide by our legal obligations, and that might be a legal obligation in a particular country, but the most present for us are removing content related to foreign terrorist organizations as they're listed by the U.S. State Department, and organizations listed by the U.S. Treasury Department as specially designated global terrorists. Now, as a practical matter, those organizations almost universally also meet our internal definition of terrorism. So there's sort of a happy union there. But it is important to note that there, in certain cases, are legal obligations that we abide by. We enforce these policies. As I said, there are 350 people that work on this primarily, but there are also 15,000, more than 15,000 people at Facebook who review content. So every piece of content that gets reported to us by our community is reviewed, and if there is a suggestion that it supports or praises terrorism, it will be escalated and then reviewed by our team of specialists, who will make a decision if there's ambiguity about that. In very rare cases, that gets escalated up to the policy team to make final decisions. This stuff can be tricky, and the scale of this effort is gigantic. And because of that scale, automation is increasingly important. So when I say automation, I'm using that term to be something of a catch-all, right? We talk about automation. Sometimes we use the word sort of AI, or we use a phrase like machine learning. And all of these things, depending on who you're talking to, mean slightly different things. I'm using the term automation to refer to the entire basket, right? This could mean things as simple as an algorithm that identifies an image that has already been uploaded. So if we know that there is a piece of ISIS propaganda, we can use an algorithm to find other matching pieces of ISIS propaganda. But it also means things that are a little bit more sophisticated. It means using algorithms to understand the sentiment of text, right? And whether or not that text supports a piece of propaganda or opposes it. Because there are circumstances where we would allow some terrorist propaganda if it is posted by somebody that is condemning that organization, that is using it to highlight the depravity of an organization and their intent to kill civilians. So this is a circumstance where oftentimes, when you're trying to understand the sentiment around an image or a video or something like that, that's a much harder algorithmic challenge. That's a place where human beings become really, really important. But there's still a role for automation in that kind of process. So oftentimes when people think about automation, they think, well, can you automatically find all the terrorist stuff and take it down? And the answer is we do kind of, quote unquote, automatically find a lot of terrorist stuff, and some of it we're able to automatically take down. But in other cases, we have to send that material that we think is potentially problematic to a reviewer. So there's other kinds of automation that are built into these systems. Identifying the language that is written in. We support over 90 languages at Facebook. Identifying and making sure that a piece of content that is written in Bahasa Indonesian using Arabic script mixed with Roman script gets to a reviewer that is able to understand all of those things in context. Those are the kinds of things that sort of underneath the surface create a tremendous amount of complexity as we are reviewing and trying to enforce against this kind of dynamic. And there's a lot of algorithms and automation that goes into that isn't the sort of high-level stuff, but is really critical to making us as efficient as possible and making good decisions. Some of the most interesting of these automated techniques are true machine learning classifiers. And what I mean by machine learning classifiers is you take a lot of data and you say, this is the kind of thing we're looking for, and this is the kind of thing we're not. You really sort of take tons of data and you put it into those two buckets. So you could say, we're going to make a classifier that identifies terrorist material, terrorist propaganda, formal terrorist propaganda, and you have human beings look at a huge amount of data, some of which is a terrorist propaganda and some of which isn't. And they code it. And over time, the machine starts to learn this is what the terrorist propaganda looks like. And it's able to find that more and more. Well, we now have classifiers that look at a post on Facebook. They identify whether media is likely terrorist propaganda. They identify the sentiment within that post. Is it favorable or is it critical? And what happens with these classifiers is they spit out a score. And they spit out a score that predicts the likelihood that if one of our human beings looked at that post, they would take it down for terrorism. The reason, I hope that makes sense, because this highlights a real challenge that I think is really important for folks that aren't computer scientists. I'm not a computer scientist. I'm a policy guy. I'm a researcher at the end of the day. But the challenge is the way that these dynamics are moving is we as policy people are increasingly going to have to make decisions about how likely does it need to be for us to allow an automated classifier to make a decision, right? It's not like we're going to have a silver bullet, a fancy find terrorist, all the terrorist material button. That is not going to exist. What may exist, and what we are going to have to come to some consensus about as a community, both within companies, within academia, within government, etc., is some basic understanding of how likely, when are we willing to allow automated classifiers to make decisions, and when are we not? How sure do we have to be? Because if we get it wrong, let's say we decide that if the classifier says it's 95% sure that this would come down, so there's a 5% error rate. That may not seem like a lot, but when you're talking about a Facebook scale, that's a lot of mistakes. So what are we willing to accept? Some of those mistakes would mean taking down content that is actually critical of terrorism. Are we willing to accept that? These are the kinds of choices that we need to confront more broadly as a community and start thinking about more broadly as a community. Because right now, these are the sorts of choices that are being made inside of companies. And I really think that we need to treat this as an ethical question. What are the ethics of counterterrorism and using automation to remove this sort of material in a digital space? Okay. So I jumped the gun a little bit and got into talking about some of the trends and some of the challenges in the future there. But I want to point out a few others. One of the big trends that we see with terrorism online is that the big platforms like Facebook are getting better. We're not all doing the same things. We use very different techniques to try to improve. But overall, I think the larger platforms are getting better. And so what we're seeing is a displacement of a lot of this material to smaller platforms. That trend is going to continue. The larger platforms are going to get better, and we're going to see this kind of material increasingly proliferating to smaller platforms. It's not just going to go away. Just because if we're able to make Facebook a safer place, doesn't mean that those bad actors are going to give up. They're going to keep trying to get around the sorts of things that we do, which they do all the time, but they're also going to move to other platforms. Those other platforms don't and won't have the same kind of resources that we have. So we as a community need to think, how do we support those platforms? I know Adam Hadley is going to talk in a little bit, and he has some ideas about this. But this is a really, really important question when we talk about resolving this problem in general, not just resolving this problem for Facebook. We also have to ask. We have to ask the really sort of disturbing question. When we at Facebook remove some of these dangerous networks and they move off to a smaller, more closed environment, we're going to deny these bad actors reach and audience, but are they going to get more radical because they operate within that smaller, more closed environment? Are they more likely to commit violence, those people that maybe are engaging with hateful and frightening ideologies? But are they going to actually move towards violence more often when they're in that smaller space? I think that's a question we need to think about and we really need to wrestle with as a larger community. Second thing I'm going to say is that is a real trend moving forward is that regulation is coming. There is going to be regulatory action by governments in this space. Governments and intergovernmental entities in the case of the European Union. This creates both opportunities and risks. Some of the opportunities. Setting baseline expectations. That's really valuable. It's really valuable even from a tech company perspective. Addressing certain legal ambiguities. When is it okay to share information? Both with other companies, with governments. When is that acceptable and when is it not? Those are real opportunities from a tech company perspective when it comes to regulatory processes. But there are also risks. Some of the risks. One of the most important risks here is that as companies pivot towards this, the voluntary actions that many of the industry is taking are increasingly effective. And what we don't want to do is create regulatory structures that compel companies to only respond to the needs and demands of regulators rather than take further action on a voluntary basis. What you don't want is a bunch of companies just trying to check boxes to meet their regulatory requirements as opposed to try to deal with this challenge more holistically, as we at Facebook are today. The second point that I'd make is that not all regulation is about counterterrorism. So we see some efforts in various places that would create legal structures that would require companies, social media companies and digital platforms to remove content when alerted by a government. That is an approach, but I'll tell you that governments, the amount of content that we remove because we've been alerted by governments is minuscule compared to the amount that we take down overall, we take down proactively. 99% plus of the ISIS and Al-Qaeda material that we remove, we find and remove proactively. The amount that we get from governments is a drop in a bucket. Now sometimes when we get those referrals from government, they illustrate trends where our detection is failing for whatever reason. And that's valuable. That's really valuable to point out those gaps. But it's really important to recognize the balance and where it's coming from. And the vast majority of this is coming from the companies themselves in terms of what is removed. Some of the regulatory pushes are not about giving governments more authority to order companies to remove this kind of content. It's about privacy and restricting the ability of companies to scan their platforms for potentially dangerous content. A world in which companies are compelled by regulation to be more responsive to immediate government requests to take things down, but have less ability to scan their platforms for dangerous content, is a world that is less hostile to terrorist actors. And that is a really important dynamic because that is a very real possibility in a lot of places. That there will be both action, regulatory action that gives governments more authority, but also restricts the ability of platforms to use certain scanning techniques. Lastly, I want to sort of acknowledge our hosts and the project that they have initiated, the International Cyber Terrorism Regulation Project, which is funded in part by the Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism and the sort of research network sponsored by that. This is really important. It's really important to look at these regulatory efforts across borders because a third challenge is that if we get sort of balkanized regulatory efforts, putting restrictions on essentially global platforms where we're responding to every different country in different ways, it's going to be very, very difficult to manage. And I think that's going to distract us from the actual mission that we're trying to achieve. And so the degree to which we can identify best practices, have that conversation in sort of responsible ways is really, really valuable. And I think that's at least part of the intent of the project being run here. And I think that's very valuable. So I commend Boaz and company on it. The last, I guess, a couple more bits. One is that automation and the value of artificial intelligence are increasing. Companies are using these techniques more. And I want to say something that may be counterintuitive to some folks in the audience. And that is that automation and artificial intelligence are actually going to be more important for small companies than large ones, right? We have the ability to hire 15,000 reviewers, which is amazing. It's an incredible capability. We have reviewers that speak 100 languages around the world. Smaller companies don't have that capability. They don't have that sort of revenue. They don't have the sort of management structure. They're going to have to rely on blunter, more automated techniques to deal with these issues. That's going to create all sorts of challenges. And again, I'm trying to prep Adam Hadley, who's coming up next. It's going to create all sorts of challenges. Where do they get the data? Where do they get the labelers that can train those machine learning efforts in the first place? These things are really tough. And smaller companies, if we are going to respond to this, we need to find ways, both as industry, as society writ large, to support those smaller companies in this endeavor. The second point about the automation is that it changes the kinds of policy choices that we need to make. As I mentioned before, it changes these choices so that we are reacting oftentimes to scores and predictions made by our computer science colleagues and within these sort of classifiers that say, well, if we're 95% sure, are we willing to do something or not? What are we willing to do if we're 99% sure? Are we willing to allow an algorithm to take something down at that point? At 95%? At 90%? These are really tricky challenges, but you can imagine different kinds of actions. So at 99%, maybe you're willing to allow the computer to take something down. If you're 95% sure, maybe you put that at the very top of the list for your reviewers to look at. If you're 90% sure, maybe you reduce something's visibility on your platform, at least until you look at it. These are the kinds of choices and the kinds of complexity where automation is going to come together with human beings in an overall strategy by platforms to limit the accessibility and utility of those platforms for terrorist actors. The last bit that is really key that I mentioned up front is the Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism. GIFCT was founded 2 years ago by Facebook with Microsoft, YouTube, and Twitter. We've now brought on a number of other companies. And GIFCT really operates under three basic pillars. The first is knowledge sharing and mentoring. Adam Hadley's group, Tech Against Terrorism, does a lot of that in conjunction with GIFCT. We also do technology sharing. So we have a database of hashes. A hash is like a digital fingerprint of a file. And we share those hashes so that if we find terrorist material on Facebook, we can take that digital fingerprint, we can put it into this shared database. One of our other partners can download that hash and look for that content on their own platform. So we basically, it's a fancy way to tip each other off to nasty content. And the last piece is that we support research, and the folks here at ICT are part of that overall research network. But this notion of the Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism, strengthening and broadening this group and ensuring that industry is working in conjunction with the needs of governments around the world is a really critical dynamic. And it's something that I think everyone should be looking to in the future as we try to make this organization more sustainable, more robust, and more effective, not just for the main organizations that have created it, but for those smaller companies and the broader community of social media platforms that really needs this sort of support. So my final message, and I'll get off the stage, I know we have a busy agenda, is that I began doing this work looking at terrorism online in 2005, shared an office shortly thereafter with Asaf Mogadam. In 2010, from the perch of a think tank, was helping the social media companies at that point who really didn't recognize at the time the importance that their platforms could play for terrorist organizations. To where we are today has been a real sea change. The social media companies generally are focused on this problem. They don't always know, and I raise my hand here, we don't always know exactly what to do in every case. But that's why communities like this one are really, really important and really valuable. And what I would encourage and ask for from everyone is when you come to us and you say, look, we need you to do better on something, don't make the claim, hey, social media, just try harder. That's not good enough anymore. We need you to come to us with specific asks, specific recommendations, specific analysis, so that we can think about these things, actually use it to improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. I now would like to introduce Mr. Adam Hadley, Director of Tech Against Terrorism, United Kingdom. Adam Hadley is the founder and director of Tech Against Terrorism, a public-private partnership recognized by the United Nations Security Council in working with the Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism, GIFCT, and the United Nations Counter-Terrorism Directorate to support the global tech sector in tackling the terrorist use of the Internet whilst respecting human rights. Adam is also the CEO of the London-based data science consultancy QuantSpark and its not-for-profit arm, QuantSpark Foundation, which is responsible for implementing tech against terrorism on behalf of the United Nations and GIFCT. Adam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have some slides here, so this is usually the first thing that goes wrong. First of all, I'd like to say what an honor and privilege it is to be here today, presenting at one of the world's, if not the world's, most prestigious counterterrorism conference. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to go into a bit more detail about what we do at Tech Against Terrorism and who we are. So we're a public-private partnership. We work very closely with the big tech platforms, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, and Twitter, under the auspices of the GIFCT. We also work very closely with UNCTED, of which you've heard a bit this morning. Specifically, we focus on one thing. Our mission is to support smaller tech platforms that find themselves used by terrorists and violent extremists. We're here to support those platforms, to help them build technologies, to mentor them in a way that's compatible with human rights and freedom of expression. And the reason why we deal with smaller platforms is because increasingly that's where terrorist and violent extremist activity has migrated. 4 or 5 years ago, for sure, a lot of that activity took place on the larger platforms, but over time it's migrated to dozens, if not hundreds, of smaller platforms, and I'll go into a bit of detail on that now. So Tech Against Terrorism works with UNCTED. We're a public-private partnership as recognized in a few Security Council resolutions. Most of our interaction is with industry-led initiatives, and the foremost amongst those is the Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism, founded by Facebook, Microsoft, YouTube, and Twitter a few years back. Also, we deal with, and directly deal with, a number of member states of the UN and organizations such as the OSCE, Interpol, Europol, and a number of governments as well. But really the core of what we do is working with dozens of smaller platforms of all types, from Tune PK in Pakistan to companies in Poland, Israel, and the United States. But of course, it's important that we take the perspectives of civil society into consideration, and we work with a whole range of civil society organizations as well. So what's our focus? Often when we talk about the terrorist use of the internet, everyone assumes it's one thing, that it's content. Yeah, terrorist content is a big issue, but it's not the only thing. When analysing the terrorist use of the internet, we're quite clear that it's important to focus on what terrorists want to achieve. And the foremost thing that terrorists want to achieve is political change. For political change, there needs to be publicity. For publicity, there needs to be content. And there needs to be a media ecosystem to support that. So the large part of our focus is on those technologies and media platforms that support propaganda, potentially support radicalization and recruitment of individuals. And to that end, most of our focus is on social media and content sharing platforms. You've heard of the largest platforms, but there are many small ones that are increasingly used by terrorists and violent extremists. Furthermore, we deal with a whole range of content storage, micro-platforms, and link generators. In fact, there are dozens of such platforms. Often they're not companies, often they don't turn a profit. Often it's just one person, it's their pet project, a small website that's found itself colonized by terrorists overnight. We also look at operational use case of technology. So in particular, looking at communications technologies, VPN, messaging, VoIP, etc. That's quite a different use case. And it's important to stress here, when supporting the tech sector, it's critical that we mold and shape our responses according to the specific technology that we're dealing with. Also, there are fintech technologies, or crowdfunding, or crowdsourcing technologies and websites that need some support. And underneath this, there's, of course, the fundamental infrastructure of the internet. So there's DNS, or around-the-corner encrypted DNS, as well as hosting services and denial-of-service providers. In the future, there are a number of threats that really merit consideration right now, in particular decentralized platforms. We've recently published a few research papers on the threat posed by decentralized platforms, the threat that in the future, potentially, there could be social networks that are fundamentally impossible to moderate. And what's not on this slide, but is important to stress, is the role that mainstream media plays. The reason I mention that is because a lot of the time, the only reason our public becomes aware of terrorist content is because of the role that mainstream media plays in promoting that content. While we focus exclusively on internet technologies, it's also critical to highlight the role that mainstream media plays. So this is just an example of a particular type of technology that we look at. So where content's concerned, we kind of split this into 4 types of technologies and systems that are often used by terrorists. This can apply equally to ISIS or far-right violent extremists, like in the Christchurch attack. So the first type of technology that's used are so-called beacons. So that's Telegram, Twitter, HM, WhatsApp. And by beacons, what we mean is that these sorts of platforms are used to publicize and publish links to content stores. So these are some examples of content stores used by violent jihadist extremists as well as far-right extremists. Some of them are well known, some perhaps less so. The point here is many of these sites are based on very simple technology that's pretty easy to recreate. So you can kind of find yourself dealing with maybe 50 or 60 of these content stores that are pointed to from so-called beacons. Then we find there are aggregators, so different types of sites. WordPress blogs can be used to this effect. Facebook can. VKontakte, Gab. And then there are circumventors. So these are types of sites that are used to typically archive content. So you see in this slide, we're hoping to show that, well, when you're looking at the terrorist use of the internet, actually it's a pretty complex user journey. There are lots of different types of technologies that are being used. And often when you might deal with beacons, well, that could be circumvented by something else entirely. So the point we're stressing here is that what's required is a systematic response, not focusing on one type of technology only, because terrorists and violent extremists aren't stupid. They're adapting rapidly. In fact, they're adapting so quickly that we're finding many groups developing their own platforms and technologies. So we have to be really careful in devising policy in this area. If we go too far, we push activity elsewhere, which could have implications for intelligence and law enforcement. So what do we do at Tech Against Terrorism? So the first thing we do is we carry out analysis of the threat, and we reach out to dozens of these smaller platforms distributed over the world. So we carry out open source intelligence to ensure that we're focusing on the right areas. We reach out to platforms all over the world, might be in Saudi Arabia, might be in Brazil, could be in Poland. And we carry out original research to support this. Secondly, we share best practice through training materials, workshops, webinars. And we work very closely with the GIFCT, the Global Internet Forum to Counter-Terrorism, in conducting these. We also support mentorship and membership of the GIFCT. So the GIFCT has a membership program aiming to bring on board as many smaller platforms as possible. And we work closely with the GIFCT to ensure that a number of standards are met. For example, adherence to human rights standards, having a counter-terrorism point of contact, and other important factors like this. And thirdly, we focus on tech development and providing operational support. So we have a hybrid team of data scientists and developers in our offices in London, and we support developers and smaller platforms to modify their technologies. We also supply data science expertise, and increasingly we're developing our own technologies and supporting the development of classifiers. So as strategic partners of the GIFCT, we focus on 4 areas. Technological solutions, trying to help smaller platforms understand those technologies that the GIFCT has developed. And Brian's already spoken about the hash sharing database, which has been tremendously successful. It's been implemented by platforms such as Just Paste It to great effect. Also, we partner on analysis and open source intelligence research, and of course, knowledge sharing and training for those smaller platforms. The point to stress here with smaller platforms is that often they just don't have the resources or know-how. Typically, they're willing, they want to do more, they don't want their platforms dominated by terrorists. But there's only so much that one person can do. And finally, we focus on data and tool development. And on the right here, we have a number of platforms we've worked with only over the past 2 months, in fact. And I believe the GIFCT will be announcing more about this at an UNGA side event later on in September. So that's all from me. If you have any more questions, please feel free to reach out. If there are any platforms that you're concerned about that you feel like could do with some support, then please let us know. You can reach out to us at our website or on Twitter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the last speaker on this topic is Dr. Shlomit Wagman-Ratner, Director General, Money Laundering and Terror Financing Prohibition Authority, IMPA, Financial Intelligence Unit, FIU, Israel. Dr. Wagman was appointed as Director General of Israel's Money Laundering and Terror Financing Prohibition Authority, the Israeli Financial Intelligence Unit, in 2016. Following her appointment as the Director General, Dr. Wagman led the successful accession of Israel to the FATF. Dr. Wagman started her work at IMPA as the General Counsel and served as a professional assessor in the first mutual evaluation process according to the FATF's 2013 methodology conducted by Moneyval. Prior to joining IMPA, Dr. Wagman worked in the private sector with leading law firms both in the United States and in Israel. And Dr. Wagman served as an adjunct lecturer at Tel Aviv University, Bar-Ilan University, and IDC Herzliya, and was a fellow at the Information Society Project at Yale Law School, and co-edited a book on cybercrimes with Professor Jack Balkin et al. Dr. Wagman holds JSD and LLM degrees from Yale Law School, and a joint LLB and BA degree of Law and Business Management from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Dr. Wagman clerked for the Chief Justice of the Israeli Supreme Court, the Honorable Professor Aharon Barak, who is a professor at IDC Herzliya and teaches at IDC Herzliya and is the former president of the Israeli Supreme Court. The floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. I will deliver my speech in Hebrew. So I'll give you a minute to prepare. הכנס היום עוסק במאבק בטרור, ואני רוצה להתייחס באופן מדויק וממוקד יותר למאבק במימון טרור, terrorism financing, שהוא חלק אינטגרלי
This is an integral part of fighting terrorism, but necessitates a special understanding and special capabilities, intelligence on the financial sphere. We at the Authority of Prohibition and Anti-Laundering are dealing exactly with this specific. This is financial intelligence. We saw OSINT and various other manners of information gathering. The intelligence that we deal with is FINIT, financial intelligence, which allows to monitor and locate terrorism financing, from which we can find the terrorist activity, capture and forfeit the money, prosecute terrorists as well. This is done, of course, together with all relevant intelligence agencies in Israel and the world. The main reason why we deal with this, with the same tools and ways by which we fight money laundering, is because this entails two felonies that have similar characteristics. Everything that has to do with money laundering, we look at the money, black turning into white. When we talk about terrorist financing, we look at money whose source is many times legal, however their destination is problematic, and it creates the felony and enables terrorist organizations to be active. In both cases, the financiers and the terrorists are working in the same methodology, trying to hide their real activity in the financial systems and actually use them. And here we get to the topic at hand, this combination of terrorism and technology, or trying to be more specific, terror financing and technology. In recent years, we have experienced a very meaningful process in world economy. It changes very rapidly, turning and growing into very innovative directions, very sophisticated directions. These change the basic understanding in the financial world and in the economy. As a derivative of this, in recent years, a whole line of new technological devices and instruments have been developed. They allow to carry value from one place to the other in the world without any supervision. The world economy is turning flat, speedy, and very cheap. This, of course, is the financial technology like the crypto, the decentralized networks that allow a transfer of values between various factors. They are based on encryption technology. In order to do that, a very famous and well-known example is the Bitcoin, of course. This is the pioneer. If in the past the discourse was around Bitcoin throughout the years, with the development of the instruments and the financial additional instruments among the professionals of the international community, there is a term which is called virtual assets. It's not a coin, it's not a currency, it's not crypto, because this is too specific and we want to maintain definition which is neutral technological-wise, which is also foreseeing the future. The virtual assets, the most well-known in this arena, are Bitcoin, Ethereum, Ripple, Litecoin. However, there's a whole long list of additional currencies that is around us each and every day. Each one is used differently, has different aspects, but they're based on various technologies. This is a whole celebration of financial innovation, a real revolution. And this revolution has many opportunities for the market. It enables to lower the cost of transactions, to transmit values, to improve global economy, to decrease the cost of transactions, but also improves the financial distribution and value distribution of those who don't have bank account. And of course, keeping the discretion. The market of these instruments is billions of dollars, and it is expected to grow and take a more dominant part and parcel of world economy. However, alongside these very meaningful benefits of the assets, we see many and meaningful risks The main one, the central one, is the high anonymity, which is enabled through these technologies. The money can go between various factors without any middle people or any middle instruments, very much like cash. Although that is written in the blockchain, which is a decentralized public registration where you can verify the transactions, still there's a level, different levels of anonymity, and the indication of the parties at hand is not really clear. Some enable Zcash or Narrow, where you cannot see the details of the wallet, so to speak, or the sum of the entire transaction. In addition, transactions can go off-chain, over the counter, and they're very complicated transactions like lighted network and others. In these aspects, virtual assets are very much like, in essence, to using cash, and so they are a high-risk field, very much like other instruments that are well known around the world, like gold and diamonds. The development of these risks increases vis-a-vis the tendency of markets around the world to minimize the use of cash, to be companies without cash, and so they close off this opportunity. For example, in Israel, the reform that was introduced last year of minimizing the use in cash of cash. Secondly, this activity, as far as the risks go, creates risks that are cross-border of a new type, because this is done in an environment which usually does not entail any geographic identification of a place. Even if we do see an IP, the address, it can be changed very easily, and thus they can go around the existing mechanism of control in the systems that we have around. The third thing, there is no controlling, there is no supervising entity that can look into the transactions and see if there's anything that is out of the ordinary. There is no entity that has an obligation or responsibility to look into these various financial bodies and their transactions. In addition, there is a difficulty of the enforcement bodies to locate these assets in the global arena, and the legal tools that exist in order to apprehend those assets, to freeze them or to forfeit them. The opportunities and the risks that are a result of using virtual assets is something that the terrorist organizations are very much aware of, as well as the criminal organizations. We, at the Authority of Money Laundering and Terror Financing in Israel, we identify recently an increasing use of the platforms of virtual assets for the activity of financing terrorism and for money laundering of criminal action. In terrorism, the campaigns to raise funds are done not only on websites of the various terrorist organizations, but also in WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups, while they're directed to purchase Bitcoin with various services agents. There we have identified faulty mechanisms, and this enables financing terrorist organizations without monitoring. We also see evidence of use of virtual currencies and virtual coins in various forms, like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, and also those of the terrorist organizations who are daily threatening Israel, for example, Hezbollah and Hamas. The level of sophistication increases. If we used to see money or fundraising through contributions vis-a-vis Bitcoins, publishing all sorts of videos of how to go about it, nowadays we see an activity on the internet which is more sophisticated, which is using an automatic mechanism which creates a new IP for each and every contributor instead of a constant wallet, so to speak, and this makes it very difficult to trace. We refer to it as a multi-address wallet. We also see covered activity, use of mixers which are mixing the action, which makes it very difficult to trace the potential activity on the registration of blockchain. criminal organizations also work there. The reform of minimizing the use of cash in Israel, which is now in use, has switched many criminals to the technological arena. More and more cash flows through these networks. Alongside, the enforcement bodies and the legal activity is not resting. And recently in Israel there was a very innovative indictment for professional money launderers doing it through bitcoins for financial criminal organizations, and the total sum that was discussed was 1 million shekels. So what can we do to handle these topics, and what does the authority do? I'll talk about it very briefly. 6 very meaningful elements. First of all, we require an international regulation while comparing the status of the virtual assets and other financial activity, monitoring the points of exit, the points of entrance and exit, reporting the authorities of anti-money laundering, as is true for all other financial services around the world. Second thing, we have to develop tools that will monitor and will delve into the activity in the arena. Everything is digital, everything is there, and we have to know how to investigate it to the fullest. The third thing, the enforcement bodies must improve on their skills. They have to do it, and we see a lot of activity being done, and this is not the place to detail what is being done, but we always have to continue improving. The fourth thing, we need to assist the private sector and the industry to try and find those out of the ordinary activities so that they would be able to report it to the authorities. The fifth thing is to have cooperation, proper legal tools, and finally, the contribution of the industry and developing tools to minimize risk and planning technology which will benefit the stopping of terrorist financing. The authority, the anti-money laundering authority, is part and parcel of several world initiatives. First of all, within the FATF, Financial Action Task Force, the international organization which is setting the obligatory rules for all states around the world, financially wise. Israel joined this organization just recently and is taking part in putting together an international standard as of last October. All countries must have certain policy on all the assets, all virtual assets, so that KYC can be performed on all clients, and to report the anti-money laundering authorities in case a suspicion arises, a suspicion whether it concerns terror financing or money laundering. This should be an approach which is risk-based. In Israel, we see an increase of 500% in reporting these platforms to the Money Laundering and Terror Financing Authority. In addition, we are publishing all sorts of guidelines to the industry in order to assist it in finding those activities, those suspicious activities. In Israeli regulation, after the elections and the Knesset is in action, we're going to see an order for anti-terror financing so that we can understand and see what's going on. And the second thing, encouraging the industry, encouraging technology. For the financial sector has a very important tool, developing technologies which will assist the authorities in the proper cases to achieve the proper transparency, so that we consider there are checks and balances in cases where terrorist organizations are using them, so that we can identify these. We believe that only platforms that will implement design which is oriented toward finding terrorist organizations and financing and money laundering will be able to work with the traditional industry and promise and ensure the integrity of the financial systems. Together with all other relevant authorities, we are all working in order to make sure that the financial arena, with the new and innovative and special technologies, will allow and ensure the minimizing of terrorist activities and a very safe transaction. We'll be very happy to cooperate with all other relevant bodies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shlomit, and maybe you can explain to me afterwards why every time someone transfers $100 to me from the United States, the bank calls me and wants to know if I've got a washing machine or dryer somewhere around the corner. Talk about Israeli regulation, my God. Okay, anyway, so we're now at the point where I'm going to ask Professor Boaz Ganor and General Yalon to please join us up here. This is going to be a session held in memory of Major Eyal Ragunis. May he rest in peace. My good friend On from Kohav Yair is sitting in the audience there. Brigadier General On Ragunis Reserves. I'm just going to read out the CV of the Honorable Lieutenant General, retired Moshe Bogi Yalon, because he's a graduate of the 35th Brigade, and that's a very important brigade at IDC Herzliya because the President and myself and a few other guys are from that brigade. So I have to read out your CV because it's very impressive, because you're an impressive guy, and because your wife worked for me when we absorbed about 1 million immigrants from the former Soviet Union, and she worked for me, and she was one of my outstanding workers. She took all the immigrants into the kibbutz movement in the South, and she did a great job. So the Honorable Lieutenant General retired Moshe Bogi Yalon served in the Knesset between 2009 and 2016, and has dedicated his lifetime of public service to the State of Israel. He's originally from the north of Israel. Yalon moved to kibbutz Grofit as a teenager before enlisting to the IDF as a paratrooper in 1968. For those of you who don't know, kibbutz Grofit is very southern in the Negev, not far from Eilat, a very Zionist kibbutz. He went on to serve in numerous key positions, such as commanding Israel's most distinguished Special Forces unit, Seret Matkal, and the Paratroopers Brigade, which I just referred to before. Continuing to rise through the ranks from 2002 until 2005, he served as Israel's Chief of General Staff, Commander of the IDF, during the harrowing days of the war against Palestinian terror, also known as the Second Intifada. In 2008, Yalon announced his entrance into Israeli politics as a member of the Likud party. In 2009, he was appointed as Minister for Strategic Affairs and as Vice Prime Minister. In 2013, he was appointed Minister of Defense, a position from which he resigned in May 2016. Yalon founded Telem, the National Statesmanship Party, in January of 2019. Amongst its founders, Yalon and his wife remain members of Kibbutz Grofit and reside in Modi'in. Yalon has 3 children and 8 grandchildren and has done an amazing job defending the State of Israel. The floor is yours. 9. Kanai Nahora. Kanai Nahora. You get it? Kanai Nahora? Okay, I'll forget it. Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Jonathan. We will conduct this session in Hebrew, so those who need the earphones, please put them on. Rav-Aluf b'miluim.
General in Reserves, Bogi, right? It's not Boogie. It's important to say it's Bogi, not Boogie. Before we begin our conversation, we dedicated this session in memory of Yigal Ragunis. We usually, in the international conference, to honor the memory of a few figures, key figures, who didn't just talk about fighting terror, but actually dealt with it and contributed a lot to prevent terror and to defend the people of Israel. And Yigal Ragunis is definitely such a figure. And maybe you can just say a few words in his memory, if you can. First of all, good evening. Thank you for inviting me to be in this important international conference, and to say thank you, Boaz, for having established with your own hands the ICT, which has become an international center of know-how. Captain Eyal Ragunis was an officer in this elite unit. I met him when he was still corporal. I was in the paratroopers, he was in the intelligence. And then I realized how his traits, he's a thinking, curious person, non-conformist. He said what he thinks. He is not afraid to say what he wants to think about. I followed him when I got the command on this unit. I said, I'm not taking anybody else except Eyal. He already was discharged. He was an architect. I courted him, and finally he came to our unit, and I wasn't sorry. One of the things that people know about in the intelligence was the attack against Abu Jihad. And this is one of the examples how much important is the intelligence of very small details, and to say it to the commander so that you can do things without any mishaps. In that respect, really, he was an intelligent officer, the ultimate intelligence officer. May his memory be blessed. Thank you, and I think that very few people who throughout the history of the State of Israel dealt with various aspects of combating terror, as you did in many of your posts in the IDF, until you became the Chief of Staff of the IDF, and then later on also the Minister of Defense. You are a politician, but you're a security person. And therefore, for us, as researchers of terror, people who come from all over the world, it's important for us to understand the dilemma, the difficulties, and the challenges that are facing the decision makers. I want to start by asking, which is on the border of current politics, can you describe to us the challenges facing the State of Israel? You know, some people say that what happens in a normal state in a year happens in the State of Israel in a day. So if we just look at the last few days, we see bombing of a unit that wants to launch drones into Israel from Syria. We see drones that the Hezbollah say that they're Israeli, and then they attack an army-sensitive base, and then we bomb them, and we see bombing in the border of Syria and Iraq that are said to be Israelis, although we don't take responsibility. We hear that the Prime Minister convenes in another few minutes a press release of sort regarding the Iranian nuclear. All this, in a normal state, can take time, a long time. Here it takes no time. Maybe you can give us some orders. What are the security challenges that Israel has to face, or maybe even gave us a grade for the government? First of all, as a strategic distinction, I would say that we are still fighting our war of liberation. And another strategic thing is we are dragged by factors in the area that do not recognize our state as the state of the Jewish people. The good news is that there is no existential threat at the moment. You know, in 48 and 67, and we attacked and we defeated them. 73 was the real test at the time, conventional, and they came to the conclusion they have no chance to win over the IDF. Some of them did not give up, sometimes with agreements. Hussein was the beginner in that, and then Sadat of Egypt. Those who did not accept our existence and didn't want to have any relations went to two kinds of threats. One is the non-conventional threat, whether is the trial to acquire nuclear, Saddam Hussein or Assad, and then Iran, and others went to the subconventional, whether it was terror or if it was rockets. But what typifies these two threats on the State of Israel is their thought that they cannot cope with the army, let's attack civilians. And what happens is not the military force. You have to have military force. You have to use it. But in what battle in the last few years did we exert the force of the IDF? What is now tested is the capability of the civilians to cope. If we deal with combating terror, first of all, we have to make sure that the resilience of the public is strong and that the public does not give up. Anybody who gives in to terror, then it's too bad. On the other hand, it creates capabilities that push away the threats, whether it's the Hamas getting stronger. At the time, the Iranians used to smuggle arms to Gaza, and then it took 5 years, and then now they cannot do it. This is intelligence capability, not to enable them to get it. In the meantime, they're creating the knowledge by themselves. But when we deal with this threat, it starts from knifing of lone wolves who now can make a decision because of incitement. They're incited against us. Hatred, anti-Semitism, the Temple Mount, which is a fuel to incitement. Anybody can take a knife, anybody can take a car and to run over. This is a primitive instrument. It's very difficult to cope with. It started September 2015. There were a lot of difficulties how to cope with it. How do you pre-locate them? You go into the web. Anybody with a potential, how do you avoid it? But at the end of the day, even forces that are deployed in order to prevent any damage. Then those who are more organized, maybe shooting, and then mortar shells, and then Hamastan in Gaza. They have capabilities to launch rockets or drones, like they did last week against one of our vehicles. Maybe they have capability of different kind of drones up to Hezbollah in the north. And this is like an army. It's an army, some of it's guerrilla. It's equipped with rockets. They try to launch them. And now Shiite militias. But when you look today at this area, you understand that the focus for all these terrorist organizations today is in Tehran. And this didn't exist in the past. Tehran, because it finances the Hamas and the Islamic Jihad. And also it arms Hezbollah and those Shiite militias in Syria that are threatening us. And therefore, at the end of the day, the focus, no doubt, is Iran. It became the factor that challenges not just us, also the Houthis against the Saudi Arabians and Iraq. And then, as a leadership, you have to understand, first of all, that Iran is the problem. You have to see how to deal with it, in what means, and then their arms, their tentacles, so that you have to understand the damage on a daily basis, or if it's another battle. And if you have another battle, you have to win in such a way that the other side says, it's not worth my while. I am not going to escalate. And the best examples in the last few years is the Hamas in Gaza. Because of the blow it was dealt a few years ago, it's a complete quiet as far as they're concerned. They didn't shoot one bullet. And if somebody else did, then he was the address to deal with it. And of course, if we look at the long term, we're talking about a nuclear threat. And therefore, the government has to look at it in the multi-asset facet of it. You are in the opposition today. And all in all, I take the checklist of everything that you said, and I think that the government has to get a good grade. The government doesn't just sit idle. If we relate to Israel, everything that people relate to it and all the responsibility, plus what Israel took upon itself, all in all, we managed quite a bit to cut the capabilities of our various opponents and to maintain a certain level of relative quiet, at least for the home front in Israel. First of all, I cannot give a low grade because it's a policy that I initiated. Second, if my comments in the military arena, I give a high grade, but my comments go to politics. We used to take a vague policy, and the others can think who did it or not. But if you don't take responsibility, you don't challenge. So you are criticizing the change in the Israeli policy of taking responsibility for activities in Syria. The moment you take responsibility, then the other side has to respond. They know that we attacked. They knew who attacked even in the past, and we knew that they knew. You get the deterrence because they know exactly who attacked them. With our capability, those rebels, they don't have our capabilities. So I was critical in the elections, in the politics. You know, people wanted to be arrogant and to show off, but it's superfluous, because what happened recently with the Hezbollah in Lebanon derives from the fact that we took a responsibility, not from anything else. In the Gaza Strip, I'm critical since April of last year. Until April of last year, the policy was very clear. As I said, the Hamas didn't shoot one bullet. And since last year, the Hamas started to challenge us with very simple tools. They didn't even mean for it to become so effective. The kites with explosive types with the Molotov cocktail that started igniting our fields. And all of a sudden, it becomes, instead of taking and doing something immediately to the other side, no, I said, well, it's only kites, it's only fires, it's only burning bushes. And this was the beginning for the decline. And I said it in real time. If you don't respond to disturbance of your sovereignty by a kite, eventually you're going to get rockets. And in the last few years, we have mortars, we have drones, and that brings me to the question of policy. Not to every means the IDF or the state has to give a direct response. You see a kite to hit a balloon, and even rockets. When the Hezbollah from Lebanon shoots, and they have thousands of Katyushas, you cannot target every launcher. And therefore, you have to take the price from the other side. When you fight terror, you have to put the other side with a dilemma. Is it worthwhile continuing or not? And so that it won't be worthwhile for them to continue, then you collect the price. It can be just maybe targeting a few people, or maybe jeopardizing its interests in assets or anything, or maybe the camps or printing houses. And instead of struggling directly with the volume, and the other side should know it's not worth their while. I want to expand and talk about more challenging things. You spoke about the Iranian challenge. You talked about the head of the octopus with its tentacles. And in this, I don't want to talk about the Israeli policy. What about the American one? We see that President Trump changed his policy if we compare it to Obama. He decided to push out the deal, and he continues to do things with Iran, and we see achievements as far as jeopardizing the Iranian economy and its implications on Iran's capabilities to finance terror in various countries. But we're beginning to hear all sorts of nuances that remind us a little bit of the approach of Trump to Kim Jong-il in Korea. He would be happy to speak to the Iranians, and he's ready to sit and negotiate. What is he going to negotiate? Should he negotiate? And if yes, what should be the American objectives in this negotiation? There's a little similarity between North Korea and the Iranian regime. I'm talking about the Iranian regime. Although it is apocalyptic, it's messianic, at the end of the day, when it has to do with its survival, they're rational. They proved it. In 2003, after the United States attacked Iraq, the leaders in the Middle East said to themselves, just a minute, maybe I'll be the target now. The first one in the offensive of the United States after 9/11 was Afghanistan, second Iraq, and who's the next target? And they said Gaddafi in Libya. He gave up his nuclear without one bullet. Khamenei created the project. 2003, he stopped it for a year and a half. When did he renew it? When he realized that the internal dispute in Washington causes the fact that the United States is not going to go to the third phase. So he renewed his project. The next time that Khamenei, the same leader, made a decision to come kneeling to the negotiating table was 2012. The United States took policy which is combined political isolation of the regime, crippling sanctions, threatening with military force, sometimes the Israeli force or the American one on the table, under the table, and the great Iranian fear today is derived from these pressures. Bad economy, military threat, and the fear that there will be an internal rebellion. So after they had that opportunity, they came on their knees to the negotiating table, and we were very critical again. Finally, they wrote a deal. We said it was an historical mistake with great concessions of the United States, and the Iranians were very happy. So when Trump changed his policy, and he conveyed resilience, determination. He said, I'm not going to say, don't ignore the fact that Iran is violating the resolutions of the Security Council, the missile project that Obama signed, and I exert sanctions. And these sanctions work. They work even now, even today. These sanctions can bring the Iranian leadership to the negotiating table. And now there's a question, what does America convey? So there were a few test cases here that should make us worry. Let's ask it in a different way. If you come to the negotiating table, what is the recommendation of the Israeli former security the defense ministry to the President Trump? What should be the pillars of the New Deal? With what we started. Why do they need centrifuges? For what? It's obvious today that it's a military nuclear project. Before the Mossad even brought the archives, we've been saying it since the 90s. If it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then it's a duck. I was in a few places as a minister when I had to convince a few leaders to give them, here, there's the evidence. And they were convinced. And of course that has implications. You have to stop Iran any independent capability. That's what they insist on in missiles and also the enrichment of uranium. Uranium is the critical thing, not the plutonium. Unfortunately, the deal signed by Obama enables them to do it. Now, in order to show the world they use better centrifuges, more enrichment, bigger quantities. This should have disappeared. They don't need it for energy. The Russians also offer them, fine, we'll give you the materials. And so there's an issue here that has to be very clear. No production independently. The other thing, this is the strait that actually challenges all the Sunni regimes in the area as well as Israel, and it's impossible. And they have a terror infrastructure in 5 continents: North America, Europe, Africa, the Middle East, of course. How come? Since the intelligence exists, the intelligence of transferring arms from Iran to Yemen. We can give you the evidence. Why? How come they do it? So we have to have American determination here in all these issues to continue to pressure the Iranian regime economically, because they make the account, like in 2012, when the economists came to Khamenei, said, unless we do away with the sanctions, we won't survive. That's where he has to be brought to. But determination has to be all over without giving in. And I think that at the end of the day, when this regime will have the dilemma whether to continue, especially in the nuclear, or to survive, they will choose survival. You see this American determination, because I look at what's happening in the Middle East. It started, of course, quite strongly with Obama, but even Trump. We see the American idleness. We see the lack of willingness to put the money where the mouth is. We see the deals that done. We just now heard about mutual tours with the Turks. We see that there's a new sheriff in the Middle East, and he's not American, he's Russian. Well, it's still not a Russian sheriff, although it's a significant player. I say that they're less good as than the Americans on the ball court. But the Americans haven't got the willingness to confront. The moment you're not willing to confront, then you have a problem. Yeah, if you want peace, you have to call for war. So if I come to Khamenei and I send a drone and I attacked American interests in the Middle East, let's say oil wells. Something happened to his microphone. The Hormuz Straits, or attacking containers in Fujairah. The Americans convey lack of willingness to cope, and here we have a problem. I think the Iranians, and I know them very well, they identify weakness, and that's bad. If you want to bring the Iranians to the table, the economic pressure has to continue. You have to convey determination. Political stomach you must have in order to cope with it. Otherwise, the Iranians can identify weakness very easily and they will not go into negotiations. I'm not sure where it's going to get us. Bogi, our time is up, and I want to thank you wholeheartedly for having come here in order to share your thoughts with us. It's very important to listen to you. You're always a very welcome guest in this place.
And now, our final session for this evening is the law enforcement perspective. And I would like to begin by introducing Assistant Commissioner Neil Basu, National Lead for Counter-Terrorism and Policing, and Assistant Commissioner for Specialist Operations, EXO, Metropolitan Police Service, MPS, of the United Kingdom. Neil Basu is the Assistant Commissioner for Specialist Operations, a position he has held since March 2018. Prior to this, he was the UK Senior National Coordinator for Counter-Terrorism and led on the policing contribution to the government's contest strategy for Pursue and Prevent. Neil has been at the forefront of counterterrorism policing during an unprecedented shift in threat and has led the national policing response to 5 terrorist attacks and disrupted attack plots since March 2017. Neil has been instrumental in strengthening the police capability and increasing join up with community policing, closer working with intelligence partners, and an increase in preventative interventions to counter radicalization. At EXO, he represents the counterterrorism policing in its engagement with government on operational and policy issues associated with tackling terrorism, espionage, and proliferation. This portfolio also includes responsibility for investigation of war crime, Official Secret Act offenses, and protection of VIPs, royals, embassies, parliament, and aviation policing. After having dinner with you last night, sounds to me like you have your hands full in the United Kingdom, but it's a good thing you're at the helm and doing what you're doing. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Jonathan. It really helps if you write your own CV. Shalom. Thank you very much to Boaz and Jonathan for your hospitality here, and to Sir David Gerard, who couldn't be here, for inviting me to speak to you today. So it's very flattering to be in a room and to share a platform with such incredible counter-terrorism professionals. I feel a little bit like a schoolboy maths student telling a lot of astrophysicists how to land on the moon. It is incredibly flattering. I would not have thought that a small-town boy from England would have ended up addressing over 80 countries in a conference as prestigious as this. And accustomed as I am to public speaking, it always makes me nervous. You're quite an intimidating crowd. But despite my job and despite that nervousness, there's only one thing that really terrifies me, and that is overhead lighting. So I'm very pleased the podium is here, not over there. A few years ago, I was giving a press conference, and I made a beginner's error for my profession. I left my phone on, and my phone went off, and I made the second beginner's error by looking at the text message that I had been sent by my very appropriately named youngest son, Joshua, who said, "Dad, you're beginning to look like a giant talking Malteser." I always wonder whether that's going to translate, depending on where Mars sells its products. My name is Neil Basu. I lead the counter-terrorism response in London. I'm also the national lead for counter-terrorism on behalf of UK's chief constables. That means I effectively coordinate the budget, over £800 million, and many thousands of officers across the UK who effectively put in place the national police response to the government's counter-terrorism policy, which is called Contest. And the UK's counter-terrorism policy has four strategic pillars: pursue, to find and stop terrorists; protect, to identify and target harden our most important sites and people; prepare, ensure we can respond to and recover from an attack; and in my view, the most important pillar of the government strategy, prevent, to stop people become terrorists in the first place. It is why this speech is called "We Need to Talk About Prevent." Stop people becoming terrorists. Our strategy for prevent is very simple to say. It's very, very hard to do. First, identify those vulnerable to radicalization and the radicalizers. Second, safeguard those people from being drawn into that terrorist path. And third, manage the risk of radicalizers and extremists who cannot be diverted from terrorism. And that third strand is our unique role. We are law enforcers. I am a cop. I want to safeguard and divert potential terrorists, but if they choose that path, I will stop them through every lawful means at my disposal. It's where prevent becomes pursue. We need to be clear about that, and not being clear about that, where that line is crossed, has caused problems for that prevent policy in the UK. So we need to talk about prevent. My job with MI5 is to stop terrorist attacks. I do protect the most important people in our country, our greatest palaces, including Parliament, the mother of all democracies, and we can have a second conference to debate that statement, and the world's second busiest airport. It's a difficult job. The UK press have taken it to calling it the toughest job in policing, and that's really beginning to annoy my boss. So for the British police officers in the room, there is no doubt whatsoever the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police is by far the hardest job in policing. This, however, may run it a close second. It's a job of enormous privilege, but it demands a great deal of humility. And pursue, protect and prepare strategies, they do prevent terrorism, but they are strategies that can feel very much like a goal line save. And like every crime problem a police officer has ever dealt with, it is impossible to arrest our way out of it. And neither can we turn societies into fortresses just to protect us from every harm. The last 4 years have been the most demanding in counter-terrorism history since the mainland IRA bombing campaigns of the 70s and 90s. And in 2017, our worst year in living memory, I was the deputy to the then head of counter-terrorism, Sir Mark Rowley. And he gave me a very, very long job description, but effectively it boiled down to one thing: stop terrorist attacks in the UK. And yet, on my watch, there were 5 successful attacks. 36 people died, including 2 of our own, and over 500 people were maimed or psychologically damaged, many of them for life. And I think about that every single day, and I say it every time I speak publicly. It has had a very profound physical and mental effect on me. So people do look at me and say, why on earth did you want to be promoted to the top job? Well, it's easy. So I applied for this job to stop 2017 ever happening again. And I think about that responsibility every day too. Stop it happening. If you take one thing away from this speech today, if you want to reduce strategy, all that strategy into 3 words, then stop it happening would be appropriate. And that's why we need to talk about prevent. Many years ago, as a young homicide cop, I was told that there is no greater privilege than to investigate the death of another human being. With nearly 3 decades of experience in policing, I can tell you now that that just isn't true. The greatest privilege has to be to prevent the death of another human being. And we have been successful. We have disrupted 22 lethal attacks since March 2017. 22. I'm very proud of that. We have convicted or disrupted many would-be terrorists. We are very good at pursuit. That's where most of our budget and most of the conversation is. But high levels of extremism mean the threat is greater than it ever was. Pursue can't work on its own, and protect and prepare can't stop every attack. Attacks which are simple to mount, easy to prepare, hard to see, and very hard to stop. So that's why we need to talk about prevent. And the real way to prevent terrorism is to get it right at the start of the radicalization cycle. Prevent is designed to break the cycle of extremist violence by empowering communities and individuals to make them resilient to radicalizers and able to spot the vulnerable in their midst that radicalizers will target and manipulate. It is community, not police or government-led. It is not about the law. It's about stopping people becoming involved with the law. And although I regularly stand up for this policy, mine should be just one of many voices talking about prevent. Police have been seen as securitizing what is designed to be a safeguarding campaign. The government's now appointed Lord Carlisle, our former independent reviewer of terrorist law, to review the prevent strategy in 2020. I say good, because we need to talk about prevent. Carlisle says nothing is off the table, including scrapping it. But I believe he will find strong support for the principle, and he will see amazing work being delivered by people committed to stopping this generational threat. I've spent the last 2 years travelling and talking about 2017, the escalation in threat, pace and complexity. Better people have talked about it today, and where we as security professionals needed to be better, and that consumed us. My predecessor spoke about 2017 at this very conference. Last year, my deputy was here speaking about protect and prepare. She talked about the sustained shift in threat, the breadth of targets and methodologies, and about our determination to improve. And that's all true. And the UK CT machine continues to get better every single day. But we need to talk about prevent. The challenges of 2019 are as great as we have ever faced. Daesh was defeated militarily, but we are coming to terms with the strength of its brand. We face a new global security challenge that is dispersed and well-networked, one that has no clear physical base or leadership structure, one that is inspired more than it is directed or enabled. And there remains the concern of returning foreign fighters, lone actors, mental illness, and you heard Jay Tab talk about it compellingly earlier on, the rising threat of right-wing terrorism. Once a local threat, now a global phenomenon, as adept at using social media as Daesh ever was. Christchurch is the most horrific recent example, and 7 of the 22 attacks I've talked about that we stopped in the UK since March 2017 related to right-wing terrorism. We need the whole of society to help spot danger and intervene earlier, remembering the maxim that it's communities, not cops, that defeat terrorism. And those communities need help from other protective services who are unused to dealing with violent ideology, health, education, social care, and they need the help of the private sector. Relentless media coverage of terrorist events is understandable given the public interest, but it may exacerbate the problem. I'm concerned that both social and mainstream media unwittingly amplify the threat. I don't seek to undermine press freedom. They're incredibly important. I get it. But I do want to work with them to understand if their reporting style can help prevent, not promote terrorism. We need to talk about prevent. We don't need to give terrorists the type of notoriety they crave. Crime prevention is at the core of UK policing since Peel invented us in 1829. To maintain order, prevent and detect crime. It's part of our DNA. So remembering that just treating the symptoms of terrorism is not good enough. We must treat the causes. Prevent offers a bespoke program of support for vulnerable individuals. It is the closest thing to a public health solution that we have. I promote Prevent, but I do acknowledge its issues. To do otherwise would be to ignore opportunities to improve. It would be a failure of leadership. It's on its 3rd iteration in 12 years. It remains as controversial today as it was when it started, and we need to ask ourselves why that is. It isn't the idea. It's in the implementation and communication that we've struggled. We have failed to convince our detractors that we are on the side of the vast majority of the public who want nothing to do with terrorism or its apologists. Of course, some individuals and institutions have more sinister reasons for trying to prevent prevent. Instead of wasting time on those malign detractors, we should concentrate on convincing them who recognise the importance of early intervention, but who have some concerns about why it's so important, about why this programme is so important. Part of the challenge is perception. People pay close attention to fairness in how we conduct business as police officers. They're willing to accept decisions, even one against them, when they perceive a fair process. So we must be transparent and fair in how we select people for Prevent. It is a voluntary programme. You have to want to do this. And ensure compassion and dignity in how we treat them. It's tempting to believe that that in itself is enough, but the challenges are more fundamental than that. Critics are right to challenge perceptions of ambiguity in the programme. There is a lack of understanding about thresholds for intervention and about the limitations of when safeguarding a vulnerable person stops and pursuing criminal behaviour starts. These are issues that I accept, and I'll work with our new independent reviewer and critical friends to address them. But I won't give ground to critics whose agenda is to discredit Prevent to suit their own ends. No one who has challenged Prevent to date has had a better idea. And we must meet these critics with determined honesty. If we concentrate our efforts in certain communities, be they Muslim, white, whatever the community, it is a response to the intelligence contained in over 800 active counter-terrorism investigations in the UK, split between Islamist and right-wing terrorism, and the evidence of the convicted and the disrupted. We'll put Prevent effort where it's needed until the threat picture changes. The focus is an uncomfortable truth in some communities and in some organisations, but I invite them to work with us, not to agitate on the sidelines, and indeed all communities must do the same. Why should everyone care? Because experience tells us that someone always knows or suspects when a person is moving towards an attack. A recent study showed that in the time before most lone actor attacks, someone close to them knew about the growing ideology, knew about the growing violent intent, and mostly they chose not to report it. For Prevent to succeed, those closest to people at risk of being drawn to terrorism need to have confidence that early intervention can divert people away and protect them from suffering or causing harm. Our specialist teams provide a proportionate and compassionate response to every request for help. Put simply, this programme saves and rebuilds lives. It doesn't ruin them. Getting this right is an exercise in trust and confidence between state actors and their communities. That very same study tells another interesting story. The lone actor terrorists share no uniform socio-demographic characteristics. Age, relationship, status, education, employment, mental health, criminal history, they're all factors, but none of them are consistent. And that brings the complexity of this challenge into very sharp focus. There will be no single vaccine to this global disease. We must accept that a number of broad systemic social failings can lead some people, sometimes with complex needs, towards extremist paths. The drivers that cause well-educated, psychologically healthy people to choose extremism and terror are even more difficult for many of us to comprehend. And if your head hurts at this point, please join the club. We need help cutting through this complexity to understand what factors combine to cause terrorism. And policy has to be informed by credible evidence provided by quality academics. So it's excellent that we're here today. For the last 2 years, I've told disturbing stories about successful and aspirational terrorists. This story needed telling to improve how we pursued terrorists. But today, I want to tell a very different story. I want to tell a story about Ali, a 13-year-old boy from Yorkshire. A school social worker noticed Ali drawing Daesh logos on his hands. He wanted to go and fight for Daesh. He's 13 years old. Ali witnessed violence in his home. He suffered racist bullying at school. He had free, unlimited access to violent videos online. Ali started thinking of revenge. Prevent practitioners put support in place for his whole family. It included individual help for both mother and son. Ali received education from an imam who countered Daesh ideology, Pakistani extremist groups, and false Islamic practice. His mother completed a course on internet radicalization and e-safety to help keep her children safe online. and Ali's self-esteem and his confidence began to grow. He renounced extremist views. He became an active member of the local Young Leaders Group, and his mother is now a community volunteer. I want to tell you about Amina. Amina intended to travel to Syria before Prevent found her. Prevent workers helped her rebuild her relationships, reassess her views, and she changed her own mind about traveling. And I want to tell you about Jack, a teenager radicalized by far-right politics at school and rapidly promoted by an extreme right-wing group. Prevent taught Jack to think for himself, and he renounced his blind hatred. He now credits his Prevent mentor with his return to education, his place at college, and his chance to work. I can tell you stories about Liam, about Ryan, about Salim, about Jane, about Owen and Joe. In fact, I can tell you over 400 stories of individuals across England and Wales who in the very same year that we were most attacked got supported through this Prevent programme, and the extraordinary people who run it, who gave these people a different choice, who changed their story. And that's why we need to talk about Prevent. I can talk about how we prosecuted terrorists. I can talk about how we intervened, even when we had to kill them before they killed others. But I don't want to talk about that anymore. I want to talk about how we prevented people becoming terrorists in the first place. And then I want society to carry on that conversation and make a difference. If you want to safeguard people from violent ideology, you need a different, more compelling story. We need to help people who see their position in society as hopeless find hope. Help them find a family that believes in society, not a gang that wants to tear society apart. There is no one path to terrorism, I know, and there are a host of common factors that society, not law enforcement, can tackle. The bad stories started with a false sense of victimhood, exclusion, or fear, feelings that lead to resentment, then hatred, and escalate into extremism and violence. It's tragic. It plays out time and time again. But Ali, Amina, and Jack are stories of lives changed, destinations rerouted, and new paths chosen. Each one of these stories carries the possibility of an attack prevented and lives saved, and that possibility is enough for me to reinforce to you that we need to talk about Prevent. Not a single one of these interventions was easy. Intensive and complex needs require intensive and complex resourcing. But it is worth restating that Prevent is my government strategy and not mine. We in policing have a very important and defined role, but it is a small one. And we cannot do this alone. The government, both local and national, leads the charge to step up Prevent services. It's only government leadership that can galvanise a host of different professionals to work together against such a complex challenge. But ultimately, it must be led by society and its communities, not by the government, not by the police, and not by the national security community. Prevent is the most important pillar of my government's contest strategy, but what is Prevent's ultimate goal? Sure, it's to prevent attacks, but I think it's more important than that. We live in a time when divisions seem ever more pronounced. Now, more than ever, we need to unite under a single vision. That's easy to say, but what is it? Is it social inclusion, mobility, education, equality of opportunity? What does success look like? I believe that getting social integration right helps us get closer to that answer. First, society has to agree what behaviour it is not prepared to tolerate, what lines should never be crossed. That's easy for me. I'm a cop. That line is violence. Violence of thought, violence of speech, violence of action is a line that we should never accept, irrespective of culture, religion, or belief, however sacredly held. Getting social integration right is like any form of sharing. We know that working in partnership, sharing information, being ready to accept new ways of thinking is healthy, and this applies to organisations, communities, and nations. The healthy intermingling of cultures and groups allows for people from different backgrounds to feel part of something bigger, to feel included. Spanish researchers recently used MRI technology to understand what was happening in the brains of people with extremist views. Their experiment found that people who held these views were more likely to be moved to violence when they felt excluded. They concluded that extremist views became heightened, and a person's willingness to commit extreme violence to reinforce their view would increase the more excluded they felt. So we knew it instinctively. But now science tells us that effective social integration could help stop extremist violence. The policy recommendation is clear. Communities, institutions, places of worship, schools and businesses must welcome people from all backgrounds, create a sense of belonging, while not forcing people to give up things that they may hold as sacred. Integration does not have to be assimilation. We should build communities that are inclusive, and if we fail to share, fail to include, and fail to support, then we risk social exclusion turning to violence. And when we identify those approaching that line of violence, the best answer is sometimes not to ostracize or to criminalize, but to support with understanding and compassion. And we have to focus on what unites us: respect, decency, family, love, to find common ground we can all support. And I believe Prevent in the UK is the search for that common ground. I have been called ridiculously idealistic. But I believe more than ever that evil triumphs when good people do nothing. In the UK, the Prevent programme is full of exceptional people who get up every day to do something to stop the world's greatest evil, terrorism. I salute them. We should all salute them. They are incredibly brave people. So, I needed to talk about Prevent, but now I need you to do the same, or our children's children's children will be coming here at the 90th ICT conference and talking about the same things we've heard today. Thank you for listening.
I think you'll all agree with me that it's important to have conferences like this so that we can hear someone like Neil, whose heart is in this. You know, the compassion and the passion and the caring and the personalization of being a cop who needs to prevent, sometimes physically, something from happening in a more violent sense, but balancing all of this with the social service aspects that you mentioned, I think is brilliant. I think you made a great presentation, and I think the British contingent can be really proud of it. And you've got a lot on your shoulders, and I think you need a champion. So I think you're a champion of this. And what's really important is that you've probably saved dozens and dozens of lives while you've done this. So I think this man deserves a hand. I was sitting here with Boaz. We were totally impressed with your presentation. Okay? And now we're going down under, which is where you're going, Boaz, from what I understand, in the near future. It's my privilege to introduce Commissioner Michael Fuller, the Commissioner of the New South Wales Police Force, Australia. Commissioner Fuller joined the New South Wales Police Force in 1987. His early career saw him gain experience in general duties and criminal investigation in various metropolitan stations and specialist investigative areas with a focus on drugs and organized crime. In 2004, Commissioner Fuller was promoted to superintendent, serving as operations manager for the greater metropolitan region and working across a number of police area commands. Commissioner Fuller has led multi-agency emergency response operations to major fires, floods, protests, and terrorist incidents, and was involved in the planning and operations for high-profile events such as APEC in 2007 and World Youth Day in 2008. Commissioner Fuller was awarded the Australian Police Medal in 2009 before being promoted to Assistant Commissioner in 2010 as the Commander of the Southern Region. In April 2017, following Commissioner Fuller's appointment to the role of a Commissioner, he led the largest restructure in New South Wales Police Force history. The re-engineering program broke down the siloed top-heavy structure, allowing the Commissioner to allocate positions to meet the current and future crime and environmental challenges. Commissioner Fuller holds a graduate diploma in executive leadership, a diploma of applied policing, and several diplomas and certificates in leadership and management. Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Well, good evening, ladies and gents, and thank you for hanging around. I was thinking to myself, if this conference was in Australia, I'd be talking to myself and everyone else would be in the bar. So thank you for being here, Professor Ganor. I'm sorry we haven't met yet. We've corresponded all year, and hopefully I'll get to meet you shortly when we finish this afternoon, and as well yourself, Neil. It's nice to follow a Pommy in today. I don't know if any of you are cricket fans, but we just won the Ashes, so it takes great pleasure to follow in such a wonderful person. But I am here today to talk about right-wing extremism. I know some of the presenters have touched on it, so I will take a slightly deeper dive. At the same time, I thought I'd give you a bit of an update in terms of terrorism in Australia since I took over the role in 2017. And believe it or not, we've had 63 arrests in the last 2.5 years for either those for planning terrorist events onshore and all those that are funding terrorism overseas, predominantly in the Middle East, obviously, and if not, those that we believed were involved in terrorism and we arrested them for other type of organised crimes. But I think you could probably think Australia's a long way from the Middle East and potentially from danger, but we certainly and unfortunately have our share of terrorists as well. In terms of most recent attacks, we've had 2 arrested for planning onshore attacks. Probably the most well-known one was Operation Silves, which were 2 Lebanese-born Australians who were planning to bring down an A380 in 2017. And it's important I mention that because the only reason that we were able to thwart that with the Australian Federal Police as a close partner agency was because the information we received from the Israeli military, and that is all public knowledge. So I will try and wrap in the importance of friendship, the importance of networking, the importance of intelligence in terms of how we keep the globe safe. So why right-wing extremism if those 63 arrests and 60 of those were for Islamic extremism or links back to that and only 3 for right-wing extremism? And I think if you think about the growth of that topic today and if you think about the history of Australia, is that right-wing extremism existed a long time before terrorism did. It was only in 1788 that we were founded as a colony, and in the mid-1800s, through the gold rush, we had thousands and thousands of Chinese come to Australia, and unfortunately right-wing extremism raised its head back in the 1850s. In 1901, we saw the first push for white Australia, followed up by white ring groups called the Old Guard in the 1920s. In the 1960s, we saw right-wing extremism taken to a new level with Nazi material being imported into Australia. And in 2005, we probably saw one of the biggest riots in Australian history, known as the Cronulla riots, where we had thousands and thousands of Australians respond to lifeguards being assaulted by Middle Eastern gangs. And if you wanted to feel what would a metaphor for Australian be, then that's an Australian lifeguard. They're on the beach, they're bronzed Aussies, and they're there volunteering to protect the community. If you think about Australia and all of that, I would say there's 190 different countries that make up Australia, and we are one of the great success stories around multiculturalism, but at the same time that comes with its own challenges, and like a fragile vase, we need to protect that. Outside of Lebanon, we have one of the biggest Lebanese communities in Sydney alone. In Australia, we have over 200,000 people who were born in the Middle East, and that is not factoring in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th generation. So as you can see from that is that we have our own challenges, even though we're a long way from potential danger. In Sydney alone, we have over 50,000 expat Jewish people living quite peacefully and well, working in Sydney alone. So as you can see, the challenges are certainly offshore. But why right-wing extremism? In terms of the groups that are working offshore that are currently influencing those groups in Australia, we have the National Front, which is a far-right political party in the UK. We have the Aryan Terror Brigade, that are a neo-Nazi group working out of Europe and the USA, focusing on anti-culturalism and white supremacy. The Identitarian movement, which is a fast-growing, fast-right movement focusing on the loss of culture of white Europeans due to immigration across Europe. The Aryan nations, the Golden Dawn, these are all groups working across Europe and predominantly North America who have their own symbolism, their own flags, their own cultural sort of history in terms of what their beliefs are. They have an online presence, they have chat rooms, and if you think about it, you take away the Islamic radicalisation issue for one moment, the religious issue is that they profile very similarly to that of terrorist groups coming out of the Middle East. And why? Because they're influencing. They're influencing others to what? To conduct terror, to kill, to have a profile. The only difference is, as I can see it, is that often they don't want to die for their cause. They actually want to live. They want to be heroes from within their cause. So groups on shores include the Patriotic Youth League, Reclaim Australia, the Anti-Podian Resistance, Lads Society, Right-Wing Resistance, and again, all have strong propaganda, their own flags, their own mottos, and they are all online influencing young people right around the world. If you think about probably the two key attacks around this space that are worldwide known, of course, in 2011, Breivik murdered 77 people in Norway, and only most recently in 2019, Brenton Tarrant, a 20-year-old from country New South Wales, a young man who his history was quite unremarkable, although his last 12 months obviously involved some travel, is that these two both are considered lone actors in terms of the horrific crimes that they have committed. And I would say the challenge to you, as the other presenters have spoken about lone actors, and someone always knew something. I think Neil spoke about that, and that is a fact in these as well, is after the fact somebody knew something, yet they were still capable of mass murder. And I think in this space, democracies, whilst we're building resilience in our communities, I think people are less and less patient with the debate around what is a terrorist incident and what is not. And I think in terms of law enforcement, we have to obviously be very careful around the language of that. And if the community feel as though that they're being terrorised by an individual, then it's important we recognise that in what is such a challenging space. So if you think about these two individuals and their profile as lone actors, I would say, and I would challenge you, is that they still followed these websites. Now, whilst they never engaged in chat themselves, they were influenced. So I think the point for me around Australian policing, around right-wing extremism, around terrorism is we also need to, I think, reframe what is a lone actor truly, and how many people wake up and are uninfluenced by what's on the internet, by what's happening on Chatter, by what's happening in the media, by what type of music they listen to, and we know music is one of the key indicators in terms of right-wing extremism, and potentially reshape our laws around this, because I think we're letting too many of these people off as lone actors when in fact they may not have been funded and they may not have had their weapons provided by an organised group. They are still nevertheless being organised by individuals who we would say have criminal intent to commit terrorist acts on our countries. So I would say to you the challenge for us going forward is certainly around the growth in right-wing extremism, around the fact that more and more young people are being influenced to commit crimes, whether they define perfectly from a legislative perspective or not as terrorism, they certainly are. Now, counting violent extremism and prevention is one of the keys to my change management process back at home. But as Neil said, is that not everybody is buying that. And then there is parts of the media that believe that we need to make arrests and we need to arrest our way out of this. And I would also challenge you and say that whilst we can't stop every crime from happening, we can't arrest our way out of this problem, and there has to be multiple pathways in that. But I think one is certainly around how we better profile the lone actor. Yes, well, they used to be called lone wolves, and we changed that so we weren't certainly making these people into heroes. But at the same time, how we balance civil liberties and civil rights. We've talked about democracy, we've talked about Israel and how it's the only true democracy in the Middle East. Most of us here today are from democracies, and there are constant challenges for us around how we balance civil liberties with public safety. That needs to continue. That needs to be a healthy discussion. But I would say to you is that the lone actors, everyone stood up and has said the most challenging aspect of terrorism at the moment, outside of prevention, is the lone actors. And yes, somebody knew something. But how do we tie these individuals back to these chat rooms, back to these influencers, where we can get some strong legal outcomes from the criminalisation of these groups. We know that from a terrorist perspective, there are groups that are being tagged and outlawed, and even from a global perspective, we're not all landing on the same place in relation to that. But I think in terms of right-wing extremism, we need to continue to push the envelope from a legal perspective so it marries with religious extremism, because if we don't, then we are going to create another problem for ourselves. And again, if you think about Operation SEALs, and if you think about what would have happened if the relationship between Israel military and the Five Eyes, if there wasn't the ability of trust and networking, then an A380 would have come down in the middle of 2017, which would have had a global negative outcome, not just for the aviation industry, but for economies right across the globe. So I think from mine, whilst today there's been a key focus on Islamic fundamentalism, and that is obviously so important, the stats in Sydney say that's where the focus should be, is I think that from a global perspective, that there will be challenges for us if we don't start to profile left-wing extremism in the same way. And the intelligence agencies, whilst there is so much to do in the Islamic extremism space, is that for every one we miss, every piece of information we miss, there could be another mass casualty. That could be at a mosque, could be at a Christian church, or it could be at a synagogue, or it could be at a local school. So for mine, I guess the takeaway is that yes, Islamic extremism is still the key problem from a terrorism perspective in Sydney and Australia, and that is statistically correct. But if we ignore the growth in other types of terrorism, in other types of behaviour that is close or aligned with terrorism, then I don't think we will ever get the sort of global safety we want across the democracies that are represented here today. So from my perspective, thank you for hanging around late. I appreciate it. It's been a long but certainly an eventful day for me. I've got a lot out of it. I look forward to sort of further networking and that concept of we can't stop the next plane from going down. We can't stop the next terrorist incident unless we turn up to these events, unless we're sharing information, unless there is trust, not just across the Five Eyes, but across the globe in terms of those modern democracies. So thanks, ladies and gents, on behalf of the Australian contingent.
Thank you, Michael, for informing us, enlightening us. A lot of things down there in Australia I didn't realize were taking place. Probably have some good Middle Eastern food down there, too. All right. Now, the last speaker for today is Commissioner Saad Amrani, Commissioner and Policy Advisor of the Federal Police in Belgium. Commissioner Amrani started his career as Deputy Superintendent in charge with the implementation of community policing and daily processes from 1998 to 2002 in the north of Brussels. He then led a judicial team in 2 different districts before joining the General Staff of the Brussels Chief of Police in 2006. For a period of 7 years, he was tasked with the coordination of public order issues, radicalization, and international relations. In 2011, he became a member of the National Task Force for the Syrian fighters, and also articulated an exchange program between the Moroccan anti-terrorist police and the Belgian police in the context of the Syrian war and the issues of the foreign terrorist fighters. After his nomination as Chief Commissioner, he was then appointed Strategic Advisor of the Commissioner General of the Federal Police, mainly in charge with operational matters, counter-terrorism, and the follow-up of the Syrian fighters' returnees. He is attached as an expert in 2 of the main Belgian government security bodies, the Coordination Committee for Intelligence and Security and Strategic Committee for Intelligence and Security that prepared the decision-making process of National Security Council presided by the Prime Minister. Sounds very interesting. Please come to the podium. It's yours. Thank you.
Okay, always difficult to finish as the last man, and specifically after, I'm not impressed by the lights, I'm impressed by Neil Basu and other folks who have said some very interesting things, but still I'm going to be a little bit more disruptive. Agree with you, dear Honorable Neil Basu, that we need to talk also about prevent, and I will go a little bit further. I think we need also to talk about prevention. coming from the expression prevention of conflicts. What does that mean? That means addressing the structural reasons, not the root causes as we talk about them usually, poor guys, victims of racism and so forth. All these factors do play a role from a human perspective, but actually there are other reasons, other topics that we need to talk about. That's why the title of my humble presentation today is the need to understand the DNA of the threat and the importance of the ecosystems. Ecosystem is an expression that I used when I was testifying in the European Parliament Commission on Terrorism last year. And I think they were interested, the 60 MEPs, in what I meant by the ecosystem. The ecosystem is actually the environment in which those young kids that my honorable colleagues have talked about, and it plays definitely a role in what we have seen happening in Belgium. Once again, Belgium is not the UK. Europe is not the United States or Australia. We do have different dynamics. And communities, as I've always said, are functioning in a completely different way. A Pakistani community is not a Somali community. A Moroccan community is not, let's say, a Nigerian community, and so forth. So we need to be a little bit more nuanced when we talk about these kind of things. And by the way, before I start my presentation, there's no such thing as Islam. A lot of folks talk about Islam in different conferences. I do a lot of conferences around the world on both sides of the Atlantic. Islam. What is Islam? Doesn't exist. If you want to take the example of Morocco, in Morocco they follow a different school of thought. It's called Al-Madhab al-Maliki, the Maliki rite, okay? So the software is completely different from the Wahhabi software, for example. And you can go on and on. Couple of things, just to set the framework, to remind some people what we are talking about. These are a few pictures. I hope you see them. This is the Malbec subway station. This is one of the 2 terrorist attacks that we have experienced since 22nd of March. It gives you an idea of how powerful the blast was. I was on the spot. As I'm speaking to you right now, I still have the smell of the explosives of TATP in my nose as I'm speaking to you right now. You can see the power of the explosion. You can see the lab working. These are pictures I've taken, let's say 1 hour after the explosion. And based on that, you can imagine in what state we found the victims. And I'm showing these pictures for one specific reason, in the name of those who died. And I hope they haven't died in vain. And that's why I am expressing myself with the same passion as Neil Basu, except that I am outraged. And I will tell you why in a couple of minutes. We found victims in hundreds, literally hundreds of small pieces of human flesh. And I think the Israelis will understand what I'm talking about when they went through this terrible series of explosions. I think it was 17 years ago. There were like 1,000 people, explosions in buses and so forth. So they know what I'm talking about. Airport, it was the same thing. Why am I outraged? Because we have, in different conferences and venues and reports, forgotten to talk about 3 things, 3 root causes of terrorism. First of all, denial. Some people will go like, what? Denial? Second one is naivete. I hope the word is pretty much the same in English. And the third one is political correctness or calculus. Sometimes you have the combination of the 3. When the 3 are combined, they become dangerous. They're just like TATP. Okay? I am saying it with passion because actually I am from some communities that we're talking about. So this gives me a little bit of legitimacy for my outrage. What do I see here? Let me say one thing. Quote, one very high-level European specialist politician decision maker. He said in 2015 to actually some Israeli friends who are sitting right here, Ophir in the back, for us it's new, 2015, this type of terrorism. Are we kidding? Are we serious? You remember Ophir? We talked about it yesterday again. I call it the continuum. Look at the pictures. Just to make it simple for some people. Started in 28 with Hassan al-Banna in Egypt, the founder of Muslim Brotherhood. So it's a long time ago, before Second World War. And then we have Sayyid Qutb. I remember walking down the street in some marketplaces where the cassettes, because in those days there were no digital supports, of Sayyid Qutb were sold in the market. So people were just bathing in his speeches. We're talking about like 35, 40 years ago. The next one, the Honorable Al-Khomeini, who messed up the lives of different communities around the Arab and Islamic world. And then the next one, Bin Laden. And then somebody said, I think it was President Obama, with all due respect, and one evening, I will never forget that, with a big smile, ladies and gentlemen, the United States has localized and neutralized and killed Osama bin Laden. Some people thought, I'm talking about the naive people, you know, in my country and other neighboring countries, it's the end of terrorism. It was not the end of terrorism. It was the end of one chapter and the beginning of the next one. The next one, look on the top of the picture very quickly. You have Commander Massoud, who was neutralized and killed by a terrorist who was prepared in Brussels, in Molenbeek, the same place where the Bataclan was pretty much thought about and prepared. What's the link? The lady next door, Malika El Aroud, considered as the mother of all jihadis. She's a completely crazy, radicalized lady who is now sitting in jail, has driven us crazy. She married the killer of Commander Massoud in Molenbeek. She was married by Sheikh Bassam, a Syrian, cleric in Molenbeek. What's the link between all those folks? Oh, forgot, sorry. Last but not least, al-Baghdadi, who is still alive. So what's the link between Hassan al-Banna, Sayyid Qutb, and al-Baghdadi? The link is the following one. The software, as I like to call it. That is to say, the ideology. We have been saying on TV, and some politicians for the last years and decades, and certainly since 9/11, we have destroyed, or we are destroying, or we will be about to destroy terrorism. I'll tell you what, folks, with all respect, it's the end of the day, we haven't destroyed anything. We have been killing terrorists, neutralizing, droning people, and they are still around. This map from the Threat Analysis Agency in Belgium shows, and this is just part of the map because I didn't have enough space, to put the world map. Because actually, if you look at the Southeast Asia, it's a disaster in Indonesia and so forth. Look at all the groups. I would say, humoristically, $3 trillion away from the start. That is to say, in the days of 9/11. We're still struggling with all this stuff. Okay, not operating. Next one. An important thing, at the bottom on the left, something that a lot of people forget to talk about because of political correctness, calculus, blah, 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 and so forth. I will dare to speak about it because I'm outraged in the name of all the folks who died and those who are still victimized by what I call foreign involvement in community management. Are we alone? I'm talking about the Europeans. There are a bunch of Europeans right here. Are we alone to deal with our communities in our countries? How naive is that? We are not alone. As we are, as local and national government, talking about certain communities, at the same time, a few thousand kilometers away, there are folks trying to figure out what to do with our communities. And I'll get slowly to the idea or the concept that I put forward in the European Parliament Commission on Terrorism, the ecosystem. Look at the picture in the middle. Who made that picture? Anybody has any idea if Professor Azani was around here? By the way, he's a fantastic guy who will be talking in the next couple of days. I recommend his teachings and the way he explains things, better than me, believe me. This has been made by Abu Mus'ab al-Suri, a genius, dangerous guy who wrote a manifesto around 2006, was working with bin Laden, with al-Zarqawi and all the gang. And at the end, he was such a good scholar, he designed a system, to put it mildly in a very simplistic way. Why train terrorists somewhere in the world and then fly them over to actually carry out, terrorist attacks? Just take their own kids, train them inside their countries, organize them in a disruptive way, that is to say, not in a hierarchical way like ETA or IRA. You get one, you get the rest of the gang. Look at the lines or the circles. He calls it the circle of da'wah. You have the central circle, the second one, the third one, and around them you have something that for me is absolutely critical in our approach, because we have talked and done lots of things except this one, that is to talk about the ecosystem and what drives the dynamics within certain communities. And once again, what I'm saying is valid for Belgium, for a few neighboring countries and continent, and certainly not to be compared with, for example, Dearborn, Michigan, You know, one of my friends in the U.S. said, oh, look how fantastic it is in Dearborn, Michigan, the integration, the sheriff, the head of the police. Actually, the Arabs living there and the Muslim community have nothing to do with, for example, the folks we have in Molenbeek. Molenbeek has nothing to do with the Pakistanis in London, for example. Why? In Molenbeek, we have tribal folks, you know, from the north of Morocco. They are Berbers. They are not even Arabs. They speak a specific dialect that they ended up coding, you know, during the terrorist attacks and so forth. So not to be compared. The ecosystem. Excuse me, just very important on top of it. The title of that slide comes from Abu Mus'ab al-Suri. Nizam la Tanzim in Arabic. I translated that freely, a system, not an organization. Why is it interesting? It's a systemic idea. If you, just like in management, we talk about systemic things, not an organization. What does that mean? If you try to arrest the whole gang, you will not be able to do it because they don't know each other sometimes. They're not connected and so forth. So it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Look at this map from the Threat Analysis Agency in Belgium. When you see the concentration of these small red dots, actually it's all the categories of foreign fighters that are living in the country. The biggest concentration is in the middle, Brussels, and then you have Antwerp on top. And these balls, you can consider them as ecosystems. All right? That means to say that you have specific communities who are being the victims themselves of specific foreign involvement and who have been victims also of different socioeconomic reasons, factors, and so forth. The combination of all that stuff gives you a perfect environment for disseminating hateful speech, doing certain number of things, buying, selling guns, and so forth. This is a map. I will just show it quickly. There's not much you can do with it, you know, because actually some individuals are so small. This is one of the things that we have started, you know, working on during the attacks. It gives you an idea of the concentration of people around each person and so forth. It's huge. That is to say, the paradigm has changed. Everybody knows that. Saying it is one thing, trying to figure out what to do with it is another one. So that's why the prevention of conflict, prevent, fully agree. On top of it, prevention. Now it comes from the 60s. It's called prevention of conflicts. I would like to use that expression that I've used for other circumstances, is to say to address the dynamics inside the communities because there are different actors. This slide is about the naivete. I would like to say this in this honorable and very important conference. We have a tendency in the West to analyze those folks from the Middle East or from Middle Eastern origins with our Western eyes. Does that make sense? Stop me if I'm saying something stupid. I don't think so. That's why I'm saying it in a very assertive way. We try to use a matrix of analysis that we use for other topics or with our Western eyes, and we ask the Israelis, they know about it, and we try to expect or to figure out that those folks will react based on our values. I'm not talking about the democratic values. I'm talking about how do you expect a Norwegian guy to react? Okay, you expect the same from a Palestinian guy or Moroccan guy or an Egyptian guy. How naive could that be? Misunderstanding the perspective cultures and the perspective sensibilities. That's the reason why I put this disruptive picture, da'wah. You have folks who are talking in certain places that don't have a clue what they are talking about. If it's just folks, so far so good. If it's decision makers and politicians, which I deal with regularly, it's a little bit annoying because they take decisions, they give you budgets or they take away budgets and so forth. And that becomes at some point a little bit dangerous. Our best practice, and I will talk about 2-3 takeaways, I'm almost done, is the local task force. In pain, in the blood that has been shed on 22nd of March, we finalized and consolidated a couple of good practices. One of the good practices in each region or city. Remember the balls? Yeah, 2 minutes, thank you. It's too important. I know these people are hungry, but we are hungry for truth as well. We have all police departments, including the small ones, local police departments, because we believe, after our painful experience, that we believe in the grassroots approach. Whatever that may be, everything that's grassroots is the most important. We have the prosecutors, we have all the intelligence services, everybody around the table every single month. I think the UK is very, very good at that with the intelligence handling model, so we are doing our own intelligence handling model. I believe, as Neil Basu believes in certain things, in the community approach, in the issue of the ecosystems. I believe in community intelligence in the most noble way, because we believe, and I truly, strongly believe, that we can solve the issue of terrorism with the help of communities. In communities, you have evil people, but you have also people who are fed up with all that stuff. Since 9/11, I will dare to say this very overtly, I remember, that's the reason why the honorable gentleman mentioned when I was working in the north of Brussels, at that moment, it was 9/11. People were cheering on the streets. Did you hear me? Cheering and happy. Most of them, the vast majority in certain communities. Why? Because they were bathing in those days in what we call in French l'épopée. You know, the magic of Bin Laden. Bin Laden was just a picture, a concept, and so forth. And the software that's behind it, that's the ideology, was actually very attractive. I was talking to a colleague from the UK not long ago, a few years ago. He's also from, I think, the Metropolitan Police. He's a Muslim, actually. You probably know him. We'll talk about it. He said to me very overtly in the restaurant, you know, actually, the vast majority of people I meet on the streets are actually in favor of Daesh. Are they terrorists? Are they supporting terrorism? The answer is no. They are bathing in what Professor Azani can explain, you know, the spirit of the dawah, the revenge. You know, you have to be Middle Eastern to understand that stuff. That's why I'm saying analyzing those folks with the matrix of the West is or could be a mistake. Complementary to that, we believe in that, and it's a very important takeaway, human intelligence, grassroots. It's nice to talk about technology, about NSA, about interception of emails and so forth. I used to say that in a very ironic way. You remember the terrorist attacks in Boston with the Tsarnaev brothers? They're brothers, like in Brussels, the Bakrawi brothers. Do you think brothers who are living in the same apartment, the same living room, would send each other an email to say, let's do this tomorrow? Do you think they'll send a WhatsApp, whatever? How ridiculous is that? That's the reason why I talk about the ecosystems. I will tell you today, if there's a guy from these tribes in Molenbeek who wants to do something, even in Paris or in Germany, he knows where to find the next person who has Kalashnikovs. All he has to do is go in the neighborhood, in the ecosystem, enter a cafe, sit down, ask the waiter, where's Mohammed or whatever his name is, and he'll tell you, he's coming in a couple of hours, drink tea with mint, talk in coded Berber dialect, which nobody can decipher in the planet, not even the US, with the NSA and so forth, and plan something, take a car, and go. The honorable gentleman from Germany, I liked also his explanation and presentation. He mentioned Amri, you know, the guy who did the terrorist attack in Berlin. Okay, do you know what he had his breakfast after the terrorist attack? In Brussels, in Gare du Nord, in the northern train station. He took a Flixbus, you know, one of these cheap buses, landed in Brussels at 6:30, or arrived in Brussels at 6:30, went to have a croissant with coffee, and then took another train and blah, 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 until he arrived in Italy, where he got killed. So that's how people get organized. People do not send WhatsApp and emails and so forth. Once again, I was last message, important one, in Canada, talking to the head of intelligence in Canada. He said to me and to the audience, whoever speaks about self-radicalization, I will get mad at him. You know why? Because, and ask the Moroccan intelligence services, and they're very good. They dismantled, 20 cells in the last 3 years. Because actually, there is always, you hear me well, a human contact before, during, or after the surfing on the internet. At some point, somebody talks to you or whispers in your ears, be it the baker or the butcher or your uncle, you're on the right path, young man, the dawah, and so forth and so forth. And once again, Professor Azani can explain it to you. Very quickly, allow me 2 minutes, please. The canal approach, the canal plan. We discovered that one of the best ways, it's not a magical bullet, to approach these ecosystems is to undermine, their functioning and the way they function. Do they function on what? They function on drugs, on weapons, on fake documents, etc. All the logistics that you might need as a terrorist. A lot of terrorists have made a logistical stop in Molenbeek in those days. We call it the crescent. It actually looks like a crescent. It's an area, a very poor area. Socioeconomics are very bad around a canal in the western part of Brussels. We have a specific plan for that. It's ongoing. It's about, as you see it over there, prevention, an administrative approach, that is to say who lives where, who has what papers, illegal aliens and so forth, a police approach, judicial approach, and so we attack or actually take action on drugs, illegal economy, arms, criminal networks, documents, and so forth. For example, some of the terrorists that were involved in the terrorist attacks in Brussels and Paris and so forth were using some fake papers. Some of them were made by an Algerian guy that we arrested. He had already made 5,000, roughly, fake papers disseminated already in Europe and so forth. So this is the kind of people we're talking about, the logistical aspect. The next is crime terror, interesting for us. It's not the only one. We have to work on it. 86% of the targets we know have been at some point confronted to police. Two last elements, Benjamin Herman. How does he look like? See the name? Belgian guy, blue-eyed and so forth. He's a convert, all right? So he didn't know anything about Islam. He was in jail. He was a petty criminal, was converted, in jail, radicalized, and left prison a little over a year ago and committed a terrorist attack in Liège, in the eastern part of the country. He executed 2 police officers with their own guns and then tried to kill many other people who got lucky, by the way. They just escaped and so forth. It was a drama. This is the illustration of what awaits us. I know that the Honorable Konix talked this morning about, everybody thinks about the returnees, those who will come back from Syria, blah, blah, blah. So we haven't seen much of that. Right now, very pragmatically, we are worried about the prison system. Those we have arrested, we have the highest number of arrests and sentencing, says the federal prosecutor, in Europe. So we have hundreds of folks in jail for small periods of time. If you can't actually prove that they have beheaded 250 people, or you can prove, member of a logistical network, blah, 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 it's all like 4 or 5 years. So 4 or 5 years, they leave jail and they are back on the streets. So these are the folks that we are working on right now, especially me. It doesn't give me yet, gray hair, but soon gray hair, because it's really an equation which is extremely complex. You have human rights, you have all kinds of things. So the prison system. Last but not least, the Iranian Shia issue. 4 years ago, I was talking about it with the EU Commission and other folks, and they were looking at me like I was an alien, all right? That's continental Europe. What are you talking about? This is not an issue. Where do you see an issue, by the way? Where do I see an issue? I'll say it today because I'm in Israel. 7 years ago, a Shia mosque in Brussels called Rida Mosque was burned down by a Sunni within the conflict, beginning of the conflict of Syria and so forth. The imam died, and then there was a burial. Thousands of people showed up at the burial. So I was responsible also for organizing, the public order aspect of that thing. And I was like, wow, who these folks are, the style. You can recognize the style of a Shi'i, as we say in Arabic. Even the rings they have, the organization, very disciplined. What the hell is that? So at some point I saw people, diplomats from the Iranian embassy showing up next to the coffin and praying for the dead. All right. So I started investigating this thing with one of my intelligence services. So they gave me a great feedback. These folks, they know the who's who. We're going on scouts camps in the mountains in Belgium, in the Ardennes, and they get messages and they get trained and brainwashed very slowly. You know the concept of the frog in the boiling water? Okay, so we're all frogs, for your information, for those who didn't realize that they were frogs. So everybody is like in this froggy atmosphere till we realize that something is happening. Then I started talking to the Moroccan diplomats, because most of those folks are Moroccans. And guess what they told me? In the last 10 years, based on their observations, thousands of Moroccans, I think the figure in those days, talking about 7 years ago, was between 15 to 20,000 people, were converted from Sunnism to Shiism. And believe me, a Sunni who becomes a Shia, it's much complex and much heavy than, for example, a Catholic who decides to be a Buddhist. It's a big leap forward. All right? So here they are. You have these people who have shifted to another religious environment, another country. I haven't even mentioned the other countries, but the list is fairly long. They are all on the same side of the world map. Everybody is taking care of communities. That's the reason why I speak about the role of geopolitics and about the instrumentalization, of European converts. In this case, I think I forgot his name, Mogaddam, the new dean, made a very interesting analysis of the proxies and so forth. I like this mechanism of analysis. So that's what I would like to relate to. We need to understand in Europe, in our countries, who's who in which community and who is influencing who. The dynamics, that's the reason why I talk about the ecosystem. Here in Europe, the German gentleman representing Mr. Seehofer, he overtly said, and I appreciate that, his intellectual honesty, it's historic for us, not for him. He let us understand that in Germany they have a big problem. But I'm letting you understand that in Belgium we started to have a problem a long time ago. Have they committed terrorist acts? Not yet. But, small detail, last year we arrested 2 terrorists, Iranian terrorists, on their way to Paris to plant a bomb. Last year. Real one with a real, not too big, but a bomb, TATP bomb and so forth. Piloted by an Iranian diplomat in another eastern country in Europe and so forth. So that's the reality. Is it severe? Right now, not. But if you ask the French 30 years ago, I remember when I was a teenager, I used to follow the situation in France, the terrorist attacks, organized and instrumentalized, by the Iranians. It was a rock and roll kind of period. Ask Monsieur Macron, because I think he's calculating that too in his strategic approach. So what might happen in 4 or 5 years, and that's my last message, we need to do strategic foresight. That is to say, as advisors, as police commissioners, we have to be in a position to gather as many information as we can from the grassroots, from the field, the mechanism of the communities. We should not be speaking about Islam in general or the communities of the terrorists. Please be nuanced. What are we talking about for which specific profile, which specific community, and so forth? As I'm speaking to you, the geopolitical approach is, I think, extremely important even in police and law enforcement work. That's the reason why I put under my title, Think Global, Act Local. That is to say, a cop or a police commissioner, and I know that most police commissioners are very good and very competent, but we need to integrate this global approach, the understanding, the nuanced and sophisticated understanding of those dynamics, because when it moves in certain parts of the Middle East, you know what? It moves in our neighborhoods automatically. You don't have to wait months. You don't have to have a PhD in economics or philosophy or criminology, whatever, to understand that these things reverberate on the field. And I think Professor Boaz Ganor, that's my last comment, very eloquently explained that in his book that I recommend to everybody, which is Global Alert. He explained the dynamics of hybrid organizations, but specifically the instrumentalization of certain causes. For example, Daesh and all those groups and Al-Qaeda have used the Palestinian cause with kids who are 12 years old on the street. I remember demonstrations during the second Intifada in downtown Brussels, in the north of Brussels, of young kids who are just talking about Palestine. So I stopped some of them and said, where is Palestine, by the way? I said, well, I don't know, on the map, somewhere on the right side. That's all you know. And you're demonstrating and throwing stones in Brussels and so forth. You see, they're actually trying to use certain causes, Middle Eastern geopolitical causes, to actually galvanize more kids. So, do you guys have any questions? Happy to hear them. But last disruptive message, are we ready for the next disruptive wave? Because we have to be. I remember in 2015, some politicians said to me, we are very much surprised by the Daesh move and so forth. Well, let me say this to you, and this is my final word. I am always surprised that people are surprised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saad, for a fantastic presentation. Informative, interesting, a lot to think about. So we had 3 police commissioners here, basically. And the place is practically full, okay? And the time is 20 minutes to 8. And soon Israel will be playing Slovenia in soccer. And my prediction is that we're going to lose 3-0 in Slovenia, which is worse than counter-terrorism. Okay? So first of all, I want to thank the honorable commissioners for their presentations here. It was really interesting to hear what's happening in Australia, what's happening in the UK, what's happening in Belgium, and so on. And I think the 3 presentations were a great example of why we need a conference like this. There's so much to learn from each other, and each of you complements each other in a different way. And one can come out of here and really brainstorm during these 4 days. And God knows, maybe we'll prevent some terrorism as a result of it. Which leads me to request of you to be back here tomorrow morning. I think we're beginning around 9 o'clock tomorrow. Is that true? There's no one here even to tell me. I think it's around 9. I think it's 9. Please, all of you who are driving from here, drive very safely, because in Israel, we lose a heck of a lot more people on the roads than we lose to terrorism. So drive safely, and we'll see you all tomorrow. And I think you've been a great audience, by the way. A very patient audience, running in and out, sometimes not being able to go to the bathroom for 7 hours in a row, etc. So enjoy the rest of your evening wherever you're going to be, and we'll see you tomorrow.